Chapter 10:13. As long as I control one person, I can use the face-changing mask to disguise myself as her and sneak in. With that in mind, Yi Xian rushed toward 10,000 Flower Valley. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of 10,000 Flower Valley. 10,000 Flower Valley was protected by a large formation. It was divided into an outer valley and an inner valley. Since Lualua was imprisoned by the founder of 10,000 Flower Valley, she was naturally in the inner valley. Yi Xian looked from afar. If he directly charged in, he would cause too much of a commotion and would be easily intercepted. Thus, using a disguise to enter 10,000 Flower Valley was not a bad idea. At that moment, Yi Xian turned his head and discovered that a team had stepped into the range of his senses. 1 6th level True Energy Disaster, and 2 5th level True Energy Disasters. Just nice. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and quickly rushed over. Who is it? This team from 10,000 Flower Valley also discovered Yi Xian, but in the next moment, they became Yi Xian's servants. Yi Xian rushed over and asked a woman in white, "What's your name?" "Master, my name is Xia Feishua." The woman in white replied respectfully. "All right." Yi Xian nodded and took out the face-changing mask. He then changed into Xia Feishua's appearance and changed into a set of white clothes. Most of the disciples in 10,000 Flower Valley wore pink clothes, followed by white, green, and blue. Yi Xian's white clothes were more neutral, so he could tolerate it. The face did not matter. After all, it was a disguise. However, if Yi Xian were to wear those women's clothes, he might as well kill him. Fortunately, he had huge chest muscles, so he could get away with it. Following that, Yi Xian put away the items in the three people's spatial rings, then said to Xia Feishua, "Stay in that mountain and don't go out." "Yes, master." Xia Feishua nodded respectfully, then turned around and left. Now Yi Xian was Xia Feishua. Furthermore, he just happened to be at 5th level True Energy Disaster, so his disguise was passable. "The two of you remember to speak to anyone who knows Xia Feishua. Just say that you were accidentally poisoned and can't speak," Yi Xian said to the other two. "Yes." After the two girls replied, they brought Yi Xian and flew towards the 10,000 Flower Valley. Although his disguise was good, Yi Xian was still a little nervous. Soon, he followed the two to the entrance of the 10,000 Flower Valley. "The three junior sisters have returned. You may enter." When the female disciples guarding the 10,000 Flower Valley saw Yi Xian and company, they immediately let them pass. As such, Yi Xian had successfully entered the 10,000 Flower Valley. The 10,000 Flower Valley is indeed worthy of being the overlord of this area. They actually have so many disciples. Yi Xian was dumbstruck. After entering the 10,000 Flower Valley, Yi Xian finally realized how powerful this faction was. There were hundreds of flowers here, and the heaven and earth yuan qi was abundant. It was very suitable for cultivation. Within the range of Yi Xian's senses, there were probably more than 1,000 disciples at the 6th grade of True Energy Disaster. However, he would not be frightened by this because in his eyes, those with 6th grade True Energy Disaster were nothing more than ants. The true elites were inside the valley. "Can you enter the inner valley?" After entering the 10,000 Flower Valley, Yi Xian asked. "I can." The female disciple leading the group, who was at the 6th grade of True Energy Disaster, answered. "All right, then you will lead me in," Yi Xian said in a low voice. "Yes." Then the female disciple led Yi Xian into the inner valley. Yi Xian had already entered the 10,000 Flower Valley. He could clearly sense Luolua's location, but the inner valley was much bigger than the outer valley. As long as he entered the inner valley, he would immediately act. However, just as he was about to enter the inner valley, a powerful aura suddenly appeared at the entrance of the inner valley. A 9th grade True Energy Disaster expert? Yi Xian's eyebrows twitched. It was said that there were only 4 9th grade True Energy Disasters experts in the 10,000 Flower Valley. They were the 4 guardian elders Plum, Orchid, Bamboo, and Chrysanthemum. He did not know which one had appeared in Yi Xian's senses. However, Yi Xian stopped in his tracks, because he felt that this person's aura was somewhat familiar. Damn, could it be the one who appeared in Xingyang City last time? Yi Xian was a little suspicious, because he felt that this aura was somewhat familiar. He estimated that there was an 80% chance that this was the expert from the 10,000 Flower Valley who had almost killed him. Damn it, I hope he doesn't recognize me, or else I'll be exposed. Yixian was a little worried. Back then, he was only at the 3rd grade of true energy disaster. If he had not run away early, he might have been killed by that expert from the 10,000 Flower Valley. Now that he was at the 5th grade of true energy disaster, his aura was much stronger than before. In addition, because of his disguise, even if that expert was nearby, he might not be able to recognize him. However, just in case, Yixian waited for a while, waiting for that expert to leave. A few minutes later, the 9th level true energy disaster expert left as expected. However, she had also entered the inner valley. Let's go, Yixian said to the female disciple beside him. Then they walked toward the inner valley. People from the outer valley could still enter the inner valley, so Yixian was calm. However, right at this moment, the 9th level true energy disaster expert that had just left suddenly turned around and quickly returned. Damn it! Yixian cursed angrily in his heart. His body trembled, and he hurriedly let the female disciple who was leading the way go a little farther. However, he still ended up running into that expert of the 9th grade of true energy disaster. Yixian's eyes swept over. Sure enough, this expert of the 9th grade of true energy disaster was the woman who had killed him that day. At this moment, this woman was wearing a long robe with plum blossoms. She was Elder May of the plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. Of the 4 guardian elders of the 10,000 Flower Valley, Elder May is an expert in group attacks, all of which are large-scale attacks. Yixian thought in his heart. This was what Luoluo had told him. Being an expert in group attacks was both good and bad news for him. He was alone, so the opponent's group attacks wouldn't have much of an effect. However, his martial arts were countered by group attack martial arts. Evil Ghost Twisting Tears and 10,000 Swords returned to origin, both won by quantity. The opponent's attack would probably be able to destroy many of the ghost shadows and sword shadows. Elder May had turned back to emphasize a few things. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yixian hurriedly left. Stop right there. Suddenly, a shout fell into Yixian's ears. Hearing this, Yixian couldn't help but tremble. He and the female disciple beside him stopped in their tracks, turned around, and saw that Elder May and the others were walking over. I've been discovered? Yixian hurriedly retracted his aura, trying to avoid being discovered. At this realm, one's appearance was actually secondary. The key was to identify one's aura. Yixian's aura was actually completely different from Xia Feishue's. It was just that they both happened to be at the 5th grade of true energy disaster. However, Elder May might have called them back for something else, so Yixian just quietly watched. If something was wrong, he would immediately take action. Chapter 10:14. Yin Yun, why didn't you greet me when you saw me? Elder May asked in astonishment as she walked over. Aunt? Yixian was shocked when he heard this name. He realized that Elder May's gaze was on the female disciple he was controlling. This female disciple was Elder May's niece? F***CK. Aunt, I was in a hurry and didn't see. The female disciple called Yin Yun hurriedly replied. Where are you in such a hurry to go? Elder May looked at her. I'm going to the land of flowers to collect some nectar, Yin Yun replied nervously. She was currently under Yixian's control, so she was afraid that Yixian would be discovered. You're about to reach a bottleneck, aren't you? You still need to refine nectar. Here is a plum blossom pill that I personally refined. Go back and enter seclusion. Once you break through to the 7th grade of true energy disaster, I'll accept you as my disciple. Elder May handed over a pill. Thank you, Aunt. Yin Yun hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Then, Elder May turned around and left. Yixian and Yin Yun heaved a sigh of relief when they saw her leave. Let's go, Yixian ordered in his mind. Since he hadn't been discovered, it was time for him to make a move. Of course, he had to find a place where no one was around. However, Elder May had only taken a few steps when she suddenly turned around. This time her gaze landed on Yixian. When she got closer, she felt that Yixian's aura was familiar. She seemed to have sensed it somewhere before. She frowned and thought carefully. Then she turned around and said, Yin Yun, come here. Yixian and Yin Yun were about to leave, but they were forced to stop. Yin Yun and Yi Xian exchanged glances before running over. In the next instant, Elder Mei took out a long sword. Bastard, do you think I can't remember your aura? How dare you disguise yourself as a disciple of 10,000 Flower Valley? You're courting death. Elder Mei roared at Yi Xian. Her roar attracted everyone's attention. Of course, Yi Xian was the most shocked. It seemed that he had been discovered after all. Sure enough, you found out. Yi Xian did not quibble. He immediately took off the mask on his face. Immediately, his long hair shrunk into short hair. It was actually a man? The surrounding Centauria Valley disciples were shocked. This was the first time they had seen such a thing. As expected, it's you. Back then, you and that iron-masked man killed the city lord of Xingyang City. Why have you appeared in my 10,000 Flower Valley today? Elder Mei looked at Yi Xian with a fearful expression. Back then, when Yi Xian was only at the 3rd grade of True Energy Disaster, he had dared to fight Xingyang City's city lord, who was at the 7th grade of True Energy Disaster. Now Yi Xian, who was at the 5th grade of True Energy Disaster, actually didn't flee when facing him. It was likely that his strength wasn't as simple as it seemed. No reason, I just want to find you. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly as he said, if I hadn't run away quickly that day, I'm afraid I would have been killed by you. Today, I've come to find you to take revenge for that day. You? Elder Mei's face twitched. A 5th grade True Energy Disaster dared to seek revenge from a 9th grade True Energy Disaster like him. It was obvious that he had some sort of confidence. Originally, I wanted to save Luoluo first. Since you want to die, then don't blame me, Yi Xian said inwardly. Elder Mei was at the 9th grade of True Energy Disaster. Furthermore, she was one of the 4 guardian elders of the 10,000 Flower Valley. If he could successfully take revenge, then perhaps Yi Xian would also break through to the 6th grade of True Energy Disaster. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't answer, Elder Mei paused for a moment. In the next moment, she directly attacked. 100 Flowers Contend. This move again? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Back then, he had been ambushed by Elder Mei, who had rushed over and almost lost his original body and doppelganger. Therefore, he hadn't been able to copy this martial art. However, today, he had clearly seen the true energy flowing within Elder Mei's body. Ding! 100 Flowers Contend successfully copied. By the time the system notification sounded, Yi Xian had already rushed to the side. Boom! 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 The air in the area where he had been standing suddenly shook violently. If he had been any slower, he would have been blown to ashes. In his mind, the Dragon Catcher hand's repair progress was nearing 90%. This time, he might be able to completely repair the Dragon Catcher hands. Now that I've been discovered, I have to end this quickly. Eye of Glory! A golden light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. His aura instantly surged. Following that, a doppelganger that looked exactly like him appeared beside him. However, this doppelganger was holding the 100 Ghost Sword. Summon Golden War God. Fierce Ghost Ring Tears Break. Yi Xian's original body and doppelganger respectively used their trump cards. Not only that, but their eyes also flickered rapidly a few times. Burning Eye. Eye of Nirvana. Disintegration Eye. His attack instantly exploded. In the face of this sudden burst of attack, Elder Mei was already shocked. She hurriedly raised her hand and unleashed another 100 Flowers Contend. Boom! 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 The air exploded once again. The 100 Flowers Contend was at least twice as powerful as before in the Valley of 10,000 Flowers. However, this time Yi Xian had learned his lesson. The Fierce Ghost Ring Tears Break actually went around the 100 Flowers Contend and pounced on Elder Mei from the side. Now that Yi Xian had comprehended the perfect level sword force, the power of this move had also increased greatly. Yi Xian estimated that as long as Elder Mei was hit, she would at least be severely injured. Don't underestimate me. Elder Mei roared in her heart. Faced with so many phantoms pouncing on her, the true chi in her body immediately surged out and condensed into a true chi plum blossom around her body. This true chi plum blossom directly protected Elder Mei. When the phantoms pounced on this true chi plum blossom, they would explode on their own. Ding! Unyielding winter plum blossom successfully copied. The system notified again. You have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. Yi Xian looked at the dragon catcher hands that had been restored to 100%, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Elder Mei might have other moves, but Yi Xian felt that using the Eye of Revelation to copy them was too slow. Moreover, this battle had to be ended quickly. Otherwise, the other 3 elders would rush over. Therefore, he couldn't be stingy with his trump cards. Thunderfire Sword Technique. Thunderfire Combined Attack. Yi Xian's original body and clone suddenly attacked together. 2 golden sword gleams were swept out, which then merged into one and attacked Elder Mei. The Thunderfire Sword Technique was a rather unique martial art. It could be learned by one person or 2 people at the same time. Yi Xian just so happened to have a clone. Therefore, his original body cultivated the Thunder Sword, while his clone cultivated the Fire Sword. When the time came for a combined attack, the power would be multiplied. In addition to Yi Xian's perfect level sword force and Eye of Glory, this move was enough to instantly kill a 9th level true energy disaster expert. Hoo-hoo! ZZ! The Thunder Sword and Fire Sword emitted a faint sound. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of Elder Mei. Elder Mei's face turned gloomy when she saw this attack. She quickly condensed another True Chi Plum Blossom. Chapter 10:15. Bam! The 2 True Energy Plum Blossoms exploded as Elder Mei was sent flying. She could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, she had condensed her True Energy Plum Blossoms quickly. Otherwise, she would have been killed by the explosion. The surrounding 10,000 Flower Valley disciples were shocked. Elder Mei, who was extremely powerful in their eyes, was seriously injured. How was this possible? However, they were so shocked that they could not speak. In the distance, Yi Xian smirked and said, "Die." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian himself did not make a move. Elder Mei was shocked when she suddenly felt a powerful aura. When she turned her head, she saw a golden armored war god holding a huge golden sword slashing down at her. Overlord's Limitless Sword. The Overlord's Limitless Sword was one of the 2 skills of the Eye of Glory. It could be used by Yi Xian himself or by the golden armored war god. Boom! Elder Mei was one of the 4 guardian elders of the 10,000 Flower Valley, so she wouldn't die so easily. At the critical moment, she formed another Zhenqi Plum Blossom, which blocked most of the power of the Overlord's Limitless Sword. Even so, most of the bones in her body were shattered by the powerful impact of the Overlord's Limitless Sword. Although this attack did not kill Elder Mei, it worsened her injuries. She had less than 70% of her combat strength left. Elder Mei was not to be feared. Yi Xian had expected that Elder Mei would not die. At this moment, he and his clone attacked together again. Thunderfire Sword Technique. Thunderfire Combined Attack. This time, Elder Mei could not avoid it. Her face was ashen. She did not expect to die in 10,000 Flower Valley. However, she would not die just like that. She used all the strength in her body to roar. "Valley Master!" Her voice was deafening. However, in the next moment she was struck by the Thunderfire Combined Attack and turned into charcoal. She was dead. Elder Mei, one of the 4 guardian elders of 10,000 Flower Valley, died at the hands of a 5th grade true energy disaster. Challenging someone who was 4 grades above him was a little scary. In order to kill Elder Mei, Yi Xian had used all his trump cards. He only had the return of 10,000 swords left. However, Yi Xian felt that it was worth it. After Elder Mei's death, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and put away the interspatial ring. In the next moment, the system notification rang out in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Host has broken through, and is now at the 6th level of True Energy Disaster. After exhausting several of his trump cards, Yi Xian had successfully broken through and his strength had soared. This was definitely worth it. However, what shocked Yi Xian the most was not this. There were plenty of martial arts in Elder Mei's Qian Kuan ring. It was even more than what Yi Xian had obtained in Songlang City. After Yi Xian copied all the martial arts into the Devouring system, he used them to repair the dragon-capturing hands. Ding! The dragon-catching hands has been repaired to 100%. Repair successful. Ding! The host has learned the All Creations level magical ability, Dragon-Capturing Hand. After hearing the notification, Yi Xian could not hide the joy on his face. Indeed, The dragon capturing hands was a magical ability that was above the superior level transcendent supreme martial arts. This trump card was probably even more powerful than the infinite ancestral swords. However, the magical ability consumed a lot of true energy. Yi Xian did not know if he could use it at the 6th level of true energy disaster. Forget it. Let's save Luoluo first. Yi Xian immediately reacted. Earlier, when Elder Mei died, she shouted loudly. Furthermore, the commotion caused by their fight was not small. It was likely that it had attracted the attention of the other 3 guardian elders, and the 10,000 Flower Valley's Valley Master. Thus he could not stay. Immediately, he rushed in the direction of Luoluo. He was only at the 6th level of true energy disaster. Moreover, he had the eye of perception. Therefore, even if he encountered the other 3 guardian elders, he could avoid them. Luoluo, did you hear anything just now? Yi Xian asked as he ran. Yes. Was it made by young master? Luoluo replied. Is the Valley Master of Wanhua Valley beside you? Yi Xian continued to ask. No, I am still imprisoned. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It would be fine if the Ancestral Master made a move. However, he was afraid that the Ancestral Master would not care. After all, there were still the 3 guardian elders. Therefore, Yi Xian transformed into Xia Feishue again. After breaking through, his speed was very fast. He quickly approached Luoluo. At this time, he sensed a powerful aura in a palace in front of him. It seemed to be the Valley Master of Wanhua Valley, who was also the Ancestral Master that Elder Mei mentioned. I am only at the 6th level of true energy disaster. I don't know if I will be discovered if I get close. Yi Xian could not figure it out. However, even if the Valley Master of Wanhua Valley appeared, there was nothing he could do. Soon Yi Xian approached the palace. After a while, he would be able to hide Luoluo in the storage space. However, at this time, who is it? A sharp voice entered Yi Xian's ears. Immediately after, a woman in red rushed out of the small palace. This woman had a beautiful face. She was wearing something similar to a qipao. Her exposed thighs were white and smooth. However, Yi Xian's gaze fell on the woman's back. It was a long white tail. Luoluo had previously said that the mysterious Valley Master of Wanhua Valley was from the Fox clan. Based on her appearance and aura, Yi Xian was certain that this woman in red was the Valley Master. After hearing the shout, Yi Xian chose to ignore it and continued to rush over. Retrieve. Luoluo was imprisoned in a formation. With her strength, she could not escape. However, she was Yi Xian's storage space. As long as they were within a certain distance, Yi Xian could store her into the storage space. With a thought, he retrieved Luoluo, who was imprisoned in the formation. Ah, thank you, young master. Luoluo immediately realized that she was in the storage space. She immediately smiled through her tears. However, Yi Xian was about to face the founder of Wanhua Valley. The moment Luoluo disappeared, the woman in red was also shocked. She asked in horror, "Where did you take her?" Hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked. He immediately took off his disguise mask. Luoluo is one of my people. Why did you imprison her? One of your people. The woman in red suddenly understood. No wonder she couldn't charm Luoluo. It was because she had a master. However, since she had met a master, it was easy. As long as she killed Yi Xian, she could charm Luoluo. There was no need to imprison her. That commotion just now was caused by you? The woman in red asked with a frown. That's right. There are only 3 guardian elders left in Wanhua Valley. Yi Xian replied. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Charm. Although Yi Xian had the ability, he couldn't be charmed. Hence, this charm could only be transformed into a mental attack. Chapter 10:16. 6th-stage Qi disaster to kill my 10,000 Flower Valley's guardian elder. You can be considered a super genius, so become my servant. The reason why the red-clothed lady did not make a move was because she wanted to subdue Yi Xian. This was the first time the red-clothed lady had seen a 6th-stage Qi disaster kill a 9th-stage Qi disaster guardian elder of the 10,000 Flower Valley. However, she was a spirit disaster herself, so how could she not deal with Yi Xian? So what if you're a spirit disaster? Myriad swords return to origin. Yi Xian immediately threw the Skyquake sword in his hand, causing 100 sword images to appear. Not only that, there were also 100 ferocious ghosts that pounced towards the red-clothed lady. Insignificant skill, 100 flowers contend. The red-clothed lady lightly snorted. In an instant, explosions rang out from 2 places as the 100 sky quake swords were instantly destroyed. At the same time, the 100 ferocious ghosts were also scattered. This was the strength of a spirit disaster. So strong. She's definitely not someone I can fight against right now. Yixian swallowed his saliva. To be able to resolve the myriad swords returned to origin and the ferocious ghosts in an instant, the red-clothed lady was at least 10 times stronger than Elder May. A spirit disaster was truly extraordinary. In the midst of the explosion, the red-clothed lady swiftly charged towards Yixian. Her right hand formed into a claw, as if she wanted to capture Yixian. In this situation, Yixian had no choice but to bring out his trump card. Old witch, take this. Yixian roared as he instantly stretched out his left hand. Divine ability, dragon capturing hands. This move instantly drained all the chi in his body. However, this divine ability was at the manifestation realm, so even a spirit disaster expert might not be able to use it. Thus, he had to replenish it with his life force. In an instant, Yixian seemed to have aged by a few years. His face was deathly pale without a trace of blood. The moment he made his move, the woman in red felt an invisible pressure. She glanced around and realized that a giant hand had appeared above her head, trying to grab her. Divine ability? The red-clothed lady was shocked. A brat at the 6th stage chi disaster actually knew a divine ability? Was there anything rarer than this in the world? One had to know that even she didn't have a divine ability. At this moment she did not have the time to care so much. She quickly dodged but was still caught by the big hand. Her carelessness had caused this to happen. Success! Yixian, who had his eyes closed, sensed this and immediately revealed a look of joy. This move had overdrawn a lot of his life force. If it failed, it would have been a waste. Die! Yixian showed no mercy as he controlled the giant hand to grab with all his might. Ah! The red-clothed woman's slender body was tightly gripped, and she let out a heart-wrenching scream. She felt as if many of her bones were being crushed. Kacha! Kacha! A series of crisp sounds fell into the ears of the woman in red. She felt as if she was going to die. However, even if she was only at the 1st-grade spirit disaster, her physique was several times stronger than a 9th-grade true energy disaster. This move was not enough to kill her. Not only that, but she even started to forcibly open up the dragon-capturing hand. You're so tenacious. Die! Yixian quickly split into 2 and attacked at the same time. Thunderfire Sword Art. Thunderfire Combined Attack. This move could be considered as Yixian's strongest attack. Although he could no longer use the Eye of Glory, he still had the perfect sword force. Whoosh! 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 The blue and red sword light flashed and merged into one, striking the red-clothed woman's chest. Boom! The red-clothed woman's chest exploded, and her clothes were instantly torn apart by the shock wave. Yixian had aimed this attack at the red-clothed woman's head, but she forcefully opened up the dragon-capturing hand and dodged this fatal attack. Fortunately, this attack had heavily injured her, and her strength had decreased by at least 40%. Holy shit, you're still not dead. Yixian was shocked. At this moment he suddenly felt that he had made a mistake. He should have used the Eye of Glory before using the dragon-capturing hand. If he had hardened his heart and overdrawn his vitality to use the Eye of Glory, the dragon-capturing hand would have been able to crush the red-clothed woman to death. Unfortunately, he wasn't willing to do so because he had overestimated the power of the divine ability and thought that he could kill the red-clothed woman in one strike. Fortunately, the red-clothed woman was heavily injured and probably only had 60% of her strength left. Therefore, he still had the strength to fight. Since you're not dead, let's fight to our heart's content. Yixian roared in his heart, and his aura instantly surged. However, his eyes were blinded as his vitality was drained again. Beast King's Rage. Eye of Glory. The golden-haired and golden-eyed Yixian split into 2. He and his clone held the Sky Quake Sword and the White Bone Sword respectively. Although the myriad swords returned to origin was blasted into nothingness by the red-clothed woman, the Sky Quake Sword was a Dharma treasure. It wouldn't die. Therefore, the moment it was blasted into nothingness, Yi Xian took it out again. Ferocious Ghost Twist Break. Thunderfire Sword Art. Thunderfire Combined Attack. Yi Xian used the qi that he had just recovered to attack the red-clothed woman with all his strength. I'll kill you. The red-clothed woman never thought that she would be heavily injured, so she was filled with resentment. At this moment, she had even forgotten to charm Yi Xian and swept her claw at Yi Xian. Perfect claw force. Although the red-clothed woman was heavily injured and couldn't move, the strength of her qi didn't decrease. With 2 consecutive claw attacks, she defeated Yi Xian's attack. Even if an expert of spirit disaster was heavily injured, their attack power was still very strong. Young master, let me out. Luolua's voice sounded in his mind. No, you're only at 3rd grade true qi disaster. Yi Xian immediately refused. Luolua's 3rd grade true qi disaster was too much weaker than the red-clothed woman. She would be instantly killed if she came out. At the same time, Yi Xian was also hesitating whether he should use the remaining 2 devour points to increase his strength. Of course, he had another option, which was to turn around and run. He would come back tomorrow to kill the Valley Master of the Myriad Flower Valley. However, the red-clothed woman was heavily injured. If he ran away today, who knew if the red-clothed woman would find a place to hide and recuperate? Young master, have you forgotten about my golden tail hair? At this moment, Luoluo suddenly reminded Yi Xian. Golden tail hair. This was related to Luoluo's bloodline. Luoluo had once hidden this golden tail hair in her tail to intimidate the white foxes and demon fox guards. Yi Xian guessed that this golden tail hair should have been left behind by a powerful expert of the Fox Charm clan. If he took it out now, it might be useful. However, this golden tail hair could only be used by Luoluo. If Yi Xian took it out, it wouldn't have any effect. Alright, stay away. Thinking of his current situation, Yi Xian made a decision. Alright. Chapter 10:17. The red-clothed woman discovered Luoluo, but Luoluo was only at the 3rd grade of true energy disaster. Even if she stood there and let Luoluo attack, Luoluo wouldn't be able to injure her. But right at this moment, Luoluo took out the tuft of golden tail fur from a hidden corner of the universe ring. In the next instant, Luoluo's fur turned golden. Golden fox. An invisible pressure fell on the red-clothed woman once again. What is this? It actually made me feel fear? The red-clothed woman widened her eyes. Although she didn't understand what was going on, she knew that this was definitely Luoluo's doing. You're courting death. The red-clothed woman's eyes turned red as she launched an attack at Luoluo. Yi Xian couldn't block her attack, but Yi Xian had another method to protect Luoluo. Withdraw. Luoluo was once again hidden in the universe ring by Yi Xian before appearing in another location. An invisible pressure descended once again. The red-clothed woman's attack had bought time for Yi Xian. He only needed a thought to subdue Luoluo, and Yi Xian's main body and clone weren't idle. Fierce Ghost Rings Tears. Thunderfire Sword Art. Thunderfire Combined Attack. The red-clothed woman was forced to defend as the wind howled. Although Yi Xian had already lost his sight, with his eyes of perception, he could sense that the red-clothed woman's attacks were much weaker. Not only that, even her movements had decreased. The transformed Luoluo had a deterrent effect on the red-clothed woman. This was the deterrent effect of a high-ranked fox race bloodline. The outcome is already decided. Die. Yi Xian continued his attacks. Due to the 2 claws, the red-clothed woman was forced into a passive state. She wanted to kill Luoluo and obtain the tuft of golden tail fur, but she couldn't do it now. At the same time, she could feel that her strength was constantly decreasing, and this was definitely related to Luoluo. Damn it! The red-clothed woman cursed in her heart. A spirit disaster expert was actually tormented to such a state. It was simply too embarrassing. However, this was her territory and she was surrounded by her people. As long as she could endure for a while, victory would be hers. Palace Master, we're here to help you. Right at this moment, 3 figures suddenly flew over from the horizon. The other 3 guardian elders of the 10,000 Flower Valley had arrived. Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. The 3 guardian elders of Lan Zhu and Zhu were all at the 9th level of true energy disaster. Although they wouldn't be able to defeat him in a duel, he had already thrown out all his trump cards and was at the end of his rope. Moreover, there was still the troublesome 10,000 Flower Valley's Valley Master in front of them. As long as the 3 guardian elders arrived, he and Lualua would definitely die. However, at that moment he suddenly thought of something. Just now, he had overdrawn his life force to use the Eye of Glory, causing his main body and avatar to become blind. In his blinded state, he could not use the eyes of the void. Therefore he couldn't leave now. F***ck. Yixian cursed in his heart. He had actually forgotten about this matter. This was bad. Mother f***ker, let's fight. Under such circumstances, Yixian made another decision. Divine ability, Dragon Capturing Hand. He used the divine ability Dragon Capturing Hand again. The true energy in his body was instantly sucked dry. Not only that, but he also overdrew a large amount of his life force. A large golden hand appeared once again, strangling the red-clothed woman who had a hopeful look on her face. Last time, the red-clothed woman forcibly resisted the dragon capturing hand. This time, the golden dragon capturing hand was even more powerful. All the bones in her body were instantly crushed. Her entire body was twisted beyond recognition, like a twisted braid. Blood dripped from her body. It was a tragic sight. The Valley Master of 10,000 Flower Valley was dead. Kacha! 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 When these crisp sounds entered Yixian's ears, he merged with his avatar and transformed into a streak of light that swept over. Yixian could no longer sense the aura of the Valley Master of 10,000 Flower Valley. The latter had clearly fallen, so he quickly took off the Valley Master's universe ring. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is at the 7th level of True Energy Disaster. His realm had increased once again. Although Yixian was still blind, he had broken through at this moment. Even if Elder May revived and the 4 guardian elders gathered, he would not be afraid anymore. Impossible. The Valley Master is dead. Master, no. Kill him and avenge the Valley Master. When the 3 guardian elders saw the red-clothed woman's corpse, they were extremely pained. They channeled their grief and anger into strength and directly launched an attack on Yixian. Unfortunately, Yixian's current strength far exceeded theirs. Although he had used up all his trump cards, it was a piece of cake for him to finish off the 3 of them. Ferocious Ghost Break. Thunderfire Sword Technique. Thunderfire Combined Attack. Yixian once again cloned and instantly counterattacked. After breaking through, his strength had increased tremendously. In just one exchange, Elder Zhu was struck by the Thunderfire Combined Attack and turned into charcoal. Dead. At the same time, the hundreds of ghosts pounced on the other 2 people in a frenzy. Thunderfire Sword Technique. Thunderfire Combined Attack. Yixian attacked again. In less than a second, the remaining 2 people also fell one after another. The 4 guardian elders were all killed by Yixian alone. As for the 10,000 Flower Valley disciples and ordinary elders, they could not help but swallow their saliva. Not only did the 4 guardian elders die, even the Spirit Disaster Valley Master of the 10,000 Flower Valley died. If they charged forward, the outcome would be the same. Run! At that moment, the group of female disciples and elders scattered. In the blink of an eye, only Yixian and Luo were left. At that moment, Luo had also cancelled her transformation. Young master, you've become so powerful. Luo moved closer to Yixian inside. But at that moment, Yixian's aura suddenly reversed and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ding! The host's lifespan is less than 5 years. After Yixian displayed his power, the system suddenly gave him a head-on blow. What? Yixian suspected that he had heard wrongly. Lifespan less than 5 years? Previously, he had overdrawn his life force several times to replenish his eye power. This time he had used the dragon catcher hands twice in a row, so the life force he overdrew was more than 10 times more than before. Yixian did not expect that the dragon catcher hands would overdraw so much life force. He had the bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body. Without any hidden injuries in his body, he could live for at least 150 years. However, he was only 25 years old and had less than 5 years left. After hearing this news, he was completely stunned. This meant that he would not even be able to celebrate his 30th birthday. F***ck, I have to find something similar to the longevity pill in the future. Yixian felt very bitter. He glanced at his status panel and found that he only had 4.5 years left to live. Fortunately, there were many treasures that could increase his lifespan. He still had more than 4 years to find them. Young master, what's wrong? Chapter 10:18. Nothing. I'm just checking the Qiankuan ring. In order not to worry Luo, Yixian lied again. Then he began to check the Qiankuan ring of the lady in red. Soon he found a book called the Heart Sutra of Charm. Ding! The Heart Sutra of Charm has been copied successfully. Luo, take a look at this. Yixian took out the Heart Sutra of Charm and passed it to her. Ah, it's written in the Fox clan's language, Luo said in surprise. Don't look at it first. Let's find a quiet place first. Yixian closed the Heart Sutra of Charm. After all, it was not very safe here after such a big commotion. After resting for a while, Yixian's eye power recovered. Then they broke through the void and flew to Zhonglang City. They found a secluded place near Zhonglang City. Luo began to comprehend the Heart Sutra of Charm, while Yixian began to check the other things. After this, Yixian paid more attention to Wei Zhentian. Although the sect returning innumerable swords was powerful, Wei Zhentian's level was not high. Therefore, he would be defeated every time, wasting one of his trump cards. Therefore, Yixian decided to upgrade Wei Zhentian's level to a rank 3 supreme spiritual treasure. Coincidentally, there were many ores in the 5 Qiankuan rings that he obtained. Hence, Wei Zhentian benefited from them. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. 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 4 consecutive notifications sounded. Wei Zhentian was upgraded to a rank 2 supreme spiritual treasure, which was equivalent to a rank 9 true energy disaster. Now, even if someone comprehended the perfect level sword force, they would not be able to hurt Wei Zhentian. Then, Yixian began to summarize the experience of this battle. In this battle of life and death, he had fought a thrilling battle. If he had not made a mistake previously and was not willing to use the Eye of Glory together with the dragon-catching hand, he would not have ended up in such a situation. Fortunately, he was the one who survived to the end. My level is too low and I don't have enough true energy. Therefore, I can only overdraw my vitality to use the dragon-catching hand. Now that I have less than 5 years left in my lifespan, I can't use the dragon-capturing hands anymore. Otherwise, I'll instantly be sucked dry. Yixian couldn't help but gulp. The 2 uses of dragon-capturing hands just now had drained him of his vitality. Unaffected by the Gemini bloodline, even his second doppelganger, who was far away in the eastern continent, only had less than 5 years of lifespan left. If he used the dragon-capturing hand again, no matter if it was his main body or his 2 clones, they would all instantly perish. Thus, the dragon-capturing hand had to be sealed away, and he would use it again when his cultivation level and lifespan increased. Unfortunately, there were things that could increase one's lifespan, but he couldn't afford them now, so he could only look for them outside. One of the necessities for activating the Eye of Eternity is the Fountain of Youth. Not only can this be used to activate the Eye of Eternity, it can also increase one's lifespan. Yixian began to plan in his mind. At this moment, he suddenly felt something strange and turned to look at Luo. He discovered that Luo had once again entered that strange state. The heaven and earth yuan qi began to gather. Upon seeing this, Yixian's heart trembled. As expected, the Heart Sutra of Charm was effective on Luo. Luo was about to mutate again. Good, I didn't lose out this time. Seeing Luo in this state, Yixian felt that sacrificing a large amount of his lifespan this time was worth it. This time, Luo's strength began to increase rapidly, just like when she fused with the Charm Fusion Crystal. At the same time, the hair on her body gradually turned golden. 4th grade True Energy Disaster. 5th grade True Energy Disaster. 6th grade True Energy Disaster. 7th grade True Energy Disaster. In less than 10 minutes, Luo had already rushed to the 7th grade True Energy Disaster, and it was still increasing. 8th grade True Energy Disaster. Yixian raised his eyebrows. This had already surpassed his current cultivation level. Luo's cultivation level was still increasing, but she hadn't broken through to the 9th grade True Energy Disaster. However, this was enough to shock Yixian. From the 3rd grade true energy disaster, she had broken through to the 8th grade true energy disaster, one realm higher than him. So, at this time, Yixian suddenly noticed that Luo Luo's tails had suddenly split into 6 tails. From 1 tail to 3 tails and from 3 tails to 6 tails? Next time will it be 9 tails? Yixian suddenly thought of a creature. The 9-tailed demon fox. The 9-tailed demon fox originated from ancient China, and it was later spread to other places. Legend had it that Su Daji of the Shang dynasty was a 9-tailed demon fox. King Zhou was charmed by her and became evil, doing a series of cruel things. Just as Yixian was thinking, the system suddenly gave another notification. Ding! The beast god bloodline has mutated. All advancement paths have been upgraded. As expected. As Yixian expected, the beast god bloodline had mutated again. This was a joyous occasion. All advancement paths had been upgraded. Now Yixian's strength had increased by 10%, and his movement speed had increased by 90%. In addition, his body's growth speed, all his attributes, and body's expansion had all increased. In addition, there was also the Beast King's deterrence, which increased the damage dealt to beasts, the benefits of devouring beasts' corpses, and the Beast King's rampage. The Beast God bloodline had the most advancement paths among all the bloodlines. The benefits of a single mutation made Yixian grin from ear to ear. Haha! Even if I only have 4 more years of life left, it's worth it. Yixian laughed in his heart. At this time Luo Luo finally woke up. She opened her bright eyes and stretched comfortably. Her 6 furry tails also rose to the sky. Compared to before, she had a hint of charm, making Yixian's eyes light up. Young master! Luo Luo called out softly. How is it? Yixian immediately asked. I've also awakened my inherited memories. I know what my ancestor is. Luo Luo stood up from the ground and glanced at her 6 tails. My ancestor is called the Heaven-Loathing Fox, but I only know the name. Heaven-Loathing Fox. After hearing this name, Yixian frowned slightly. He thought it would be a domineering name like the 9-tailed demon fox. The Heaven-Loathing Fox is hated by the heavens. More accurately, it is envied by the heavens. Luo Luo began to explain. Because it is too powerful, the world gave it this name. Envied by the heavens. Yixian's face twitched. This name was a little too exaggerated. After this mutation I don't need to cultivate anymore. My body will continuously absorb yuan qi of heaven and earth, and the conversion rate is very high. Of course, if I refine treasures of heaven and earth, my cultivation speed will be much faster. Luo Luo suddenly smiled mischievously. What? Hearing this, Yixian finally felt that something was wrong. Luo Luo had finished her mutation, but the yuan qi of heaven and earth was still flowing into her body. Chapter 10:19. What the F***ck self-cultivation? Yixian was shocked. This was a vacuum cleaner. No, this was a yuan qi harvesting machine. Furthermore, it existed 24 hours a day. From now on, Luo Luo would not need to cultivate because she would be cultivating 24 hours a day. This was clearly a cheat, a 24-hour hack machine. Heavenly Loathing Fox, Heavenly Loathing Fox. She is so strong that even the heavens are jealous of her. That's why she got this name. Yixian swallowed his saliva. He was already shocked by Luo Luo's ability. Just her physique was already so strong. Not to mention the skills she had after awakening her inherited memories. The current Luo Luo might even be stronger than him. What's the Charm Heart Sutra? At this moment, Yixian suddenly asked. My fox clan only has one ancestor. However, as we continued to reproduce, many branches appeared. As long as one is from the fox clan, their body contains countless fox clan bloodlines. This Charm Heart Sutra can increase the density of the bloodline. In other words, it can stimulate the bloodline. Luo Luo explained. Every member of the Fox Charm clan has countless Fox clan bloodlines in their bodies. After hearing this, Yixian did not think much of it. It was normal to have many bloodlines. After all, giant dragons and heavenly dragons also had many branches. All in all, Luo Luo had gained a lot this time. Right now, I am at 7th grade True Energy Disaster. If I use my trump card, I can fight against 1st grade Spirit Disaster. As for Luo Luo's strength, I don't know. I'm afraid that she isn't any weaker than me. It's enough for us to head to the land of the dead. Yixian thought to himself. Young master, can we head to the land of the dead now? Luoluo asked. We should be able to. Yixian nodded and replied. Although the two of them had not reached spirit disaster, their strength was enough to fight against experts of spirit disaster. Although there was still danger in the land of the dead, they could not increase their strength much in this area. Therefore, they could only choose to enter the land of the dead. Immediately, they set off and headed towards the land of the dead. The land of the dead was a dark place. It was even more chaotic than the ghost tomb. Yixian estimated that with their current speed, they would need at least 5 days to reach there. However, this was inevitable. After all, Yixian did not have the void locator of the land of the dead. Therefore, he still sent his doppelganger out to hunt some supreme saint beasts and obtain some pills to increase his strength. During these 5 days, Yixian's true body hadn't encountered any problems. However, with Luoluo's current physique, she had absorbed 5 days of Yuan Qi. It wouldn't be long before she broke through to the 9th level of quintessential energy disaster. That last Luoluo is now madly absorbing the heaven and earth Yuan Qi. Her cultivation speed will be even faster at a high-level place. I can't be left behind, Yixian thought as he stepped into the land of the dead. The land of the dead was fundamentally different from other places. The sky was gloomy, and the ground was dark and barren. No one knew if a white bone arm would reach out and grab his leg as he walked on the ground. There were 2 major factions in the land of the dead. One was the sect of the god of ghost, and the other was the corpse king palace. As the name suggested, one was a ghost tamer while the other was a zombie tamer. At this moment, Yixian entered the territory of the sect of the god of ghost. The corpse man is hiding somewhere in the land of the dead. Now that I'm here, I don't know how to find him, Yixian pondered. Since there were no clues, he could only ask someone. Of course, he had another method, which was to wander around. This was because the corpse ghost mark in his body had not been removed. He could use himself as bait to lure out the corpse man. Luoluo, let's go, Yixian shouted and began to wander around. Because he had just arrived, he did not have a map of the land of the dead. Therefore, what he wanted to see the most now was people. Finally, 1 hour after Yixian entered the land of the dead, he finally sensed an aura. It was a young man at the 8th level of quintessential energy disaster. Behind him were 2 iron corpses, who were also at the 8th level of quintessential energy disaster. The corpse tamer branch. Yixian narrowed his eyes and immediately rushed over with Luoluo. Who's there? The young man who was leading the 2 iron corpses was a young man. When he sensed Yixian and Luoluo's aura, he immediately turned around and shouted. But in the next moment, he was controlled by Yixian's eye of control. Give me your universe ring, Yixian directly said to the young man. The 8th level of quintessential energy disaster was only 1 level higher than him. Even if it was the 9th level of quintessential energy disaster, Yixian would only have the fate of being controlled. Of course, if it was an expert of spirit disaster, it would not be easy to control them. This was because spirit disaster increased all aspects. Other than physique and true qi, there was also spiritual energy. The young man took off the universe ring in his hand and tossed it to Yixian. The latter took the universe ring and quickly checked it. There weren't many things inside, so he could only raise his cultivation by a bit. However, there was a map of the land of the dead inside. I'm currently in the territory of the 100 Ghosts sect. There's an expert at the 3rd level of spirit disaster in the 100 Ghosts sect, Yixian muttered as he casually copied the map into his universe ring. Young master, since they are all demonic Tao forces, why don't we just kill our way in? Luoluo said as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. 3rd level of spirit disaster? We're still not a match for them, right? Yixian frowned. Oh, I feel that I'm very powerful now. Won't we know once we try? Luoluo pouted. Let's take a look first. Yixian did not immediately make a decision. This young man was from one of the forces under the Corpse King Palace. He had entered the territory of the God of Ghosts sect to train, so there were some ghost fetus in his universe ring. Ghost fetus was something refined from ghost spirits, but it could be used to strengthen ghost spirits. However, for the corpse ghost Taoist, ghost fetus could be planted into a living person's body. This was something that the God of Ghosts sect and Corpse King Palace did not know how to do. Although Yixian knew how to refine Ghost fetus, he did not know how to do so. However, this did not matter because Yixian had never thought of refining a human into a ghost corpse. Furthermore, Yixian had also obtained the method of controlling corpses and ghosts from this young man. The enmity between the two factions in the land of the dead was great. If someone were to control corpses in the territory of the God of Ghost sect, they would definitely be attacked. It was the same for controlling ghosts in the territory of the Corpse King Palace. This young man was extremely daring. He actually did not keep the two corpses in his universe ring while walking in the territory of the God of Ghost sect. He was truly courting death. Luoluo, do you want to learn how to control corpses? Yixian suddenly turned his head and asked. No, it's disgusting. Luoluo glanced at the two corpses and quickly shook her head. The two corpses were half naked, and the luster on their bodies was like metal. They had died long ago and were refined into corpses. Chapter 10:20. Although it was not bad to refine the corpses of dead people into iron corpses, it would be much more powerful than iron corpses if it was refined from the flesh of a living person. After all, ghost corpses could still use true energy. These iron corpses did not have much true energy left in them. They could only fly and could not use martial arts. They usually used brute force to fight, so they could also be called battle corpses. All in all, the ghost corpses refined by the corpse Taoists were a level higher than the battle corpses of the Corpse King Palace. I don't need to control battle corpses to fight. Yixian shook his head and immediately put away the two iron corpses. As for the youth, he was directly killed by his sword. Now that we have the map, let's go. Just as Yixian and Luoluo were about to leave, a system notification suddenly sounded. Ding! The Corpse Taoist imprint has been triggered. After such a long time, the Corpse Taoist imprint actually appeared again. After hearing this notification, Yixian's body trembled violently. He remembered that the last time the Corpse Taoist imprint was outside Songlang City, which was also the time when he controlled Yuan Wuxin. After that time, he should have been able to erase the Corpse Taoist imprint, but he did not. Now it was finally triggered again. However, Yixian would not let his guard down, because under his feet was the land of the dead. Soon an aura entered the range of his senses. 9th level true energy disaster? Yixian raised his eyebrows, but he was relieved. With his current realm, it was not a problem for him to kill a 9th level true energy disaster ghost corpse in an instant. This 9th level true energy disaster ghost corpse was a male. Without saying anything, he directly attacked Yixian. TCH, it's just a 9th level true energy disaster. Thunder sword. Yixian quickly slashed out a sword ray. This sword ray pierced through the air and swept in front of the ghost corpse in the blink of an eye. Bang! This ghost corpse was 2 levels higher than Yixian and had comprehended perfect sword force. But it could not block this sword and was directly sent flying. A 9th level true energy disaster ghost corpse's strength is indeed extraordinary. Yixian's eyes flickered. The male ghoul was severely injured and flew backward, but the ghost fetus in his body began to beat quickly, and then healed his wounds. I don't believe that I can't kill you with one strike. Yixian bellowed and suddenly summoned his doppelganger. Thunderfire sword technique. Thunderfire combined attack. The blue and red sword lights intersected, and their power multiplied. This time the ghost corpse was unable to block the attack. It was instantly hit and burned into charcoal. But what surprised Yixian was that the ghost fetus in his body started to beat again. Your life force is really tenacious. It seems that I won't be able to kill you without cutting off your head. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yixian's original body and his doppelganger attacked at the same time, instantly chopping off the ghost corpse's head. The 9th level true energy disaster ghost corpse was dead. However, after this ghost corpse died, a white gas floated out of its body and condensed into a white skull. TSK, TSK, TSK. Kid, you're finally here. Here to kill you. Yixian replied indifferently. Don't think too highly of yourself. This 9th level true energy disaster ghost corpse is not worth mentioning in my eyes. Kid, since you're here, then you'll suffer my endless pursuit. I'll definitely refine you into a ghost corpse. After the white skull finished speaking, it suddenly disappeared. Now, the corpse man knew that Yixian had come to the land of the dead. TSK. Yixian was very disdainful. In the next moment, He erased the corpseman's mark on his body. Although he really wanted to find the corpseman's location, the latter's realm was much higher than his. If he continued to keep the mark, he would be in trouble if he encountered a powerful ghost corpse. They couldn't stay here for long. They had to leave as soon as possible. But just as Yixian was about to collect the interspatial ring of this ghost corpse, he suddenly felt several auras. These auras were heading straight for him. He didn't know if they were going to kill him and steal his treasures. Yixian hurriedly put away the interspatial ring, then looked at them quietly. Very quickly, 6 people entered his sight. These 6 people were all young people. After they appeared, they looked at the ghost corpse wearing an iron mask on the ground, and their faces were filled with shock. A ghost corpse at the 9th level of true energy disaster wasn't any weaker than any of them. However, Yixian and Luo, one at the 7th level of true energy disaster and the other at the 8th level of true energy disaster, were actually able to kill it. However, they were surprised by something else. "Do you know the corpse man?" the leading young man asked. "No." Yixian paused for a moment, then shook his head. "Trash, do you think we're blind? You're courting death." A black-clothed young man walked out, ready to give Yixian a few slaps. Just now, they clearly heard the conversation between the corpse man and Yixian, but Yixian still refused to admit it? "Wait." The leading young man suddenly stopped him, then asked, "Since you don't know him, why did the corpse man use white bone sound transmission to talk to you?" "Why should I tell you?" Yixian said subconsciously. "Since you don't want to say it, then forget it. Since the corpse man wants to catch you, there must be something about you that caught his eye." After the leading young man finished speaking, he turned to the black-clothed young man and the other young man saying, "You two go capture them and send them back to the sect for the elders to interrogate." "Yes." The black-clothed young man and the other young man responded, then immediately swooped down. Although Yixian and Luo's realms were not high, being able to kill a 9th level true energy disaster ghost corpse meant that they were not weak. Therefore, the black-clothed young man and the other young man took out 2 10,000 ghost banners and waved them lightly. In the next moment, 2 ghost spirits appeared beside them. It seems that the corpse man is like a rat crossing the street in the land of the dead. No wonder he doesn't dare to reveal his whereabouts. Yixian finally understood why the corpse man didn't dare to reveal his location. He was probably being hunted down by the Corpse King Palace and the sect of the God of Ghost. After all, the corpse man's ghost corpses were far more powerful than the ghost spirits and battle corpses. If he rose, then the land of the dead would be divided into 3 parts, or even unified. Facing the 2 young men and the ghost spirits beside them who were 9th level true energy disasters, Yixian's eyes flashed, and he once again summoned his doppelganger. If these 6 people each had a 9th level true energy disaster ghost spirit, then they would have the battle strength of 12 9th level true energy disasters. Yixian didn't want to waste time, so he had to end this quickly. However, he didn't need to use his trump cards to deal with these people who were true energy disasters. Thunderfire Sword Technique. Thunderfire Combined Attack. Yixian's original body and doppelganger attacked at the same time. 2 golden sword rays swept out, converging together and attacking the black-clothed young man. What a powerful attack! The black-clothed young man was shocked, but in the next moment, he realized that the illusion around him had changed. Chapter 1021. Boom! The combined attack of lightning and fire landed on the black-clothed youth. That fatal heat instantly covered his entire body, and in a blink of an eye, he turned into a charred corpse. Instant kill. His death indirectly caused his ghost spirit to lose control and attack the young man closest to him. However, that youth had also fallen into an illusion. Rip! A crisp sound rang out as the youth's head flew up. He was instantly killed by the ghost spirit's claw. In a blink of an eye, 2 experts of 9th grade true energy disaster had fallen, leaving the remaining 4 in shock. Control! The young man in the lead reacted instantly and controlled the 2 wandering spirits. Just at this moment the wind whistled once again. 100-layer demon fox clone. Luo suddenly split into 100, each of them holding onto a scarlet whip as they instantly surrounded the remaining 4. Among the hundreds of Luoyuos, although there were dozens of illusions, there were 20 real ones. When these 20 Luoyuos gathered together, their auras were several times stronger than the 4 of them combined. The pressure was so great that they could barely breathe. Not good. The youth in the lead had a drastic change in his expression. Only at this moment did he realize what kind of enemy he had provoked. But by the time he reacted, it was already too late. When Luoluo's whip descended, the four of them had already fallen into an illusion and were instantly killed by Luoluo. Although Luoluo was using a whip, she had also comprehended a perfect sword technique. Under the encirclement of so many clones, even an expert of spirit disaster would be whipped to death. Aya, why are they so weak? Luoluo's original body covered her mouth and cried out in surprise. She never thought that her strength would actually become so powerful. With just a single move, she was able to instantly kill 4 geniuses who were at a higher level than her, as well as 2 9th-level true energy disaster ghost spirits. However, this was all thanks to Yixian's Eye of Illusion. Otherwise, the 4 of them would at least be able to withstand a round of attacks. Luoluo's strength should be able to fight with second-grade spirit disaster experts. Yixian said in his heart as he looked at the 6 corpses falling from the sky. If it was someone else, he might be a little jealous. However, Luoluo was his person, and the stronger Luoluo was, the more advantageous it would be for him. Of course, even though he said this, Yixian didn't want to be overtaken by Luoluo. Immediately, Yixian cleaned up the battlefield and collected the 6 interspatial rings. There are quite a few ghost fetuses. Now I can use my evil ghost twist cry as I please. Yixian poured everything into his devouring space. Not only that, he also found 6 small flags in the 6 people's Qiankuan rings. Is this the 10,000 ghost banner? It seals the ghost spirits inside and summons them during battle. Yixian put away the 6 10,000 ghost banners. There were still many ghost spirits inside. When the time came, he could go to the city to earn money. But at this moment he suddenly thought of a good way to earn money. He could exchange for many things which would definitely be very popular in the land of the dead. For example, the Ghost King Pearl that could increase the strength of the ghost spirits, the Netherworld 10,000 Ghost Banner that could allow the ghost spirits to slowly increase their strength inside, the White Bone Sword, and so on. As long as he packed up these things, he would definitely be able to make a huge profit. At this moment, Luoluo asked, "Young master, where are we going next? Now that I've erased the corpse ghost mark on me, it won't be so easy for the corpse ghost man to find us. Let's go to the nearest nether city first. I want to find a few things." Yixian's eyes lit up as he answered. Finding the corpse ghost man was not an urgent matter. His current goal was to increase his lifespan. Only then could he continue to use the dragon catcher hand. Of course, it would be best if he could find the necessary items to open the Eye of Eternity. After opening the Eye of Eternity, Yixian's vital points would shift to his eyes. As long as his eyes were not destroyed, he would not die even if his heart and brain were blown apart. At that time he could use the bloodline of the divine tree of life to recover. Then Yixian took Luoluo to Nether City. Nether City was the lowest level city in the land of the dead. The power behind it was the 100 Ghost Sect. Yixian's goal this time was to find some useful items and earn a lot of money. However, just as Yixian and Luoluo left, a figure appeared at the place where they fought. This figure was wearing an iron mask. It was the corpse ghost man's ghost corpse. However, his realm was not true chi disaster, but spirit disaster. He wandered around for a while before flying in a certain direction. This direction was the direction that Yixian and Luoluo left. However, Yixian had already found Nether City. Nether City. The city lord is a second-grade spirit disaster expert. Yixian muttered in his heart. "Young master, after you're done with your business, shall we kill our way in?" Luoluo, who was kept by Yixian into the artifact space, said. "We'll talk about it when the time comes." Behind this Nether City is the 100 Ghost Sect. Although the city lord is a second-grade spirit disaster, there might be experts in the city, Yixian replied. The 100 Ghost Sect had experts of the 4th-grade spirit disaster, so he had to be careful. Nether City seemed to be the same as other cities, but after entering, one would often see wandering ghosts. Of course, these ghosts were all controlled by someone. It's said that the ghosts in the sect of the God of Ghosts are extremely powerful. One of them was even at the manifestation realm, and was the founder of the sect of the God of Ghosts. When he died, he set up a formation and refined himself into a ghost spirit, which allowed him to retain the memories of his life. Yixian sighed in his heart. The sect of the God of Ghosts was a power that coexisted with ghosts. The founder of the sect of the God of Ghosts had such means, which was why the sect of the God of Ghosts was so prosperous, and there were no signs of decline for thousands of years. It was rare for a true chi disaster expert to live for more than 100 years. However, the sect of the God of Ghosts could turn their own people into ghosts after they died. Furthermore, they would retain the memories of their life, and could continue to use ghosts to prolong their lives. The other major power in the land of the dead, the Corpse King Palace, also had heaven-defying means. They could refine themselves into corpses, greatly increasing their lifespan. Both sects had means to prolong their lives, which was why they were able to last for so long. At this moment, Yi Xian had already entered the Nether City. After asking around, he found out that there was no auction house in the Nether City, only a place called the Nether Market. The Nether Market was filled with all kinds of people. Helpless, Yi Xian could only head to the Nether Market to see if there was anything he needed. Chapter 1022. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Yi Xian entered the Netherworld Bazaar and looked around, but nothing caught his eye. It wasn't that he had high expectations but that he had no use for these things. He spent some time walking around the entire Netherworld Bazaar, but he couldn't find what he was looking for. Helpless, he could only start to set up his stall. The moment he entered the Netherworld Bazaar, he felt more than 10 powerful auras. These auras were not any weaker than the Valley Master of the 10,000 Flower Valley. This time his target was these people. Ding! Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts banner successfully exchanged. Ding! White Bone Sword successfully exchanged. Ding! Ghost King Pearl successfully exchanged. A series of notifications rang out. Yi Xian immediately exchanged for many things, and then put them on the ground together with the evil ghost Twisting Whale. Hey little brother, this 10,000 Ghosts banner seems a little special. What's wrong? A middle-aged man of 9th level True Energy Disaster came over and asked. This is the Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts banner. It's not something a normal 10,000 Ghosts banner can compare to. A normal 10,000 Ghosts banner is only used to collect ghost spirits, but this Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts banner can not only collect ghost spirits, but also increase the strength of the collected ghost spirits. Yi Xian explained and then said, however, this is not a single item. A set of 3, and a evil ghost Twisting Whale will cost 10,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills. 10,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills? Little brother, do you think I'm that gullible? The middle-aged man's eyes flashed. Not a bargain, not a single item. If you think it's too expensive, you can go shopping again. Yi Xian shook his head. Although the Netherworld Bazaar was huge, and there were many people setting up stalls, the items in the stalls were the same. However, this was the first time Yi Xian had seen these items, so it attracted the attention of many people. Little brother, what about this black pearl? An old man came over. This is the Ghost King Pearl. The owner of this pearl can strengthen his control over ghost spirits, giving him the ability to control ghost spirits beyond his level. Yi Xian answered again. Then what about this white bone sword? Increase the power of martial arts. This time Yi Xian's answer was very concise, but everyone could understand that the martial arts here referred to the martial arts that most people in the land of the dead practiced, which were the martial arts of the devil Dao, such as fierce ghost twisting, crying, breaking, and so on. Little brother, can you use this ferocious ghost twisting and crying once? The old man continued to ask. Sure. Yi Xian nodded. Then he took out his white bone sword and said, if you want to use the ferocious ghost twisting cry, you must seal the ghost fetus into the sword. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked. Swish! Woo woo woo! A black slash tore through the air, instantly splitting into hundreds of evil spirits. Everyone raised their heads to look, feeling the extraordinariness of this move. Fighting was not allowed in the Netherworld Bazaar, but they could test their moves, so Yi Xian would not have any trouble. Alright, just for this martial art, I'll buy it. The old man's eyes lit up. He immediately took out 10,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills and handed them to Yi Xian. This was the Netherworld Bazaar. If anyone tried to cheat, they would be captured by the Netherworld Bazaar's manager, so he was not worried. Seeing the old man so forthright, Yixian also directly handed over the Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts banner, Ghost King Pearl, White Bone Sword, and Fierce Ghost Twisting Crying Breaking. After the transaction, Yixian received 10,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills. The surrounding people also widened their eyes as they watched. The old man tested them on the spot. The Ghost King Pearl can indeed increase the ability to control spirits, and the Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts banner can also allow my spirits to slowly grow. The old man tested them one by one, and found that it was as Yixian said. Little brother, I want a set too. Another expert of the 9th level of True Energy Disaster walked out. Although he had a pained expression on his face, his eyes were blooming with a light that had never been seen before. 10,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills was almost all they had. Among the people present, not everyone could take out such a sum. Alright. Yixian also did not say anything. He exchanged for another set and completed the transaction. He had already learned the Fierce Ghost Twisting Crying Breaking technique. Moreover, on his way to Netherworld City, he had already copied hundreds of copies. Martial arts were very transferable. Even if Yixian gave away all of his copies, he would not feel the pinch. After the second set was completed, Yixian received another 10,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills. With these 20,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills, he could exchange for 4 more sets of equipment. Excluding the 2 sets from before, he made a net profit of 2 sets. Moreover, they could also increase his cultivation base. This was a huge profit. If you don't have any crossing disaster pills, you can exchange them with heaven and earth treasures. Also, I need these items. If you have any information about these items, I will exchange them with a set of equipment. Yixian shouted loudly. Then he set up a sign beside him. The sign listed the necessities to open the Eye of Eternity, as well as elixirs that could increase one's lifespan, heaven and earth treasures. Hearing this, the surrounding people boiled with excitement. A piece of information is worth 10,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills? Everyone was shocked. However, when they took a closer look, they realized that they did not know anything about it. Therefore, they could only reveal a helpless expression. Little brother, give me a set as well. Wait for me, I'll immediately go and borrow some crossing disaster pills. Give me a set as well. Yixian's stall was very popular. In just a short minute, he had sold more than 10 sets of equipment and received more than 100,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills. At the same time, his cultivation base was also increasing rapidly. Give me 10 sets. Suddenly, a shout made the crowd instantly quiet down. 10 sets in one go? Everyone looked towards the source of the voice and discovered that it was a burly man. Although this burly man had an ordinary appearance, the aura coming from his body surpassed the sum of everyone present. A spirit disaster expert. Little brother, do you have 10 sets? The burly man flew over and asked. If you have money, then you have goods. Yixian nodded. Alright. The burly man responded and took out a 10,000 ghost banner from his universe ring. This 10,000 ghost banner contains a spirit disaster level ghost spirit. When these words were spoken, everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. A spirit disaster level ghost spirit? Using this to exchange for 10 sets of equipment? Everyone present wasn't a fool. They knew that the value of this spirit far exceeded the 100,000 crossing disaster pills. There weren't many spirit disaster experts in this area. Even if a spirit disaster expert died, it wasn't guaranteed that they could be refined into a ghost spirit, not to mention subduing one. However, this spirit disaster level ghost spirit was useless to Yixian. Sorry, I urgently need the crossing disaster pills. Furthermore, I can't control this ghost spirit right now. Yixian shook his head and refused. Chapter 1023. I'm sorry, but I am in urgent need of disaster crossing pills. Furthermore, I can't control this spirit right now. When these words entered everyone's ears, many of them immediately cursed Yixian in their minds. Yixian was currently at 7th grade True Energy Disaster, but this spirit was already sealed within the 10,000 ghost banner. Even if he couldn't control it, he could just turn it around and leave. Haha, little brother, you're really realistic. Fine, wait for me for a while. I'll go gather 100,000 high-grade disaster crossing pills. The robust man laughed and left. After he left, the The surrounding people were astonished and asked if anyone knew this robust man. That person seems to be a protector of the 100 Ghost sect. One of the informants whispered. Yixian looked at the robust man's departing figure and let out a sigh of relief. The robust man's aura was powerful, and he was most likely an expert at second-grade spirit disaster. As expected, Nether City was filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Although the city lord was only at second-grade spirit disaster, it didn't mean that there was only one person in Nether City. Although killing people to steal treasures isn't bad, I still need to change my style occasionally. Blindly killing people is the easiest way to go berserk, Yixian said to himself in his heart. The land of the dead was different from other places. The atmosphere here was extremely dark, and staying here for too long would affect one's mind. Yixian was thinking about his future. While the robust man went to gather 100,000 high-grade disaster crossing pills, Yixian sold a few more sets. He estimated that as long as the robust man returned, he would be able to break through to 8th grade true energy disaster. In truth, he was selling them at a cheap price. If he was in a higher-ranked city, it wouldn't be a problem for him to sell them for 30,000. However, considering that Nether City was at the bottom of the list in the land of the dead, there weren't many experts at spirit disaster. Thus, he naturally had to lower the price. Very soon, the robust man returned with 100,000 high-grade disaster crossing pills. 10 sets of equipment. Very good. After completing the transaction with Yixian, the robust man nodded his head in satisfaction. Following that, he asked, "Little brother, may I know who refined these treasures?" "My master," Yixian answered without thinking. "As for master's name, I won't say too much. If that's the case, then tell him that our 100 Ghost sect is willing to recruit him as the chief refiner," the brawny man said. "All right, I will tell master." Yixian nodded. Soon after, the burly man left. He had bought 10 sets of equipment because he wanted to bring them back to the 100 Ghost sect for the weapon refiners to figure out. After the brawny man left, Yixian sold a few more sets of equipment. Then he felt that it was about time and said, "All right, I will come again in the afternoon." "Everyone can come again then." When the martial artists who didn't manage to buy any heard this, their eyes lit up. They could take advantage of this opportunity to borrow some crossing disaster pills. "Young master, you've earned so many crossing disaster pills in such a short period of time. If you do this a few more times, wouldn't you be able to break through to spirit disaster very quickly?" Luoluo said excitedly in his mind. "This method is indeed feasible, but let's leave first." Yixian replied. "Why? Young master, you're about to break through. When the time comes, we won't be afraid of 3rd grade spirit disaster, right?" Luoluo didn't understand. "Let's leave first. I have a feeling that something big is about to happen," Yixian said and left in a hurry. From the beginning until now, his heart had been pounding madly, which was a very rare thing. He immediately found a place and swallowed all the crossing disaster pills in the devouring space. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at 8th grade true energy disaster. The system notification sounded. With the increase in his realm, Yixian's strength had also increased. His original plan was to rob Nether City as soon as he broke through. However, his heart had been beating so fast earlier that he decided to leave first before doing anything else. But right at this moment, huff huff huff, a gale suddenly started to howl. Yixian felt that the atmosphere in Nether City had suddenly become oppressive. Damn, something big is about to happen. Yixian's body trembled. His premonition was right. No matter what it was, he had to be careful. Immediately, he rushed into the clouds and left the ground. Originally, he wanted to use the eyes of the void to leave. However, his curiosity got the better of him and he wanted to see what would happen next. But in the next moment, he was shocked. The land of the dead was originally dark, but there was still some light. Just as Yixian flew into the sky, a huge figure suddenly covered him. The entire Nether City was plunged into darkness. Yixian looked up and scanned with the eyes of revelation. He saw a huge object falling down. What is this? He widened his eyes and found that the object was so big that he couldn't see the end of it. Was this a meteorite? This object was probably bigger than the entire Nether City. If it fell, Nether City would be destroyed. Damn, let's retreat. Yixian swallowed hard. hurriedly used the eyes of the void, and then got into it. Yi Xian left one in the Wind Snow Villa and the other 3 in the void. If he encountered any danger, he could escape in an instant. When he entered the city just now, he left a void positioning device outside Nether City. This time he happened to cross the distance and arrived outside Nether City. Swoosh! The void door closed. Yi Xian turned his head to look and saw a black shadow fiercely smash down. "Young master, let me out. I want to see it too." Luoluo shouted anxiously in the void. This was the first time that Yi Xian had seen such a scene. He couldn't miss it, so he quickly let Luoluo out. The next moment, the huge black shadow hit Nether City. Bang! The moment the huge black shadow hit the ground, Yi Xian, who was hundreds of kilometers away, felt the whole world shake. A shock wave hit him and instantly blew him away. Yi Xian didn't expect the power to be so strong. He was hit directly and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Not only that, but Luoluo was the same. Well, what is this? The entire Nether City has been razed to the ground. Luoluo ignored the injuries on her body and said in horror, "I think this is a corpse," Yi Xian slowly replied. Just now, he used the Eye of Revelation to scan the black shadow and found that there were veins on it, but there was no vitality, so it was a corpse. A corpse? No way, how can there be such a big corpse? Luoluo opened her mouth wide in disbelief. However, this was indeed a corpse. This corpse fell from the sky. Not many people in Nether City could escape. I'm afraid that all of them were wiped out. If this was done by someone, it's too terrifying. Chapter 1024. Let's go and take a look. Okay. Luoluo followed them with a solemn expression. It was the first time they had seen a corpse fall from the sky and raise the entire Nether City to the ground. How could they not take a look? When Yi Xian and Luoluo approached, they realized that the Nether City was indeed in ruins. Not only that, the land within a radius of 10 miles had collapsed as if a meteorite had exploded. Wait! At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped Luoluo. "Young master, what's wrong?" Luoluo asked in surprise. "There are 3 people on the corpse. One of them is at 3rd grade spirit disaster while the other 2 are at 2nd grade spirit disaster," Yi Xian explained. 3rd grade spirit disaster? Luoluo's eyebrows twitched when she heard this. Both she and Yi Xian were at 8th grade true energy disaster. Although she was about to break through, she was still at 8th grade true energy disaster. In the distance. "Big brother, this Kuanpeng whale's corpse is really useful. It just sat on it and it destroyed the entire Nether City." A small-eyed man chuckled. "Haha, I didn't expect it to be so powerful in our first experiment. We didn't waste a year of time refining it." Another tall man chimed in. "Second brother, third brother, let's not waste time. Quickly put away the Kuanpeng whale's corpse and clean up the battlefield. With such a huge commotion, there might be some fish that escape the net. The people from the 100 Ghosts sect might arrive soon." After the leading man finished speaking, he immediately dove down. In fact, even if they didn't use this method, they were qualified to kill their way into the Nether City. After all, they had a 3rd grade spirit disaster expert and 2 2nd grade spirit disaster experts. On the other hand, the Nether City City Lord was only at 2nd grade spirit disaster. At this moment, the 3 of them quickly descended. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly heard a system notification from afar. Ding! Host has triggered a chain random mission. Please kill the target within a day. Following this, Yi Xian's vision changed. A symbol appeared above the head of the figure in front of him. It was the symbol of Devouring. These 3 people were his targets to kill. Finally, another random mission. But why is it a chain random mission? What's the reward? Yi Xian was very puzzled. This was the first time he had encountered a chain random mission. However, he estimated that the reward for completing this chain random mission would definitely be much better than a normal random mission. Haha. Maybe there will be a few devour points. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. "Young master, what's wrong?" Luoluo asked. "It's nothing. Luoluo, let's go over there and kill those 3. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. His entire body suddenly surged with endless killing intent. Sure. Luoluo's eyes lit up. She also wanted to have a good fight. However, the person in the lead was actually a 3rd grade spirit disaster, which was a little thorny. Fortunately, the three of them were moving separately, so they had a chance. Let them collect the universe rings first. When the time comes, we will join hands and quickly kill the same person. We are all 8th level true energy disasters, so we won't attract their attention. Yixian whispered. Okay. Luoluo nodded. She only needed to follow Yixian. Their cultivation had become an advantage. The weakest among the three of them was a 2nd-grade spirit disaster. Even a 9th-grade true energy disaster was just an ant in their eyes. Yixian also knew that the three of them should be from the Corpse King Palace. Using this giant corpse to smash the city would save them a lot of trouble. Even if it was a 2nd-grade spirit disaster expert, they would probably be smashed into pieces by this massive corpse. After all, there was an array under the Nether City that prevented them from burrowing through the ground. Yixian watched from outside the ruins as the three of them split up to collect the spoils of war. At the same time, there were quite a few people who survived due to the angle of the giant corpse. They immediately rushed out of the city to escape this dangerous place. Of course, there were also people who took the opportunity to steal and escape. Humph, you dare to touch my things? You're courting death. Suddenly, a roar resounded from the Nether ruins. Some of the people who were collecting the universe rings were killed by the tall man. At the same time, 100 rocks appeared on the back of the Kuanpong whale. However, these rocks were also corpses. When they landed, they hooked their claws and caught the Kuanpong whale. Just now, the three of them were only collecting the universe rings of the people who were killed by the shockwave. There were even more spoils of war under the Kuanpong whale. Damn it, if all the spoils of war were given to me, I might be able to break through to spirit disaster. Yixian gulped down his saliva. However, for the sake of the chain mission, he could only endure it for the time being. Young master, when are we going to take action? Luoluo, who was following behind Yixian, asked softly. At the same time, her hands were not idle as she constantly used her whip to collect the universe rings of the corpses. There's no hurry. Let's wait for them to split up a little. Yixian said solemnly. This time they had to be fully prepared and quickly kill one of them. Otherwise, they would be in danger if the three of them met. Time slowly passed. Nether City wasn't big, and there weren't many residents living in it. Yixian relied on his eyes of perception to hide. A few minutes later, he saw that the three of them were a little far apart from each other. Even if the sneak attack didn't succeed, their companions would need 5 seconds to arrive. The time was finally here. Luoluo prepared to take action. We must kill them in one strike. Yixian took out the heaven-shaking sword. At this moment, the two of them had already made their preparations and quickly approached the tall man who was alone. The tall man was at 2nd-grade spirit disaster, and was several times stronger than the Valley Master. However, Yixian's current cultivation wasn't weak. With his trump cards in Luoluo, it wasn't a problem for him to kill one of them. Soon he approached the tall man. You want to take advantage of the situation? How dare you touch my things? You're courting death. The tall man suddenly took out a bone sword and fiercely slashed at Yixian. Shoo! The sword pierced through the air, but to his surprise, Yixian suddenly increased his speed and dodged the sword. Eye of Glory! Myriad swords returned to origin. Fierce ghosts break tears. Fierce ghosts break tears. Yixian directly used his trump card. After all, his mission was to kill the 3 murderers who destroyed Nether City, not one person. In an instant, hundreds of heaven-shaking swords and more than 200 fierce ghosts rushed towards the tall man. When the tall man saw these attacks, his body trembled slightly and he growled, Humph! 8th grade true energy disaster. You overestimated yourself and came to court death? Chapter 1025. Gotcha! 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 Although the Skyquake sword was only a grade 2 supreme spiritual treasure, its strength was sufficient. The attacks only managed to cut down 30 Skyquake swords. At the same time, Luoluo also used the 100-layer demon fox doppelganger. In an instant, over 100 doppelgangers appeared. Then, with a swing of her whip, she hooked it around the tall man. 100-layer shackles. Luoluo raised her eyebrows. The 20 doppelgangers threw out the whip in their hands. In the next instant, the whip was like a long snake, tying the tall man up. The whip in Luoluo's hand firmly locked the tall man's waist, preventing him from escaping. How is this possible? I can't move? The tall man widened his eyes in disbelief. A second-grade spirit disaster expert was actually unable to move by a mere 8th-grade true energy disaster. He must be dreaming. At this moment, Yixian's attack finally arrived. Myriad sword return. Ferocious ghost break. The three groups instantly surrounded the tall man, leaving no gaps. The shrill cries of the tall man attracted the attention of the other two. Third brother? The bald man and the small-eyed man turned their heads to look and immediately rushed over. However, it was too late. The two groups of ferocious ghosts dissipated. The tall man's flesh and blood were all eaten. A rain of flesh and blood fell from the sky. Only his head was left. Young master, catch! While the tall man was being eaten, Luoluo used her whip to throw the bag of universe rings to Yixian. Yixian caught the bag and immediately grabbed a handful of universe rings. He quickly devoured them, causing his cultivation to surge. The bag of universe rings also included the tall man's own. However, there wasn't anything that Yixian needed. It also wasn't enough for him to break through to the 9th-grade true energy disaster. It's enough to kill the two of you. Yixian's eyes lit up. The tall man was controlling the Great Peng Iron Corpses, so he didn't have any battle corpses to help him. However, his fall caused the Great Peng Iron Corpses to lose control. Bang! The tall man controlled all the Peng corpses to fall, and a corner of the Peng whale's corpse fell on the ruins of Nether City. The other two looked gloomy. They moved the corpse of the Kuan Peng whale away and collected the Qian Kuan rings. Once they summoned their battle corpses, they wouldn't be able to control them. If the rock iron corpse above them lost control, the entire Kuan Peng giant whale iron corpse would come crashing down. Then the two of them would be doomed. Facing these two aggressive experts, Yixian asked in a low voice, Luoluo, can you still use that move? I can't. Once a day. Luoluo shook her head. She knew which move Yixian was referring to. It was the 100-layer shackles that trapped the tall youth. This move could only be used in conjunction with the 100-layer fox avatar. It could only be used once a day. Since that's the case, I'll block the 3rd-grade spirit disaster. You quickly kill the other person. Yixian immediately said. Yes, young master, you must be careful. Luoluo nodded. She and Yixian were both at the 8th-grade true energy disaster. However, Yixian's opponent was at the 3rd-grade true energy disaster, which was 3 realms higher than Yixian. Therefore, Yixian was in more danger than her. However, Yixian had many tricks up his sleeve. If he cooperated with Luoluo, killing the other person was just a matter of time. Summon Golden War God. Yixian knew that he couldn't hold back this time, so he used his trump card once again. Immediately after, he and his avatar crazily swung their swords at the newcomer. Fierce Ghost Twist Tears Break. Fierce Ghost Twist Tears Break. Fierce Ghost Twist Tears Break. Every sword was a Fierce Ghost Twist Tears Break that could only be used by ghost embryos. Right now, Yixian's space was filled with countless ghost embryos. In the blink of an eye, thousands of ghost embryos pounced over. Wei Zhentian, Golden Armored Battle God, go and help Luoluo. Yixian ordered. Immediately after, the Skyquake Sword and Golden Armored Battle God chased after Luoluo. Right now, Yixian was only left with his avatar and his avatar. However, he wasn't alone. Iron Corpse, come out. At this moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared beside Yixian. These 2 iron corpses were from the universe ring of the tall man, and they were both at 1st-grade spirit disaster. Not only that, there were also 2 ghost embryos beside the avatar. These were the spoils of war of the tall man. Hold him back. Yixian furiously roared. In an instant, the 2 iron corpses and 2 ghost embryos followed behind the thousands of ghost embryos and pounced towards the 3rd-grade spirit disaster expert. What a troublesome brat. The bald man's eyebrows twitched. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. Yixian was only at 8th-grade true energy disaster, but he was actually able to control 2 iron corpses and 2 ghost embryos at 1st-grade spirit disaster at the same time. However, what he didn't know was that Yixian's avatar and original body each held a Ghost King Pearl, which could strengthen their control. At this moment, the 3rd-grade spirit disaster expert had already come into contact with the thousands of ghost embryos. Scatter! The 3rd-grade spirit disaster expert raised the large blade in his hand and fiercely slashed down. Whoosh whoosh. A huge sword ray pierced through the air and cleaved the thousands of ghost embryos into two. Immediately after, he swiftly passed through, not wanting to tangle with the ghost embryos. Good fellow, you're indeed capable. Again. Yixian's avatar and original body attacked once again, continuously using the ghost embryos to seal the ghost embryos into the white bone swords in their hands. In the blink of an eye, thousands of ghost embryos appeared. Although these ghost embryos weren't affected by the Eye of Radiance and turned golden, they were formed from Yixian's true qi. Therefore, their essence was still stronger. This time, Yixian did not let the ghost embryos attack, but surrounded him. His aura was directly covered by the ghost embryos. Brat, do you think that I won't be able to find you if you hide in there? The third-grade spirit disaster expert's blade slashed down once again, splitting the group of ghost embryos into two. However, he did not find Yixian's figure. On the contrary, the number of ghost embryos increased. 2,000, 3,000, 4,000. Yixian's avatar and original body were constantly exhausting the ghost embryos, using their true qi to condense the ghost embryos. Although the consumption of the ghost embryos was huge, Yixian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so he was able to balance the consumption. The third-grade spirit disaster expert knew that he couldn't let Yixian continue like this, so he started to attack crazily. His attack could scatter the ghost embryos, and the speed of destroying the ghost embryos was about the same as Yixian's condensing speed. However, he had forgotten that Yixian's main goal was to delay him. On the other side, Luoluo had already come into contact with the small-eyed man. 100-layer demon fox avatar. Chapter 1026. The 100-layer shackles could only be used once a day, but the 100-layer fox clone had no cooldown restriction. However, although the 100-layer fox clone could create hundreds of clones, there were only 20 of them. The rest were just illusions. At the same time, the 20 of them only had half of Lola's combat power. The small-eyed man looked at the Luoluo and his eyes widened. He couldn't figure out which one was the real Luoluo. Little girl, if I find your real Luoluo, I will strip you naked. The small-eyed man shouted as he blocked Lola's whip attack, the Skyquake sword and the golden armored battle god's attack. How dare you scold me? I will fight you. Luoluo was provoked. In an instant, her hair turned golden. Found it. The small-eyed man's eyes lit up. He didn't expect his provocation to succeed. He quickly raised his hand to attack. But in the next moment he knew that he had fallen into a trap. Just as he was about to attack, an aura behind him suddenly surged. He turned around and saw a giant golden sword smashing down. Whoosh whoosh. The giant golden sword brushed past his body, frightening him. The Overlord's limitless sword didn't rely on slashing. It relied on vibration. Bang! Suddenly a strong impact fell. The small-eyed man trembled and fell from the sky. Good chance. After transforming, Luolua's eyes lit up. She raised her left hand slightly. In the next moment a red flame appeared. 7-colored demonic fire. The red flame was smashed by Luoluo towards the small-eyed man. Then an orange flame, a yellow flame, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. These 7 flames were all thrown into the small-eyed man's body by Luoluo. When the last purple flame entered the small-eyed man's body, the small-eyed man emitted a 7-colored light. Shortly after, his entire body exploded with a loud bang. Boom! Flesh and blood splattered. His entire body was blown to pieces. Although the enemy was dead, Luoluo finally realized that she had done something stupid. Oh no, the interspatial ring. Luolua's face was pale. She forgot that her opponent had a large number of interspatial rings. That move just now had destroyed all of them. Woo-woo, young master will definitely blame me. Luoluo cried as she returned to her original state. However, in the next moment, she remembered that Yixian was still in deep trouble, so she immediately rushed over. Second brother? When the third-grade spirit disaster bald man saw that his second brother had died, his eyes turned red as he roared, I want all of you to die. Now the giant rocks that were dragging the Kuanpong whale were all out of control. The giant corpses fell down fiercely. However, the corpses had already been moved away, so they posed no threat to the 3 of them. Luoluo, the universe ring. Yixian hurriedly shouted when he saw Luoluo flying towards him. Woo-woo, young master, I was wrong. I blew up all the universe rings. Luoluo answered with shame. All destroyed. When Yixian heard this news, his heart trembled. This was too tragic. He had been waiting for the universe rings to break through, but now all of them had been destroyed by Luoluo. Forget it, let's kill him together. Yixian did not blame Luoluo as he yelled. Although they couldn't break through, the other party couldn't do anything to him when he was alone. Now that Luoluo, the golden armored battle god, and Wei Zhenqian were here, their chances of winning were pretty high. Go. At this moment, Yixian controlled the thousands of ghosts to charge towards the bald man. As long as he killed the bald man, the first round of the random mission would be considered complete. However, things weren't that simple. This third-grade spirit disaster bald man gave up on controlling the Great Peng iron corpses, and took out 2 iron corpses from his universe ring. The 2 iron corpses were both second-grade spirit disasters. Fuck. Yixian was already drunk. After killing 2 second-grade spirit disasters, there were still 2 more iron corpses. How were they going to fight? Luoluo give up. Let's go. Yixian roared in his mind as he kept Luoluo into the physical space. Just when he was about to leave, he sensed several powerful auras approaching them. People from the 100 Ghost sect? Yixian's brows twitched. However, he did not hesitate as he broke through the void and entered the physical space. Russell. In the blink of an eye, they appeared at the location outside of the Nether City. Boo-hoo-hoo, it's all my fault. Luoluo blamed herself in the physical space. Don't be anxious. There's still a chance. Yixian immediately comforted her. Using the Eye of Revelation, he could see the 100 Ghost Sex group heading towards the third-grade spirit disaster bald man. When the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman benefits. This was Yixian's current plan. As long as the third-grade spirit disaster bald man was powerful enough, he could vent his anger on the 100 Ghost Sex group and cause both sides to suffer. Then Yixian might be able to complete the random mission. Breaking through spirit disaster was an all-round increase. Therefore, Yixian could only fight against second-grade spirit disaster. Third-grade spirit disaster was a little too much for him. Of course, if he could have used the divine ability Dragon Capturing Hand just now, the victory would have been his. It's a pity that Luoluo was too careless. Otherwise, this matter would be much simpler. Yixian helplessly shook his head. As long as he obtained those universe rings, he should be able to break through to the 9th grade true energy disaster. At that time, he would be able to fight with the bald man. But since it had already come to this, it was useless to lament. At this moment, Yixian brought Luoluo and approached the bald man once again. Bastard, you dare to destroy the Nether City? You're courting death. Scram. Otherwise all of you will die. The 100 Ghost Sex experts and the bald man started to curse. At this moment, the bald man was extremely agitated because his 2 sworn brothers were dead. Most importantly, he did not know how Yixian escaped. Therefore, he could only vent his anger on the 100 Ghost Sex group. Form the 100 Ghost Array. Although the leader of the 100 Ghost Sex group was only at second-grade spirit disaster, there were 2 cultivators of the same level behind him. Furthermore, there were also 10-odd cultivators of the first-grade spirit disaster, which was enough to contend against the bald man. After receiving the order, the experts of the 100 Ghost Sect suddenly scattered. In the next moment a violent gale blew. When Yixian left, his thousands of ghosts had also disappeared. But now, a large number of ghosts had appeared. The strength of a ghost spirit was much stronger than that of a ferocious ghost. The 3 second-grade spirit disasters of the 100 Ghost Sect could control a ghost of the same level. Therefore, there were 6 second-grade spirit disasters of the same level. In addition to the 100 Ghost Sect's 100 Ghost Array, the bald man actually had the intention to retreat. However, he also had 2 second-grade spirit disaster iron corpses by his side. These 2 iron corpses gave him more confidence. Chapter 1027. Kill. In the end, the 2 sides still fought. I hope you don't die. Otherwise, I won't be able to complete my chain of random missions. Yixian muttered in his heart as he looked at the battlefield before him. Luoluo remained silent by the side. Her face was scrunched up as she was still feeling guilty. It had to be said that the leader of the 3 was very strong. Adding the 2 battle corpses that he refined, He was actually able to fight to a draw with so many people from the 100 Ghost sect. However, he was only one person. The battle lasted for 10-odd seconds. In those 10-odd seconds, the bald man managed to kill a few first-grade spirit disaster experts, but he was also heavily injured from the encirclement. 100 Ghost sect, I will definitely take revenge for this. Just you wait. The bald man roared as he turned around and ran. Chase! The eyes of the leader of the 100 Ghost sect lit up as he immediately gave chase. What a joke. They had already heavily injured the bald man, so how could they let him leave? The bald man's face was gloomy. Helpless, he could only give up on the 2 battle corpses of second-grade spirit disaster. At the same time, Yixian, who was hiding outside, also flashed. Now that the bald man was heavily injured and his strength was greatly reduced, it was the best opportunity for him to kill the bald man. Of course, he would have to wait until the bald man escaped from the 100 Ghost sect. However, Yixian's hatred was too high in the bald man's eyes. If he appeared, he would definitely suffer the bald man's counterattack. Thus he couldn't get too close. Fortunately, there was a mark on this random mission, and it was much further away than the eye of perception. The bald man fled while the 100 Ghost sect gave chase, while Yixian quietly followed from the side. In truth, he could use this opportunity to kill his way back to the ruins of Nether City and collect the universe rings. However, he didn't know when the devouring mark on the bald man's head would disappear, so he could only follow. At this moment, the bald man gave up on the 2 iron corpses to stop the 100 Ghost sect and took out a great rock iron corpse. This great rock iron corpse was at first-grade spirit disaster, and its flying speed was much faster than his current speed. Not good. The faces of the experts from the 100 Ghost sect changed. Forget it, stop. The leader of the 100 Ghost sect knew he could not catch up, so he could only choose to give up. Then, they directly returned to Nether City. As for Yixian, he was still chasing after the bald man. The first-grade spirit disaster rock's flying speed was extremely fast, but Yixian's running speed wasn't slow either. After all, it had a 90% increase in movement speed. To be safe, Yixian did not call out to him immediately. After all, they were still too close to Nether City. He had to put some distance between them. Young master, he is now at the end of his power. He is dead for sure. Luolua's voice suddenly rang in Yixian's mind. Previously, the bald man wasn't injured and there were still 2 second-grade spirit disaster iron corpses around, so Yixian was forced to flee. But right now, the 2 second-grade spirit disaster iron corpses were used by the bald man to obstruct the 100 Ghost sect. Most importantly, this bald man was seriously injured, and his strength was probably less than 70%. Since the bald man was heavily injured, it was only natural that he had to find a place to treat his injuries. However, just as he was about to leave Nether City, a voice suddenly rang out. Don't you want to take revenge? Suddenly a roar entered his ears. Sitting on the iron rock's back, the bald man knitted his brows and abruptly turned his head. He saw Yixian chasing after him. It's you. The bald man immediately glared at Yixian. At the same time, he looked around and realized that there was only Yixian. Even if he was alone, there was only one Yixian. He was an expert at 3rd-grade spirit disaster, so even if he was heavily injured, it wasn't something that an 8th-grade true energy disaster expert could deal with. That's right, it's me. Yixian replied with the heaven-shaking sword in his hand. I'll kill you and take revenge for my brothers. The bald man did not say anything else as he leaped down from the iron rock's back. At the same time, Yixian also made his move. Ferocious Ghost Break. Insignificant skill die. The bald man raised his large blade and fiercely chopped down. The blade light once again broke through the group of ferocious ghosts. However, Yixian easily dodged and split into 2. Ferocious Ghost Break. Ferocious Ghost Break. Another 200 ferocious ghosts pounced over. The bald man still did not understand how Yixian could split into 2. However, he did not think too much about it and continued to make his move. But at this moment, 100-layer demon fox clone. Suddenly, an aura attracted the bald man's attention. When he turned his head, he realized that there was an additional figure near him. No, there were over 100 of them. These 100 figures were all holding retractable whips in their hands. When he turned his head, they whipped towards him. Within a certain distance, Yixian could hide Luoluo in the artifact space. At the same time, he could also release Luoluo. Of course, the distance of release was much closer than the distance of storage. However, what made the bald man flabbergasted was that even he did not know where Luoluo had appeared from. Facing the endless whips, the bald man's eyes flickered. Suddenly, 2 iron corpses appeared beside him. However, they were only first-grade spirit disaster iron corpses. However, the moment these 2 iron corpses appeared, they were pounced on by the group of ferocious ghosts. Although the iron corpses had decent defense, they were unable to block the attacks of so many ferocious ghosts. In an instant, they were torn apart and devoured. "Brat, I'll kill you." The bald man ignored Luoluo's whips and fiercely chopped towards Yixian. The group of ferocious ghosts was instantly split into 2. Even Yixian was chopped in half. However, it was just an afterimage of Yixian. At this moment, Luoluo's whips had also lashed onto the bald man and immediately bound him. Star Snatcher! Luoluo's eyes narrowed. In the next moment, the bald man's true chi and stamina were absorbed by the whips. What? The bald man was shocked. Previously, he thought that Luoluo's attack wasn't strong, so he did not pay much attention to it. However, he never expected that it would have the ability to absorb his true chi and stamina. It was fine if it was just his true chi, but his stamina was actually being absorbed. This wasn't a good sign. He was already injured, and now that his stamina was being absorbed, his mobility would be greatly reduced. "Luoluo, well done." Yixian praised in his heart as he made another move. Another 200 ferocious ghosts pounced over. This move of the ferocious ghosts was pretty good. But due to Yixian's low cultivation and the fact that he did not use the Eye of Glory, the ferocious ghosts were easily dispersed by the bald man. Break! The bald man's true chi and stamina were constantly being absorbed as his face turned gloomy. However, the whip in Luoluo's hand was an upper-grade supreme spiritual artifact. In other words, it was a third-grade supreme spiritual artifact, so it wasn't that easy to break. Have a taste of this move. Rainbow Demonic Flame. Chapter 1028. Found it, the real body. The bald man's eyes widened as he hurriedly slashed with his sword. Oh no! Yixian's expression changed drastically. However, he reacted in the next moment and hurriedly joined forces with his doppelgangers to attack. Thunderfire Sword Technique. Thunderfire Combined Attack. At the same time, the bald man's sword gleam had already split Luoluo in half. Whoosh! The Luoluo formed from true chi was instantly destroyed. It turned out that it was just a doppelganger. What? The bald man was shocked. He thought that was Luoluo's real body. He didn't expect it to be a smokescreen. Hee, you're finished. Luoluo suddenly giggled. In the next moment, the vital energy and physical strength that had been absorbed from the bald man's body suddenly poured back into the bald man's body. The bald man's inner breath suddenly became chaotic. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His injuries were even more serious. However, there was an even more powerful move coming at him. Break! The bald man raised his broadsword high above his head again and slashed down. The sword gleam instantly rushed forward and collided with Yixian's Thunderfire Combined Attack. Rumble! A powerful shockwave swept out. No one had the upper hand in this attack. However, Yixian didn't only have one attack. He had 3. Disintegration Eye. Bang! 2 disintegration rays landed on the bald man's chest and head, hitting 2 vital points. What? The bald man looked down and found that his chest was quickly turning into ashes. He even saw his beating heart. However, the most fatal one was the disintegration ray that landed on his head. His brain disintegrated into ashes. The bald man's eyes turned white and he died tragically on the spot. Phew, you're finally dead. Yixian breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, he was a little anxious. His eye power hadn't recovered much, but he was afraid that there would be more variables later on. Therefore, he killed the bald man first. If his eye power had recovered enough to use the Eye of Glory, the bald man would have died long ago. At that moment, Luoluo waved her long whip and threw all the interspatial rings on the bald man to Yixian. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at 9th grade True Energy Disaster. The system notification sounded. Yixian had finally broken through to 9th grade True Energy Disaster. He was only a step away from Spirit Disaster. breaking through to spirit disaster was an all-round improvement. His physique, chi, and mental energy would all experience a qualitative leap. As long as he breaks through to spirit disaster, his eyes of illusion and other mental attacks would also be greatly improved. This was also the reason why Yixian didn't use mental attacks on spirit disaster experts. Ding! The host has completed the first round. The system notification sounded. Oh. Yixian raised his brows. He waited for a while, checking his loot while waiting for the second round of the random mission. However, the random mission did not appear for a long time. Yixian didn't understand the situation, but he felt that he should find a place to rest first. He immediately prepared to leave with Luo, but at that moment, ding! The second round of the random mission has begun. The host can choose the mission route. First, kill the pursuer. Second, escape the pursuit. Time limit is 1 day. If the mission fails, 1 devour point will be deducted. The system notification sounded. Yixian was dumbfounded. Kill the pursuer? Where is the pursuer? Furthermore, if the mission fails, the devour point will be deducted. Isn't this a scam? F*CK, it wasn't easy for me to gather 2 devour points. If the mission fails, it will be deducted? Yixian cursed in his heart. At the same time, he understood that if he didn't have devour points and failed the mission, his devour points would become negative. He would have to make up for it in the future. Originally, he wanted to gather 3 devour points to evolve Luo or Wei Zhentian. He didn't expect that Luo would mutate. After mutating, Luo would need too many devour points to evolve again. Yixian didn't dare to think about it. Wei Zhentian only needed 3 devour points to evolve this time. Hence, Yixian decided to evolve Wei Zhentian after gathering 3 devour points. From the looks of it, there might be some unforeseen circumstances. Whatever, as long as I complete the mission, the devour points won't be deducted. Yixian didn't want to think too much. However, he didn't know who the pursuer was. It wasn't wise for him to accept the mission rashly. However, in the next moment he felt a strong aura. It was at least 3rd grade spirit disaster. He immediately turned his head to take a look, and soon a figure entered his sight. Combining the eye of revelation and eye of perception, he felt that the figure was familiar. Ding! The pursuer has appeared. The system notification sounded again. At the same time, the devour mark appeared on the figure's head. The pursuer had finally arrived. The pursuer was wearing a metal mask. It was the Ghost Corpse Taoist's Ghost Corpse. Yixian had already erased the Ghost Corpse Taoist's mark. This time the Ghost Corpse was able to find him because of the commotion just now. Wait, this Ghost Corpse seems a little familiar. Suddenly Yixian paused. In the next moment his eyes widened. This Ghost Corpse seemed to be Feng Wuchen. Damn, it's Feng Wuchen? How am I supposed to kill him? Yixian was shocked. Young master, someone's coming. At this moment, the Ghost Corpse was so close that even Luo noticed it. As soon as Luo finished speaking, a system notification sounded out in Yixian's mind once again. Ding! Please accept the mission as soon as possible. Otherwise, it will be considered as giving up the mission. Countdown of 3 seconds. 3, 2. Hearing this, Yixian quickly said in his mind, accept the second mission. Ding! Mission accepted successfully. Time limit. 1 day. What a joke, this was Feng Wuchen. Yixian couldn't do it. Furthermore, Feng Wuchen was already at 3rd grade spirit disaster. He was a ghost corpse that the Ghost Corpse Taoist had meticulously refined. His combat power was above the bald man that Yixian had just killed. Most importantly, Yixian didn't have a single trump card now. Combining these 2 points, Yixian had to leave. He's Feng Wuchen. Let's go. Yixian looked at the rapidly approaching Feng Wuchen and hurriedly broke through the void. Then he pulled Luo and entered. Whoosh! The void door closed. 3 seconds later, Feng Wuchen charged over, but he was already gone. He was 1 step too late. At this moment, Yixian had already passed through the void door and arrived at the entrance of the land of the dead. Young master, that person just now was Brother Wuchen? Luo asked in astonishment. Yes. He has already become the Ghost Corpse Taoist's fighter. He's coming to kill me. Chapter 1029. Can you save him? Luo Luo asked again. I don't have a solution at the moment, but I might be able to if I can find the corpse man. Yixian shook his head. The corpse man was the one who turned Feng Wuchen into this state, so there might be a way to restore Feng Wuchen to his original state. If it wasn't possible, he just needed to recover his memory. Ghost corpses were different from battle corpses. They were still alive, so the ghost fetus in their bodies didn't matter. Now that he had accepted the mission to escape, he just needed to hide for a day, and the mission would be considered complete. He didn't have the corpse ghost mark in his body, so it wouldn't be a problem for him to find a deserted place to hide. Luo Luo, let's find a place to rest first. The two of them found a place to hide in the land of the dead. The essence energy in the land of the dead was much more abundant than in the Thousand Flower Valley. Luo Luo could absorb the essence energy here at any time to improve her cultivation. Luo Luo was already close to breaking through, and now that she had obtained so many high-level treasures, she would probably be able to break through by the time Yixian finished the random mission. Yixian and Luo Luo hid in a valley. It was desolate and barren, so they stayed there for a day. A day later. Ding! 10,000 swords returned to origin is off cooldown. Ding! Overlord's infinite sword is off cooldown. Ding! Summon Golden War God is off cooldown. The 3 trump cards were off cooldown. After a while, Yixian heard a system notification sound. Ding! Host has completed the second round of the random mission. Finally, the second round of the random mission was over. Next was the third round of the random mission. Ding! The third round of the random mission has started. Kill the corpse man time limit is 1 month. Once the mission is completed, Wei Zhentian will advance once and sign a growth contract with the host. If the mission is failed, 3 devour points will be deducted. Hearing this, Yixian's eyes lit up. He had finally reached the stage where he could kill the corpse man. However, it would be difficult to find the corpse man within a month, because he had no clue at all. Let's not think about this first. The final reward of this chain random mission is to let Wei Zhentian advance once and sign a growth contract with him? Yixian didn't understand what a growth contract was, so he checked it immediately. Then he was also shocked. As long as he completed the mission this time, Wei Zhentian's cultivation level would increase correspondingly as long as he devoured ores and weapons in the future. On the other hand, Wei Zhentian's cultivation level would also increase as long as he devoured these ores and weapons. Some of the ores that Yixian had obtained previously had to be given to Wei Zhentian. As long as he completed this mission, he would not need to use them in the future. Good, this reward is not bad. Yixian was a little excited. Among the rewards, the one that made him the most excited was Wei Zhentian's evolution. That would save him 3 devour points. After advancing, the Heaven-Shocking Sword's amplification and strength would increase, and the 10,000 swords returned to origin might also increase to the 1,000 swords level. Right now, Wei Zhentian was only at 100 swords and it was already a little insufficient as it could be easily destroyed. If he could raise it to 1,000 swords, then it would be really awesome. I can only kill the corpse man in 1 month, Yixian muttered. Just as he was about to go out and search for clues about the corpse man, the system gave him another notification. Ding! Luo Luo broke through. After a day of refining, Luo Luo finally broke through to the 9th level of True Energy Disaster. The same level as Yixian. Luo Luo, how many days do you think you will need to break through to Spirit Disaster? Yixian turned his head and asked. If I absorb Yuan Qi normally, I will need 15 days. If I refine heavenly treasures, it will be even faster. Luo Luo replied. With her physique, she could absorb Yuan Qi at any time. It was like a 24/7 hack. It was too amazing. Although Yixian was envious, he did not rely on cultivation to level up, but on devour points. Furthermore, Luo Luo was his treasure. The stronger Luo Luo's physique was, the happier he would be. Good. Now we will go out and search for clues about the corpse man. Yixian stood up and said, Where are we going to find him? Luo Luo blinked and asked. The 100 Ghost Sect. Yixian replied directly. He still remembered that when he first entered the land of the dead, he met 6 9th level True Energy Disaster youths. When the 6 of them saw Yixian talking to the corpse man, they were prepared to capture him and send him back to the sect for interrogation. These 6 people were the disciples of the 100 Ghost Sect. Immediately, Yixian brought Luo Luo and rushed to the 100 Ghost Sect. Nether City was in the territory of the 100 Ghosts sect. However, it was razed to the ground by the corpse of the Kuanpeng whale yesterday. Yi Xian broke through the void and returned to the outside of Nether City. At this time, the corpse of the Kuanpeng whale that destroyed Nether City disappeared. The corpse was too big. No one's interspatial ring could contain it. Moreover, the 100 Ghost sect controlled ghosts, not corpses. They did not have the ability to pick up the corpse of the Kuanpeng whale, so they could only dissect it. Yi Xian glanced into the distance and immediately headed for the 100 Ghost sect. The 100 Ghost sect was near Nether City. With Yi Xian's realm, it only took him half a day to get there. After half a day, Yi Xian arrived at the 100 Ghost sect. "Young master, are we going to kill our way in?" Luo Luo asked. Yi Xian paused for a moment, then said, "This 100 Ghost sect has an expert at the 4th level of Spirit Disaster. I haven't broken through to Spirit Disaster yet, so if I were to be surrounded and attacked by the entire sect, it would be extremely dangerous." "Young master, are you going to get some equipment again?" Luo Luo remembered Yi Xian's ability to exchange for treasures. "Yes, I'll exchange for some things first. Who knows, I might be able to break through to Spirit Disaster." Yi Xian nodded and immediately approached. "Who is it?" When Yi Xian arrived at the entrance of the 100 Ghosts sect, he was stopped by 2 guarding disciples. These 2 guarding disciples were both Spirit Disaster experts. "Both of you, I am following my master's orders and am here to make a deal with your sect," Yi Xian said. "A deal? What kind of deal?" one of the guarding disciples asked in surprise. Yi Xian did not waste time and directly took out the Ghost King Pearl, Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts banner, and White Bone sword. He said, "These were all refined by my master. You will definitely be interested." Then he began to introduce them. After hearing this, the 2 guarding disciples' eyes lit up. "I see. Come with me. I'll bring you to see the elder of the refining hall." One of the guarding disciples led Yi Xian into the mountain. Although the 100 Ghost sect was not strong in the land of the dead, it was still very profitable for Yi Xian. Yi Xian estimated that the 100 Ghost sect would want at least 100 sets of equipment. According to the previous price, it would be more than 1,000,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills. Chapter 1030. 30,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills for 1 set. That was the price in Yi Xian's mind. As long as there were 100 sets, it would be 3 million high-grade crossing disaster pills. 200 sets would be 6 million, and 300 sets would be 9 million. When that time came, would Yi Xian still have to worry about not breaking through to Spirit Disaster? As long as he broke through to Spirit Disaster, would there be anyone in the 100 Ghost sect who could stop him? Of course, Yi Xian felt that it was better not to do something so immoral. Taking someone else's money and beating them up was too much. Under the lead of the guarding disciple, Yi Xian found the elder of the 100 Ghost sect's weapon forging hall. "Elder Yu!" the guarding disciple shouted from outside the door. "What are you doing? I'm at a critical moment now. If there's nothing important, get lost." A furious voice came from inside. When the disciple heard it, he was so frightened that he shuddered and said, "Elder Yu, there's someone who wants something. I'm sure you'll be interested." Creak. At that moment, the door of the courtyard suddenly opened, and a white-haired old man walked out. "If the thing doesn't catch my eye, you're dead meat," the white-haired old man said to the disciple. Then his gaze fell on Yi Xian. At that moment he frowned. What good thing could a 9th grade true energy disaster brat have? "Brat, if you can't take out something good, I'll twist your head off," Elder Yu shouted. Yi Xian did not waste any time and took out 3 sets. The Ghost King Pearl, the Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts banner, and the White Bone sword. When these 3 items entered Elder Yu's eyes, his eyes lit up. Elder Yu was the elder of the 100 Ghost sect's weapon forging hall, and he could forge 3rd-rank sovereign spiritual treasures and various other treasures. However, he had never seen the 3 items that Yi Xian took out. He quickly stepped forward and snatched the 3 items from Yi Xian, then carefully examined them. Yi Xian quickly explained the functions and characteristics of the 3 items. "Who refined this?" Elder Yu inquired. "My master," Yi Xian casually replied. "Then who's your master?" Elder Yu asked again. Even he couldn't refine those items, but Yi Xian's master was actually able to refine them. That meant that Yi Xian's master was at least at third-grade spirit disaster, or even higher. My master is just a carefree wild crane. Today, he sent me here to make a deal with your esteemed sect. If the cooperation goes well, there will be even more treasures to be delivered, Yi Xian continued. More treasures. Hearing this, Elder Yu's eyebrows rose sharply. This meant that there were even more strange things, which could greatly increase the strength of the 100 Ghosts sect. Alright, this deal is done. How much are these 3 items? Elder Yu made a prompt decision. Ghost King Pearl, Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts Banner, and White Bone Sword. These 3 make a set, and each set is worth 30,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills. Yi Xian directly quoted the price. The reason why he had said so much just now was to give Elder Yu the illusion that this was a long-term deal. These 3 items were just appetizers and there would be better things to come. Only by giving Elder Yu such a false impression would he be able to demand an exorbitant price. 30,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills? Hearing this price, Elder Yu's heart trembled. Brat, you can't be too greedy. This is the price set by my master, and I have no right to change it. If your esteemed sect thinks that it's too expensive, then I'll travel half a month to the Nether Ghost sect. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he turned around and left. Wait! Elder Yu immediately called out to Yi Xian. What a joke! How could he let go of a duck that was already cooked? How many sets do you want this time? Elder Yu asked again. 500 sets. Yi Xian stretched out his hand. 500 sets. This number gave Elder Yu and the disciple guarding the mountain a fright. A set of 30,000 high-grade crossing disaster pills, and 500 sets were equivalent to 15 million high-grade crossing disaster pills. This was a huge number. One must know that even Elder Yu himself couldn't take out 15 million high-grade crossing disaster pills. However, the 100 Ghost sect's influence was not bad, so it was acceptable. 15 million high-grade crossing disaster pills is enough to create an elite genius, but these things can greatly increase the sect's overall strength. This money must be spent. Elder Yu calculated in his heart. There were many ghost spirits in the 100 Ghost sect, and they needed to be strengthened with ghost fetuses. If all the ghost spirits were stored in the Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts Banner, they could slowly increase their strength, and this would save a lot of ghost fetuses. It seemed like a loss now, but he had to think about the future. 1 year later, 2 years later, 5 years later, 10 years later. After 10 years, how many ghost fetuses would be used to strengthen the ghost spirits? If the 15 million high-grade crossing disaster pills were compared to this, it was simply a drop in the ocean. Moreover, this was only the effect of the Netherworld 10,000 Ghosts Banner. There was also the Ghost King Pearl and the White Bone Sword. Alright, this deal is done. Elder Yu made the decision when he thought of the more treasures in the future. Great! Yi Xian grinned. Elder Yu immediately started the deal with Yi Xian. He carefully checked the quality of each set of equipment. In less than 10 minutes, all 500 sets of equipment were traded, and Yi Xian received 15 million high-grade crossing disaster pills. In fact, the reason why Elder Yu agreed to this deal was because of the master that Yi Xian mentioned. He guessed that Yi Xian's master's strength was not that simple. After all, to be able to let a 9th-grade true energy disaster disciple go out to trade, this was not something that an ordinary person could have. Therefore, he guessed that the master that Yi Xian mentioned should be secretly observing. If he dared to have any thoughts of betrayal, the 100 Ghosts sect would probably face a great calamity. Haha! Now I can break through to spirit disaster. Yi Xian laughed in his heart. After the reappearance of the exchange system, his way of leveling up was no longer as simple, and it was much easier. He estimated that he would need around 10 million high-grade crossing disaster pills to break through from 9th-grade true energy disaster to 1st-grade spirit disaster. However, it was naturally good to have more. After all, this was only his estimate. The extra 5 million high-grade crossing disaster pills could also be used to consolidate his cultivation. Elder Yu, I still have a deal here. I wonder if you're interested? After the deal was done, Yi Xian asked again. What is it? Elder Yu's eyes lit up as he hurriedly asked. My master needs a large amount of forging materials to forge these, so I want to buy some. Yi Xian slowly said. Forging materials? Supreme spiritual artifacts? Elder Yu raised his eyebrows and asked, how many do you need? Give me as much as you have, Yi Xian said with a solemn expression. Elder Yu's heart trembled as he carefully calculated in his heart, then said, The 100 Ghost Sects refining hall has about 10 million high-grade crossing disaster pills forging materials. Chapter 1031. Then let's exchange the rest for supreme spiritual treasures. My master can just melt the materials himself. Yi Xian replied. All right. Hearing that, Elder Yu's interest was immediately piqued. He was just worrying about where to sell supreme spiritual treasures. Furthermore, a refined supreme spiritual treasure was much more expensive than the forging materials. After another round of trading, Yi Xian obtained a large amount of forging materials and supreme spiritual treasures. Haha, happy cooperation. Elder Yu's face was full of smiles. Even if they couldn't use up all 500 sets of equipment, they could still sell them to the surrounding forces at a high price. At this moment, Luoluo suddenly asked, Young master, why are you exchanging for so many supreme spiritual treasures? Haven't you completed your mission? After Luoluo's reminder, Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned. He finally recalled that his chain of random missions had yet to be completed, and he had yet to sign a growth contract with Wei Zhentian. Then, if he devoured the ores and supreme spiritual treasures himself, Wei Zhentian wouldn't get any benefits. Damn, I forgot that the corpse Taoist hasn't been killed yet. Yi Xian wanted to cry but no tears came out. However, words spoken were like water spilled. Since he had already completed the trade, he couldn't possibly return it on the spot, right? Forget it. I'll devour the supreme spiritual treasures. In addition to the 10 million high-grade disaster crossing pills Wei Zhentian Luoluo, and I can all break through to spirit disaster. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. Now that he had 3 breakthroughs other than Wei Zhentian, he also had to worry about Luoluo. However, Luoluo's physique was strong, so he only exchanged for 1 million high-grade disaster crossing pills. It was enough for Luoluo to break through to spirit disaster in a short period of time. After the trade, Elder Yu treated Yi Xian as if he was his long-lost son, and invited Yi Xian to stay in the 100 Ghosts sect to rest. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly asked, Elder Yu, I wonder if you have any news of the corpse Taoist? When Elder Yu heard the words corpse Taoist, he asked in shock. Could it be that your master is also looking for the corpse Taoist? That's right. One of my senior brothers was turned into a ghost corpse by the ghost man. So my teacher is looking for him for revenge. Yi Xian nodded. I see. To tell you the truth, our 100 Ghost Sect's young sect master was also turned into a ghost corpse by the ghost corpse man a month ago. Now he doesn't recognize anyone. Not only that, even the sect of the god of ghosts is looking for the corpse ghost man. However, the corpse ghost man has hidden himself very well. Until now there has not been a single clue. Elder Yu sighed. Not a single clue. Yi Xian was startled. His real purpose in coming to the 100 Ghost sect was to inquire about the corpse man. However, Elder Yu now told him that there were no clues, so how was he supposed to investigate? Yes, not a single clue. Elder Yu shook his head. Then what about your young sect leader? Yi Xian continued to ask. Before young sect master turned into a ghost corpse, he sent a letter back. Even we haven't seen him before, Elder Yu replied. All right. Yi Xian gave up. Since there were no clues, he would go investigate elsewhere. He didn't believe that he couldn't kill the corpse man within a month. However, at this moment, rumble. A rumble suddenly came from afar, startling Yi Xian and Elder Yu. What's going on? Elder Yu was very surprised and said, How bold of them to actually dare to fight in the sect. Immediately he rushed over. Yi Xian followed closely behind. However, when they approached the direction of the sound, they realized that it wasn't people fighting, but a group of people and a ghost spirit. 100 Ghost Sect elders, listen up. Kill that ghost spirit. An old man shouted. He was the 100 Ghost sect leader, and beside him there were several 100 Ghost sect elders. Their opponent was a middle-aged man with long hair. However, this middle-aged man was not human, but a semi-transparent ghost spirit with sharp nails. Isn't this ghost spirit the corpse that the sect leader brought back a few days ago? Could it be that the sect leader forced the ghost spirit out of the corpse, but failed to subdue it? Elder Yu muttered. At this moment he suddenly turned to Yi Xian and said, Little brother Yi, hide further away. Don't get caught in the crossfire. After he finished speaking, he charged over. In fact, even without his reminder, Yixian could tell that this ghost spirit wasn't ordinary. This ghost spirit's body isn't stable. It's obvious that it just came out of the corpse. However, its aura is a little strong, even stronger than the 100 Ghost sect leader. Yixian licked his lips. The 100 Ghost sect leader was a 4th grade spirit disaster expert, and the elders behind him were all 3rd grade spirit disasters. However, this newly formed ghost spirit was most likely a 5th grade spirit disaster expert when it was alive. However, because it had just formed its spirit body, its cultivation had regressed. However, it was enough to give these 100 ghost sect experts a hard time. "Young master, should we go?" Luoluo asked in his mind. "No need. We're not from the 100 ghost sect. We're only here for the item." Yixian shook his head. This was the 100 ghost sect's matter, so it was better for the 100 ghost sect to do it themselves. In an instant, many experts surrounded the ghost spirit. At the same time, a large number of ghost spirits appeared and pounced towards the middle-aged ghost spirit. This was the first time that Yixian had seen such a scene. His ferocious ghost twisting cry was a pretty good martial technique, but the ferocious ghost twisting cry wasn't worth mentioning when compared to the 100 ghost sect's ghost spirits. "Tsk tisk, I'll buy some higher-grade ghost spirits from Elder Yu later. This way I can increase the power of the ferocious ghost twisting cry," Yixian said in his heart. The ghost spirits that he had sealed in the 100 ghost sword were all refined from true energy disaster level ghost spirits. Thus, he wanted to use some spirit disaster level ghost spirits to increase the power of the ferocious ghost twisting cry by 2 to 3 times. Huff huff huff. Hundreds of ghost spirits pounced towards the middle-aged ghost spirit, but they couldn't pose a threat to him. His claws could easily scatter the ghost spirits of the 100 ghost sect. So many experts, yet they couldn't do anything to him. What the hell? However, Yixian couldn't care less. Elder Yu was beside him earlier, so he didn't level up. Now that Elder Yu was participating in the battle, there were no experts around. Even if he broke through, it wouldn't matter. At that moment, he directly devoured the supreme spiritual treasure that was equivalent to 5 million high-grade crossing disaster pills. However, he was still far from leveling up. After all, this supreme spiritual treasure was only equivalent to 1 million raw materials. The other 4 million high-grade crossing disaster pills were the cost of forging it. Yixian continued to devour. When he had devoured half of the ore, the system notification finally rang. Chapter 1032. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently at 1st grade spirit disaster. He finally broke through. Hearing the system notification, Yixian's body underwent a huge change. His physical body, true qi, and mental energy had all greatly increased. His combat strength had at least increased by 3 times. Great! With the increase in my mental energy attacks are also effective against 4th grade spirit disaster experts. Yixian was extremely happy. Just a moment ago, he was only at 9th level true energy disaster, and his mental attacks were only effective against experts at 2nd level spirit disaster. Now that he had broken through to spirit disaster, his mental power had increased tremendously, and his mental attacks had increased by 2 levels. Wei Zhentian, the rest is all yours. Yixian took out the rest of the items and poured them into Wei Zhentian's mouth. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. In the blink of an eye, Wei Zhentian had jumped 3 levels. From 9th grade true energy disaster, he had broken through to 3rd grade spirit disaster. Yixian felt a little unbalanced in his heart. He had only managed to break through from 9th grade true energy disaster to 1st grade spirit disaster after consuming almost all the items. On the other hand, Wei Zhentian had jumped from 9th grade true energy disaster to 3rd grade spirit disaster, which was 2 levels higher than Yixian. However, this was something that couldn't be helped. After all, it was too difficult for Yixian to break through. Now that he had broken through to spirit disaster, the experience required to level up had greatly increased. Furthermore, Wei Zhentian still had the 50% growth bonus from the beast god bloodline. Forget it. Now that Wei Zhentian has broken through to 3rd grade spirit disaster, and with the 50% increase in all attributes from the beast god bloodline, his combat strength should be able to catch up to mine. Thinking about this, Yixian calmed down. With Wei Zhentian's increase in level, he would also be able to obtain quite a bit of benefits. At this moment there were many changes happening in the battlefield. The 100 Ghost Sect's sect master and a dozen elders were actually unable to do anything to the middle-aged ghost spirit. On the contrary, the middle-aged ghost spirit's aura had actually started to increase after killing so many ghost spirits from the 100 Ghost Sect. Not good. Everyone, quickly recall the ghost spirit. Seeing this, the 100 Ghost Sect's sect master anxiously shouted. When a ghost spirit killed a ghost spirit, it could absorb the spirit body. Therefore, this middle-aged ghost spirit would continue to grow stronger. In an instant, a large number of 10,000 ghost banners rose up and collected all the ghost spirits. Formed the ghost ceiling formation. The sect leader of the 100 Ghost Sect shouted again. In an instant the elders all retreated and took out new 10,000 ghost banners. More than a dozen 10,000 ghost banners rose into the air and connected them with true energy. In an instant, the middle-aged ghost spirit's aura was forcibly suppressed and successfully sealed in the formation. The 10,000 ghost banner was originally used to collect ghost spirits, and it also had a suppressive effect on ghost spirits. However, the people from the 100 Ghost Sect had underestimated this middle-aged ghost spirit. Huff huff. The middle-aged ghost spirit trapped in the Great Spirit Ceiling formation drifted around, but it was unable to break out of the Great Spirit Ceiling formation. I want all of you dead. The middle-aged ghostly spirit spat out a few words. The middle-aged spirits were formed from the resentment of the dead. They had no consciousness, but they could still speak. In the next instant, the sect leader of the 100 Ghost Sect and the elders saw the ghost spirit's body violently tremble for a moment before countless ghost spirits rushed out. What? 100 Ghost Dash? The sect leader of the 100 Ghost Sect was shocked. The 100 Ghost Dash was the secret technique of the God of Ghost Sect, and only ghost spirits could use it. At this moment, the sect leader of the 100 Ghost Sect finally understood what kind of mistake he had made. The corpse of the expert that he had brought back was actually an expert of the God of Ghost Sect. This time he had gotten himself into big trouble. If someone from the God of Ghost Sect fell, as long as the corpse was brought back to the God of Ghost Sect, the experts of the God of Ghost Sect would be able to condense ghost spirits and enlighten them. Enlighten was to allow the ghost spirits to recover their memories. As long as they recovered their memories, they could still be considered half a person, but they would lose their physical body. Just when the experts of the 100 Ghost Sect were shocked, the Great Spirit Ceiling formation was forcefully broken and the elders all spurted out a mouthful of blood. Seal again. The sect leader of the 100 Ghost Sect also spurted out a mouthful of blood as he barked again. But this time it wouldn't be so easy. After breaking the formation, the middle-aged ghost spirit's figure swiftly flashed as he arrived beside a third-grade spirit disaster elder. Swish. A crisp sound rang out as the elder's head flew into the air. Elder-chan. The sect leader of the 100 Ghost Sect roared. Kill him. Although the middle-aged ghost spirit was from the God of Ghost Sect, no one cared about that right now. The most important thing right now was to kill this ghost spirit. Otherwise, the 100 Ghost Sect would be massacred by this bloodthirsty ghost spirit. Right now, everyone had brought out their trump cards as they prepared to eliminate this middle-aged ghost spirit. However, this ghost spirit wasn't simple. In just a few breaths of time it had killed half of the elders. Damn it! When the sect leader of the 100 Ghost Sect saw this, his face had already sunk to the bottom. Even with so many elders joining hands, they couldn't do anything to this middle-aged ghost spirit. Now that half of the elders were dead, it was even more impossible. Go everyone go! The sect leader of the 100 Ghost Sect made a difficult decision. In an instant, all the elders and the disciples that were watching from afar scattered. The words of the sect leader of the 100 Ghost Sect meant that they were going to give up on the 100 Ghost Sect. Ghost spirits were extremely bloodthirsty. As long as they saw a living thing, they would not let it go. Thus, they had to lure the ghost spirit out. The sect leader of the 100 Ghost Sect was already prepared to die. However, he had overestimated his own strength. When the elders scattered, his head was pierced by the middle-aged ghost spirit in just a few breaths of time. The sect leader of the 100 Ghost Sect, an expert of the 4th grade spirit disaster realm, died. I'll fight it out with you. A few elders that didn't care about their lives returned. However, They were only able to delay the middle-aged ghost spirit for a few seconds. Soon, all of the elders had fallen. Next, it was the disciples' turn to face them. "Young master, so many people have died. Should we go and check the corpses?" Luluo asked. Checking corpses was a term used in online games. It meant to collect universe rings, which was something that Luoluo learned from Yixian. Elder Yu was killed immediately after the ghost spirit broke through the formation just now. There should be a lot of things in his universe ring. Let's go and take them. After Yixian finished speaking, he quickly released Luoluo. Taking advantage of the situation was Yixian's innate ability. At this moment, boom! Suddenly, a loud sound fell into Yixian's ears. He hurriedly turned his head and saw that a stone pillar in the square had suddenly collapsed. Then countless ghost spirits scurried out from the ground. Did the attack accidentally release the ghost spirits that the 100 Ghosts sect was keeping? Yixian raised his eyebrows. It seemed that the 100 Ghosts sect was really doomed. Chapter 1033. Attack. Yixian barked as he charged forward. Originally, there were thousands of disciples surrounding the 100 Ghosts sect, and there were even first-grade spirit disaster elites among them. But when they saw the elders falling one after another, they were all frightened out of their wits. What a joke! Even the sect master of the 100 Ghosts sect, an expert of the 4th-grade spirit disaster, died at the hands of the middle-aged ghost spirit. Although they coveted the universe rings, their lives were still the most important. Thus, these people scattered and did not even dare to turn their heads back. In this way, the universe rings were all taken advantage of by Yixian. Tisk tsk. Who knows, he might be able to break through to 2nd-grade spirit disaster this time. Yixian laughed as he rejoiced in Yixian's misfortune. He quickly summoned his clone to collect the universe rings while Luoluo and Wei Zhantian were in charge of covering him. However, just as Yixian approached, he attracted the attention of the middle-aged ghost spirit. Huff huff! The middle-aged ghost spirit immediately charged towards Yixian. "You actually dare to provoke me? You must be tired of living." Yixian shouted in a low voice as his original body wielded the white bone sword and charged forward. The other ghost spirits were still fine as the strongest was only at 1st-grade spirit disaster. Thus, as long as he dealt with this ghost spirit boss, all the universe rings would be his. Yixian had just broken through and wanted to find an opponent to train with. This ghost spirit boss was a good opponent. Fierce Ghost Twisting Tears. At this moment, Yixian launched an attack towards the middle-aged ghost spirit. However, he forgot one thing. Hundreds of fierce ghosts pounced over. But what surprised him was that all of them were absorbed by the middle-aged ghost spirit. Yixian's senses were extremely strong. He could feel that the middle-aged ghost spirit's aura had increased a little after absorbing his Fierce Ghost Twisting Tears. Fuck, this is illogical. Fierce Ghost Twisting Tears is clearly formed from my true chi. Yixian was shocked. However, he had witnessed the strength of the middle-aged ghost spirit with his own eyes. Looks like it won't be that easy to deal with you. Come, Eye of Glory. Yixian's pupils and hair turned a dazzling gold after the 2 golden rays shot out from his eyes. Scion Transformation. In the blink of an eye, Yixian and the middle-aged ghostly spirit began to fight. This middle-aged ghost was very strong. If Yixian didn't use Eye of Glory, he wouldn't be able to defeat it. However, after using the Eye of Glory, Yixian's true energy had turned golden. Furthermore, it had increased the damage dealt to ghosts and battle corpses. Now let's see if you can absorb more. Yixian swung his sword again, and another 100 evil spirits pounced forward. Ferocious ghosts needed a ghost fetus and true energy to break through. But this time, Yixian had used the Eye of Glory. If this middle-aged ghost spirit could still absorb it, then Yixian would have to admit defeat. The middle-aged ghost sensed a similar aura from these ghosts, so he also rushed over. His claw pierced through the ghost's body, but in the next moment, his claw suddenly exploded. Pung! Although these ghosts were still black, they still had the Eye of Glory's effect. This middle-aged ghost spirit actually stuck his hand into a ghost's body. He was really courting death. Ghost spirits are powerful because of their spirit bodies. No matter which part of their body you attack, it'll be a vital point. Yixian knew this, so he took advantage of the Eye of Glory to attack crazily. Every time he attacked, the ghosts would break through. At the same time, his doppelganger Luo Luo and Wei Zhentian were all collecting the universe rings. Yixian's original body strength continued to soar. After several explosions, the middle-aged ghost spirit learned his lesson. This time he only used his claws to attack. However, Yixian's ghosts were too many. He just happened to be a ghost spirit, so he couldn't use true energy. The Eye of Glory's golden true energy increased his damage, so he could only kill his way out and go straight for Yixian. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. Although you've turned into a ghost spirit, you still know a lot of tactics. To catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. The corner of Yixian's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a sinister smile. In the next moment, golden true energy surged out of his body, condensing into a golden armored war god. At that moment, Yixian joined forces with the golden armored war god and went up to meet him. Although the golden armored war god was a trump card, the middle-aged ghost spirit was a threat now. It was better to deal with him first, then peacefully collect the spoils. Ghost breakthrough. Tyrannical Emperor's boundless sword. Yixian and the golden armored war god attacked at the same time. Although the ghost spirit killed the 100 Ghost sect leader, who was a 4th grade spirit disaster, it was easier for Yixian to deal with the ghost spirit than the 100 Ghost sect leader. The golden sword in the golden armored war god's hand suddenly enlarged, then fiercely slashed at the ghost spirit. Pung! Although the giant golden sword didn't hit the ghost spirit, the powerful impact directly shook the ghost spirit's spirit body. As expected, it's not so easy to deal with. Look at this move. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yixian's eyes flickered, and a golden slash swept out. The middle-aged ghost spirit, who was almost defeated by the Overlord's boundless sword, waved both of his claws. Pung! The Nirvanic slash was blasted away, but after the Nirvanic slash, there were still 2 decomposition rays. Zizi! The decomposition rays fell on the middle-aged ghost spirit. The middle-aged ghost spirit looked up to the sky and cried out in pain. A huge hole was torn open in his chest by the decomposition rays. His vitality is really tenacious, Yixian secretly said in his heart. In the next moment, the middle-aged ghost spirit was pounced on by countless fierce ghosts. Pung! 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 A series of muffled sounds rang out. Those fierce ghosts that pounced on the middle-aged ghost spirit suddenly exploded, causing the middle-aged ghost spirit to roar in pain. Xiao! At this moment, a huge golden sword ray broke through the sky. It turned out that the golden armored war god had condensed a second attack. This sword ray fell on the middle-aged ghost spirit's body. The middle-aged ghost spirit's spirit body shook violently, then quickly collapsed. He's finally dead. Yixian breathed a sigh of relief. He originally thought that he could easily fight this ghost spirit alone, but he never expected that it wouldn't be as simple as he imagined. Therefore, he used the Eye of Glory. In the end, he had no choice but to use 2 trump cards. This was enough to prove the strength of the middle-aged ghost spirit. After all, this middle-aged ghost spirit killed the 100 Ghost sect master and 7 to 8 elders. Although I have lost 2 trump cards, I have taken revenge for the 100 Ghost sect. Yixian thought in his heart. At the same time, he could peacefully collect the spoils of war. However, right at that moment, a figure suddenly entered the range of his senses and rapidly rushed over. What shocking speed! Yixian was shocked. This person's speed was even faster than his. He was probably at least a 5th grade spirit disaster. Chapter 1034. Yixian took a glance and noticed that there were still a few corpses that had their universe rings confiscated. So he immediately headed over. The person that came over was a 5th grade spirit disaster, but he couldn't be bothered to care so much as he collected the spoils of war. At this moment, the person that stepped into his detection range had finally arrived. Bastard, you dare to annihilate a sect? Die! The person that came over was a purple-haired youth. When he saw Yixian collecting the spoils of war, he immediately roared and slashed his sword at Yixian. Fuck you, what does this have to do with me? Yixian innocently roared as he swiftly dodged the sword. What a joke, he had taken revenge for the 100 Ghost sect, but he was misunderstood by someone, so it wasn't a good feeling. When the purple-haired youth saw Yixian dodging his sword, he was astonished. After all, he was a 5th grade spirit disaster. So you're the one that annihilated the 100 Ghost sect, die! The purple-haired youth was only astonished for a brief moment before he swiftly headed over. He had something to do in the 100 Ghost Sect, but he never expected that the 100 Ghost Sect would be annihilated. At this moment, Yi Xian had just finished collecting all the universe rings. But what made Yi Xian astonished was that there weren't many things in the universe rings, so he couldn't break through to second-grade spirit disaster. Fuck, they're all hidden? Yi Xian roared in his heart. These universe rings belonged to the upper echelons of the 100 Ghost Sect, but they couldn't help him break through. This was too fake. But right now, he had to deal with this purple-haired youth first. This purple-haired youth is extremely powerful. Even if I use the myriad returning swords, I'm afraid that I won't be able to kill him. Let's go. Yi Xian made a prompt decision as he hid Luoluo in the physical space and broke through the void. Rustle. The void closed, leaving behind the purple-haired youth in astonishment. You annihilated the 100 Ghost Sect, so I won't let you escape so easily. The purple-haired youth took out a piece of paper and swiftly drew Yi Xian's face according to his memory. Thereafter, he took out a strange flame. He used this strange flame to burn the portrait. Immediately after, this flame rose into the air and suddenly exploded, forming countless flames that swept in all directions. Then he quickly left. At this time, Yi Xian had already arrived at the coordinates outside Nether City. That person is so unreasonable. Young Master helped the 100 Ghost Sect take revenge, but he was still wronged. Luoluo said unhappily. Forget it. We've earned quite a bit this time. Yi Xian didn't really care. Previously, he made a deal with Elder Yu and broke through to Spirit Disaster. Now that Elder Yu had fallen, the items returned to him. Overall, the value of the items he obtained was around 30 million high-grade crossing disaster pills. Naturally, if that purple-haired youth did not appear, he would take a stroll through the entire 100 Ghost Sect and find the wealth hidden by the elders and sect master. At that time, it would be easy for him to break through to second-grade spirit disaster. It was a pity that someone came out of nowhere. That purple-haired youth should be from the Divine Ghost Sect. Fortunately, I left early. If I really fought with him, the one who would die would definitely be me. Yi Xian secretly swallowed his saliva. Young Master, we didn't get any clues about the corpse ghost man. What should we do now? Luoluo asked. Hearing this, Yi Xian pondered for a moment and said, I'm afraid that the corpse ghost man's strength isn't that weak. The system gave me a month's time, so it won't be easy to kill him. Let's go to the Nether Ghost Sect first and raise our strength. He took back the 500 sets of equipment that he gave to Elder Yu. Hence, he wanted to give them to the Nether Ghost Sect and break through to second-grade spirit disaster first. When he made the deal with Elder Yu, he said that it would take half a month to reach the Nether Ghost Sect from the 100 Ghost Sect. However, that was based on the speed of an ordinary 9th-grade true energy disaster. Now that he had broken through to spirit disaster, it would take him at most 2 days to reach the Nether Ghost Sect. At that moment, Yi Xian continued his journey. It had only been 3 days since the last round of the random mission, so it wouldn't be a problem to spend another 2 days. Furthermore, the Nether Ghost Sect was a force on the same level as the 100 Ghost Sect, so they might have news about the corpse ghost man. On the way to the Nether Ghost Sect, Yi Xian also sent his doppelganger to the cities to get some equipment. However, these were all small cities, so he didn't get much. 2 days later, he finally arrived at the entrance of the Nether Ghost Sect. Just like before, he approached and entered the Nether Ghost Sect with the excuse of making a deal. Elder Chang, someone is here to visit. A disciple of the Nether Ghost Sect brought Yi Xian to a courtyard behind the weapon refining hall and shouted inside. Following that, a middle-aged man opened the door and walked out. What's the matter? Elder Chang asked. Elder Chang, this person said that he wants to make a big deal with our Nether Ghost Sect. The disciple replied. At that moment, Elder Chang's gaze landed on Yi Xian. In the next moment, his body trembled violently. Yi Xian looked at Elder Chang strangely. Just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by Elder Chang. Little brother, please wait here for a moment. I still have some matters to attend to. After Elder Chang finished speaking, he quickly left. Yi Xian looked at Elder Chang's departing figure and frowned. He felt that Elder Chang's expression was a little strange after seeing him. However, it didn't take long for Yi Xian to understand why Elder Chang's expression was so strange. Not long after Elder Chang left, Yixian saw a large number of experts entering his sensing range and surrounding him. Not good. Yixian's face changed drastically. These people were definitely coming for him. As for why, it was definitely because of that purple-haired youth. Soon he was surrounded by these experts. How dare you infiltrate our Nether Ghost sect? Do you really think that our Nether Ghost sect is easy to bully? A roar rang out. Yixian looked over and saw that the one who spoke was an old man in the 4th grade spirit disaster. The sect master of the Nether Ghost sect. Aside from this 4th grade spirit disaster expert, there were also 10 3rd grade spirit disasters and dozens of 2nd grade spirit disasters. At this moment, Yixian was like a turtle in a jar. Indeed, it was done by that purple-haired youth. Could it be that he came to the Nether Ghost sect? Yixian couldn't figure it out. Although he was surrounded, he didn't have the slightest bit of nervousness on his face. So what if it was 4th grade spirit disaster? In front of him it was still nothing. What are you guys doing? Yixian pretended that he didn't know anything and asked. Still pretending? Weren't you the one who annihilated the 100 Ghost sect? The sect master of the Nether Ghost sect said as he took out a portrait from his interspatial ring. The person in the portrait was Yixian. I'm only in the 1st grade spirit disaster. Do you think that I have the ability to annihilate the 100 Ghost sect? Yixian retorted. Indeed, a 1st grade spirit disaster expert wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow from this group of experts. There were at least 500 1st grade spirit disasters disciples in the Nether Ghost sect. However, cultivation didn't mean anything. Chapter 1035. Although you don't have the strength to annihilate the 100 Ghost sect, the ghost spirit that destroyed the 100 Ghost sect is related to you. Moreover, the portrait of you was sent by the God of Ghost sect's envoy. It can't be fake. Quickly surrender. The Nether Ghost sect's sovereign bellowed. As expected. After hearing this, Yixian couldn't help but frown. The messenger of the God of Ghost sect that the sect leader was talking about should be the purple-haired youth. However, what he couldn't understand was that it had already been 2 days. Why hadn't they figured it out yet? Although some of the elders and disciples had dispersed after the death of the sect master of the 100 Ghost sect, the one who had killed the sect master of the 100 Ghost sect was that ghost spirit. Everyone present should have seen it. Now he was still recognized as the culprit behind the massacre of the 100 Ghost sect. This meant that things weren't as he imagined. After the purple-haired youth found out that the middle-aged ghost spirit was the culprit, he was prepared to cover up the matter because the middle-aged ghost spirit was also from the God of Ghost sect. To the God of Ghost sect this was a scandal. Although they weren't to blame, the middle-aged ghost spirit was related to the God of Ghost sect. It was impossible to cover up the annihilation of the 100 Ghost sect, so they could only twist the truth and say that the ghost spirit that destroyed the 100 Ghost sect was controlled by Yixian. Good Lord, although I've obtained many things, I didn't annihilate the 100 Ghost sect. This grudge must be avenged. Yixian's eyes flickered. Now he had finally figured out the ins and outs of the matter. It's impossible for me to surrender. If you have the ability, then come at me. Don't blame me for not warning you. If I take action, your ghost sect will be in danger of being annihilated. Yixian said in a cold tone. How dare you threaten us? How dare you? An elder shouted angrily. However, he also understood that Yixian must have some confidence. Otherwise, how could he be so calm when facing so many experts? The sect leader of the ghost sect and the other elders looked at each other and said, Kill him. The war finally broke out. Since I've already taken the blame, then let's make it happen. Yixian couldn't care less. After shouting in his heart, he released Luo Luo. You bastards, how dare you frame my young master? Die. Luo Luo immediately took action, instantly creating over 100 clones. At this moment, she had already broken through to 1st grade spirit disaster. In an instant the two sides started fighting. Eye of Glory. Summon the golden armored war god. Return of the 1,000 swords. Beast King's Rage. Yixian didn't care so much and directly used all of his trump cards. This time he was going to annihilate the ghost sect. Suddenly the wind Luo Luo. When the sect leader of the ghost sect felt Yixian's extraordinary strength, he anxiously shouted. When everyone heard this, they also hurriedly summoned a large number of ghost spirits. Luo Luo. Luo Luo Luo. S Luo Luo Emperor's Luan. Just as those ghost spirits appeared, they were instantly dispersed by the huge impact of the Overlord's limitless sword. Not only that, there were also many elders and protectors of the Nether Ghost sect. Now the other members of the Nether Ghost sect finally knew what kind of enemy they had provoked. Yixian did indeed have the ability to destroy the 100 Ghost sect. It was simply inconceivable for a first-grade spirit disaster to annihilate a power with a fourth-grade spirit disaster expert. But for now it was better to deal with Yixian first. Form the heart-devouring ghost formation. Seeing that Yixian was not an easy opponent to deal with, the sect master of the Netherworld Ghost sect roared again. Form your grandmother's formation. Yixian roared angrily. His main body and doppelganger quickly slashed out several slashes. Ferocious Ghost's Cry Break. Ferocious Ghost's Cry Break. This time, Yixian had used the ghost fetus that was refined from a second-stage spirit difficult ghost spirit. With the addition of the Eye of Glory, its power was at least 5 times stronger than before. In an instant, hundreds of evil spirits pounced towards the sect master of the Netherworld Ghost sect. What? The sect master of the Netherworld Ghost sect was shocked. Just as he was about to dodge, he realized that the evil spirits had all turned into ghost spirits. Eye of Illusion. Yixian's main body and doppelganger both used their illusory techniques, causing those with second-grade spirit disaster and third-grade spirit disaster to fall into an illusion. The sect master of the Netherworld Ghost sect was also affected. However, he was still a fourth-grade spirit disaster expert, so he broke out of the illusion in the blink of an eye. However, the hundreds of evil spirits were not created by the illusory technique. When the sect master of the Netherworld Ghost sect broke out of the illusion, he was pounced on by a large number of evil spirits. In an instant, his miserable cries resounded throughout the entire Netherworld Ghost sect. Just in case, the golden armored battle god also slashed out with his sword. This golden sword ray landed on the sect master of the Netherworld Ghost sect. With a bang, the sect master of the Netherworld Ghost sect's chest exploded. His eyes closed as he fell from the sky. The sect master of the Netherworld Ghost sect was dead. While everyone was trapped in the illusion, Wei Zhentian and Luo Luo were also crazily slaughtering. Along with the sect master of the Netherworld Ghost sect, more than 20 people fell. The battle had not even started for 3 seconds, but so many people from the Netherworld Ghost sect had already fallen, including the sect master of the Netherworld Ghost sect. When the experts of the Netherworld Ghost sect who were lucky enough to survive saw this, they were so frightened that they trembled and hurriedly retreated. You want to leave now? It's too late. Yixian's main body immediately moved out and chased after the protectors and elders who were escaping. As for his doppelganger, it continued to collect the spoils of war to increase its strength. No, don't kill me. We are only following the sect master's orders. Don't chase after me. Brat, don't be so arrogant. The Lord Envoy is nearby. He will be here soon. Hearing this, Yixian coldly snorted. So what if that purple-haired youth is here? Can he stop me now? Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is second-grade spirit disaster. When Yixian kept the sect master of the Netherworld Ghost sect's universe ring, the system notification finally rang out. His physique, true energy, and mental power had all undergone a qualitative leap in an instant. His battle prowess had at least doubled. While his doppelganger had broken through, Yixian's main body had also broken through. This time, he quickly slashed out twice with his sword. Ferocious Ghost Break Tears. Ferocious Ghost Break Tears. 100 ghosts pounced forward, and miserable cries rang out continuously in the air. Stop! Right at this moment, a familiar shout rang out in Yixian's ears. Yixian turned around and saw a figure standing in the air. He had been too engrossed in killing just now, so he didn't notice an expert approaching. When he saw the face of this figure, killing intent flashed through his eyes. The purple-haired youth. The purple-haired youth who had framed him for massacring the 100 Ghost sect had actually arrived. It seems like this purple-haired youth was originally nearby. That's why he came so quickly. Just nice, I want to take revenge for setting me up. Yixian's eyes flickered as his rage points soared. Chapter 1036. You annihilated the 100 Ghost sect and now the Nether Ghost sect. Who are you? The purple-haired youth wasn't in a hurry to make a move when he saw that everyone was dead. I'm your grandfather. Yixian didn't want to talk nonsense with him and immediately made his move. After all, he had used all his trump cards. If he didn't fight for time, what would he do when the return of 10,000 swords and golden armored battle gods' duration ran out? Today, I'll carry out justice on behalf of the heavens and slay you, demon. The purple-haired youth didn't waste any more words and went forward. Second-grade spirit disaster and fifth-grade spirit disaster were 3 realms apart. This was the first time the purple-haired youth fought with someone who was so much weaker than him. However, he had personally witnessed Yixian's strength and couldn't be careless. After breaking through, Yixian's strength had increased tremendously. However, Yixian still had 2 helpers, Luoluo and Wei Zhentian. 100 Ghost Fox Clone. Return of 10,000 swords. Luoluo and Wei Zhentian assisted Yixian at the same time. However, the purple-haired youth was a 5th-grade spirit disaster and his speed was twice as fast as the sect master of the Nether Ghost sect. He wasn't easy to deal with. Speed was the attribute that Yixian loved the most. Even though he had a 90% increase to his movement speed, he was still slower than the purple-haired youth. However, Yixian hadn't merged with his clone yet. When the purple-haired youth swooped down, Yixian quickly merged with his clone. In an instant, his strength increased by 30%. Wei Zhentian Spiritual Sword Array. Yixian hastily ordered. In the next moment, hundreds of gigantic swords fell down. Boom! 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 What made the purple-haired youth flabbergasted was that the hundreds of gigantic swords weren't attacking him. Instead, they were trapping Yixian. Humph, do you think that you can live a little longer with this? The purple-haired youth snorted and charged into the spiritual sword array. However, when he charged in, he realized that Yixian wasn't inside. There wasn't a single person in the spiritual sword array. Yixian had already broken through the void and arrived at the location that he had just pinpointed. Luoluo, kill him. Yixian bellowed. Yes, young master. Luoluo had been unable to catch the purple-haired youth and was so angry that she stamped her feet. Now that she saw the purple-haired youth running into the spirit sword array, her eyes immediately lit up. The next moment, balls of red flames appeared in the hands of her and her clones. 7-colored demon fire. Countless flames were thrown into the spiritual sword array. Only then did the purple-haired youth realize that he had fallen into a trap. Although he did not know how Yixian had managed to escape, it was better to resolve the current crisis first. Red flames were thrown into the spiritual sword array one after another. These red flames were dispersed by the purple-haired young man one after another. However, there were always some that slipped through the net and were ignored by him. The first round, red demonic fire. The second round, orange demonic fire. The third round, yellow demonic fire. Red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, indigo, violet. When the 7 different colored demonic flames were gathered in the spirit sword array, a rainbow-like radiance suddenly lit up within it. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out as the explosion in the spiritual sword array shattered the nearest heaven-shaking giant swords into pieces. This move was Luoluo's most powerful attack. Even if the purple-haired youth did not die, he would be severely injured. When the sound of the explosion spread, Yixian quickly scanned with his eye of revelation. He discovered that the purple-haired youth was not dead, but he was close. This time I'm going to kill you, Yixian muttered in his heart as his eyes flashed. Eye of Nirvana. Eye of Disintegration. The effect of the Eye of Glory was still present, so Yixian's Nirvana rend was dyed gold. The golden Nirvana rend pierced through the air and disappeared into the smoke. A crisp sound was heard as the purple-haired youth's head was chopped off by the Nirvana rend. He would never have thought that he would die in such a damned place. After all, he was a disciple of the sect of the God of Ghosts. Most importantly, he did not even summon his own ghost spirit. Plop! The purple-haired youth's head fell to the ground, but his bloodied body was still standing. It was a horrifying sight to behold. To be honest, the purple-haired youth had not appeared at the right time. If he had appeared after Yixian's skill had worn off, Yixian would not have been able to kill him so easily. He might even have to escape again. Unfortunately, the purple-haired youth had come too early. He had met his end. At once, Yixian quickly swept over and put away the purple-haired youth's interspatial ring. A disciple of the sect of the God of Ghosts must be very wealthy, right? However, Yixian was disappointed again. There were not many things in the interspatial ring. Most of them were healing medicines. As for the corpse man, there were no clues either. What a scam! Another pauper. Yixian could not help but curse. However, at this moment he suddenly found a letter that piqued his interest. This letter was sent by the purple-haired youth's family. It mentioned something. The Fountain of Youth. What? The Fountain of Youth? Yixian was shocked. The Fountain of Youth could open the eyes of eternity and transfer his vital points to his 2 eyes. As long as his 2 eyes were not destroyed, he would not die. The purple-haired youth's family found a treasure land with the Fountain of Youth. So they asked him to go back and help. After reading the letter, Yixian understood. However, the purple-haired youth did not choose to go back because he had a mission. There are only 3 days left. Gather at the Chang fort of the 18 demonic castles, Yixian murmured. The 18 demonic castles were controlled by 3 big families. Each family controlled 6 castles. The purple-haired youth who had died was from the Chang family, one of the 3 big families. In 3 days, the 3 families would enter a place called the Glazed Mirage together. The Glazed Mirage was discovered by the disciples of the 3 families. There was an illusion formation here, so no one had discovered it. The Glazed Mirage was a completely different place from the land of the dead. The chi of heaven and earth was abundant. The disciples of the 3 families found a few drops of the Fountain of Youth in the Glazed Mirage by chance. A bottle of the Fountain of Youth could increase a person's lifespan by 10 years. It could increase a person's lifespan by 30 years at most. Even an expert in the manifestation realm would covet it. If there was a bottle of the Fountain of Youth, the 3 families would be rich. I only need a bottle of the Fountain of Youth to open the eyes of eternity, Yixian thought in his heart. Then, he rushed towards the 18 demonic castles. In 3 days, the 3 families would enter the Glazed Mirage together. He had to rush there immediately. After all, he did not know where the entrance to the Glazed Mirage was. Although it would waste another 3 days, Yixian could only put the matter of the corpse man aside since he had the chance to open the eyes of eternity. Chapter 1037. Yixian's main body was in charge of traveling, while his clone was in charge of gathering equipment from the various cities along the way. His strength could still continue to increase. It was the same for Luo. As long as she was released, she would be able to absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth. If she were to refine the natural treasures, her cultivation speed would be even faster. When Yixian arrived at the 18 demonic castles, Luo had already broken through to 2nd grade spirit disaster, and was on the same level as Yixian. The 3 great families of the 18 demonic castles weren't weak. Each of the 3 great families had a 6th grade spirit disaster expert overseeing them. If Yixian had arrived earlier, he could have made a deal with the 3 great families. However, when he arrived at the Chang family fort, the 3 great families were already preparing to set off. Young master, what should we do? Luo, who was beside Yixian, asked. From the looks of it, the Chang family fort doesn't seem to be stopping other cultivators. Perhaps they want to use them as cannon fodder. That's why we can sneak in. Yixian looked at the majestic group of Chang family fort members. After he finished speaking, he brought Luo along and followed them. The Penglai sacred ground was originally a huge secret realm. And this Glaze illusion realm wasn't a secret realm. It was a hidden place in the land of the dead. However, due to the existence of a special illusion array, no one had discovered it until now. The Chang family fort's old ancestor doesn't seem to be in the group. However, there are still 3 5th grade spirit disasters and more than 10 4th and 3rd grade spirit disasters experts. Yixian followed behind the Chang family fort members and used his eye of revelation and eye of perception to probe the strength of the Chang family fort members. This was only the Chang family forts group. There were still 2 other large forts, and their strength wouldn't be too weak. As for the unaffiliated cultivators around Yixian, the strongest one was only at 4th grade spirit disaster, so there was nothing to be afraid of. The Chang family forts group headed north. They spent an entire day to arrive at a canyon, and entered a newly opened large cave in the canyon. Yixian and Luo followed behind and entered. After walking for several tens of thousands of meters, they saw a large stone door. Glazed Mirage. Beside the stone fan, there was a stone tablet with the words Glazed Illusion written on it. Fort Lord, we were fighting with a transcendent holy beast in the canyon that day. We accidentally destroyed the stone wall and found this treasure land. A disciple of the Chang fort said. All right, let's rest here and wait for the other two parties to arrive. The Fort Lord of Chang Clan Fort said. Then the people of Chang Fort sat down on the spot, and so did the scattered martial artists. After all, they had followed the Chang family here. If the Chang family's people didn't enter, they wouldn't dare to enter. If they accidentally provoked the Chang family's people, they would be dead for sure. Today was the appointed time for the three castles to meet. Therefore, the other two teams should also arrive today. Soon the second team arrived. It was the Lian Castle of the 18 demonic castles. Then it was the Hu Clan Fort. Now the three big shots of the 18 demonic castles had arrived. Each of them had brought dozens of unaffiliated martial artists with them. In total, there were more than 200 of them. Yixian mixed in with the unaffiliated martial artists and looked around. Young master, there seems to be a disciple of the sect of the God of Ghost. Luoluo's voice sounded in Yixian's ears. Yeah, the Lian Castle and Hu Clan Fort each have a 5th grade spirit disaster disciple of the sect of the God of Ghost. Yixian nodded his head. The reason why he could recognize them was because the disciples of the sect of the God of Ghost had the same eerie aura as the purple-haired youth. He calculated that the three parties had a total of 10 5th grade spirit disasters experts and 34th grade spirit disasters experts. As for the 3rd grade spirit disasters experts, they weren't a threat to Yixian. If I were to go all out right now, I might be able to hold back 2 5th grade spirit disaster experts. Yixian thought in his heart. If he went all out, he could hold back 2. After all, the purple-haired youth still had a 5th grade spirit disaster expert in his universe ring. With the help of the Ghost King Pearl, he could barely control it. However, the three castles all had 6th grade spirit disasters experts. He didn't know if they didn't come or if they had already entered the illusory realm. Alright, now that everyone is here, let's go in. The Lian Castle's fortmaster said. It's getting late, let's go in. The Hu clan's fortmaster nodded his head. When the unaffiliated martial artists heard this, their eyes lit up and they became alert. The three parties didn't waste any time and pushed open the door. Shortly after, dense heaven and earth yuan qi surged out from the other side of the door. When everyone felt the heaven and earth yuan qi, they were simply intoxicated. It's indeed a treasure ground. There's actually such abundant heaven and earth yuan qi. If we were to cultivate here, we would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. It's a pity that there will definitely be dangers inside. I wonder who built this cave. Since the three major forces have entered, let's go in as well. The unaffiliated martial artists also entered the illusory realm. Some of them were solo martial artists, some were in groups of 2 or 3, and some were in groups of 7 or 8. Yixian's cultivation was the lowest among them. After all the unaffiliated martial artists entered the illusory realm, he entered together with Luoluo. Behind the door was another world with blue skies and white clouds. The scenery was picturesque. Wow, young master, this place is so beautiful. Luoluo couldn't help but sigh as she looked at the glazed illusory realm. The glazed illusory realm was underground. There were white clouds, but it was impossible for a blue sky to appear. Even if Yixian didn't use the Eye of Revelation, he could tell that this was an illusion. However, Yixian still used the Eye of Revelation to scan the illusory realm. This illusory realm is a little profound. Everything that I see might not be real. If it wasn't for the Eye of Revelation, I'm afraid that I would have been confused. Yixian narrowed his eyes. His foothold was on a stone platform on a cliff. Below his feet was a forest. At this moment, the three parties had already entered the forest. Under normal circumstances, a place like this would have a forbidden space array. If one's strength wasn't sufficient, they would have to walk. In this glazed illusory realm, even an expert of the 5th grade spirit disaster would have to walk. Young master, are we going in? Luoluo asked. Yixian took another look at the surroundings. Relying on the Eye of Revelation, he exposed all the hidden dangers. He chose a direction and said, "Let's go." When he moved, he also set up a spatial positioning point at the entrance. The sacred ground was a secret realm, so the Eye of Void could be used. At the same time, this glazed illusory realm was simply heaven for Luoluo. In the glazed illusory realm, the amount of yuan qi that Luoluo could absorb was 2 to 3 times more than the outside world. If it was paired with treasures, she would probably be able to break through to the third-grade spirit disaster in 1 or 2 days. Chapter 1038. In front of them, the teams from the 3 castles had merged together, so their risk factor was very low. There were also some independent martial artists who followed behind the combined team without any regard for their lives. However, Yi Xian felt that these people would be easily eliminated by the combined forces of the 3 great teams. According to the letter, the disciples of the Chang fort found the Fountain of Youth on the tree leaves. Therefore, the Fountain of Youth could appear anywhere. Yi Xian muttered as he walked. Young master, this Fountain of Youth is clearly spring water. Why would it appear on a leaf? Luoluo asked in confusion. Look up, Yi Xian said. Luoluo subconsciously looked up, but could only see the blue sky and white clouds. There was nothing special. There's nothing. Luoluo blinked her big eyes. There is, but it can't be seen with the naked eye. Yi Xian also raised his head, but he was using the eye of insight to look. The white clouds you see are formed by a strange energy. There is also some flowing water in this energy. I'm afraid that's the Fountain of Youth, Yi Xian replied. What, in the clouds? Luoluo was shocked. Does that mean that the Fountain of Youth is raining from the sky? Think so. However, I can't tell when the rain clouds will fall. Therefore, if we want to find the Fountain of Youth, we have to use another method. Yi Xian paused. Since there is rain, there must be a source. There should be a Fountain of Youth in this glaze illusion that evaporates. Searching for the Fountain of Youth was Yi Xian's plan. Of course, it was also the plan of the others. In order to open the Eye of Eternity, a bottle of the Fountain of Youth was required. Even if they encountered the Fountain of Youth on the way, it was just a drop in the bucket. Most of them ended up in the mud. Right at this moment. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud sound entered the ears of Yi Xian and Luoluo. Yi Xian turned to look and saw that someone had encountered the clay giant and was blown to pieces. What a pitiful person. Fortunately, I have the Eye of Insight and Eye of Perception, so I managed to avoid the danger. Yi Xian rejoiced in his heart. If he didn't have the abilities of the 2 heavenly eyes, it would be dangerous for him to encounter the 4th-grade spirit disaster. This time, Yi Xian's main goal in entering the glazed mirage was the immortal fountain. As for the rest, he could give up. In order to speed up the search, he summoned his doppelganger and used the eyes of perception of both his main body and doppelganger to search. As for Luoluo, she also brought Wei Zhentian out for a stroll. Although Luoluo was only at 2nd-grade spirit disaster, her strength could be considered as one of the top few in the glazed illusory realm. Yi Xian was searching for the Fountain of Youth on 3 fronts. 5 minutes after he entered the glazed fantasy. Ah, young master, come and take a look. Luoluo suddenly sent him a voice transmission. Hearing the sound, Yi Xian hurriedly rushed over. From Luoluo's tone, he could tell that Luoluo wasn't in danger, but had discovered something. Using the connection between the owner and the object, Yi Xian quickly found Luoluo. At this moment, Luoluo was holding onto a white jade bottle and said, Young master, I found 2 drops of immortal fountain. Immortal fountain. Yi Xian raised his brows and took a look at the jade bottle. There were 2 drops of sparkling liquid that were emitting a powerful aura of life. It was truly the immortal fountain. Only 2 drops. If I want to open the eyes of eternity, I will need at least 1,000 drops. Yi Xian helplessly shook his head. However, he still kept the 2 drops of immortal fountain. These 2 drops of immortal fountain were too little for Yi Xian. However, he experimented and swallowed a drop of immortal fountain. He realized that his strength didn't increase by much and his lifespan only increased by a few days. It seemed that the immortal fountain was a treasure that had attractive effects, but there weren't many benefits after swallowing it. Luoluo, did you find these 2 drops of immortal fountain on the leaf? Yi Xian turned around and asked. Yes, there were originally 3 drops. However, when I went over, one of them suddenly evaporated. Luoluo nodded. It evaporated and returned to the rain clouds? Yi Xian frowned. This glazed mirage was really strange. The temperature wasn't high, but the water actually evaporated. It was really rare. However, this was good news for Yi Xian. After all, he hadn't been here for long and had already obtained 2 drops of immortal fountain. As long as he was given time, it wouldn't be a problem for him to gather 1,000 drops. At that moment, he separated from Luoluo and split up to search for the immortal fountain. Using the Eye of Perception and the Eye of Revelation, Yixian's search speed was very fast. In less than an hour, he actually collected 20 drops of immortal fountain. 20 drops in 1 hour. This efficiency was pretty good. It seemed that in less than 2 days, he would be able to open the eyes of eternity. Luoluo, come back. We're not looking anymore. Yixian suddenly shouted. When Luoluo heard that, she replied in astonishment, why? Instead of collecting it ourselves, why don't we snatch it from others? I'll control it while you charm them to help. Yixian replied. At this moment, Luoluo recalled that she was from the Fox Charm clan. Furthermore, she had the Charm Fusion Crystal and the Charm Heart Sutra. She could even control experts of third-grade spirit disaster. Not only that, but Yixian was also the same. As long as they could control some people, their efficiency would be greatly increased. At that moment, they gathered again and headed in a direction. An hour had already passed, but the others were moving very slowly. Very quickly, Yixian found the first team. This team only had 3 people and all 3 of them were at third-grade spirit disaster. Yixian directly used the Eye of Control on the 3 of them. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. 3 system notifications rang out and Yixian had 3 more underlings. Following that, he swiftly flew over and said, "Give me your universe rings." The 3 of them did not hesitate and handed over their universe rings to Yixian. Yixian swiftly checked them. The 3 of them were out on an adventure, so they did not have many things. However, he did find a drop of immortal spring water. Very good, continue collecting. Yixian nodded his head in satisfaction and immediately charged out again. This time, there were over 100 people from the 3 castles that entered the glazed mirage. Adding up to 200 unaffiliated martial artists, it was more than enough for Yixian to control. To Yixian, these martial artists were only tools to collect the immortal spring water. Although Yixian only had 20 slots to control, he could not forget about Luoluo. With Luoluo's current strength, she could control at least 33rd grade spirit disaster experts. Adding Yixian's, it would be close to 50. With 50 underlings helping to collect the immortal spring water, Yixian estimated that he only needed a day. Very quickly, Luoluo had charmed 30 people, and had almost reached her limit. Chapter 1039. I'm almost at 50 drops of the Fountain of Youth. I might be able to open the Eye of Eternity today. Yixian took out the white jade bottle and nodded in satisfaction. However, at this moment, whoosh whoosh whoosh, a hurricane suddenly blew in the sky. Yixian looked up and immediately used the Eye of Revelation. He saw a large number of creatures in the sky. He jumped up and saw that it was a group of butterflies. However, this group of butterflies made Yixian pale with fright. Young master, what are those butterflies? Why are they bigger than elephants? Luoluo couldn't help but ask. Those are demonic butterflies. They will constantly release deadly powder as they fly. Luoluo, come in quickly. Yixian's expression changed. He hurriedly hid Luoluo in the cosmic space and quickly left the place. He had to avoid this large group of demonic butterflies. However, this group of demonic butterflies flew very quickly and there were many of them. There were at least 1,000 of them. Although Yixian had a pair of hairy legs, he was not spared. These demonic butterflies flew over Yixian's head and scattered deadly powder. These deadly powder did not have any effect on the plants. However, when Yixian touched his hand, his fingers were immediately corroded. Some of the powder even flowed into his body through his blood. Ding! The host has been poisoned. Beginning detoxification. Yixian had not heard the detoxification notification for a long time. Even though Yixian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, he was still poisoned. Fortunately, his poison resistance was high, so the powder did not pose a threat to him. It's so scary. The powder is like a storm. Although it can be shaken off with vital energy, it has no effect on the plants. If the wind blows while we're traveling, we'll be poisoned. Yixian could not help but shudder. It was not a big deal when the powder was scattered. What was scary was accidentally touching the powder on the leaves while traveling through the forest. If that happened, he would die without knowing why. Ding! Detoxification successful. Yixian's detoxification was successful. Next he could ignore the powder. However, Luo could not, so he let her stay in the cosmic space. Young master, I think more than 10 of my servants have died. At this moment Luo reminded him. Yixian sensed and said, 6 of mine have died as well. It seemed that demonic butterflies had passed by other places as well. Yixian did not encounter with the powder in the past. Now that he encountered one, it proved that he had entered the azure mirage. The more dangerous a place was, the greater the opportunity. He just didn't know how many casualties there were. Yixian didn't think too much about it. Now he was going to move forward by himself. However, he had not walked for long when he heard another series of loud rumbling sounds. He used the Eye of Revelation again and discovered that there was a huge figure moving in the distance. It seemed to be fighting. Bloody rock giant? Yixian raised his brows. This was exactly the same as the blood rock giant he'd encountered in the blood rock vein. However, it was even taller than the one he'd encountered back then. After seeing the bloody stone giant, Wei Zhentian could no longer remain calm and immediately trembled. Got it. I'll kill it for you. Yixian understood Wei Zhentian's intention and immediately rushed over. The bloodstone had its own quality. Yixian was only at human body disaster when he was in the bloodstone sect. But now he had already reached spirit disaster. This crimson stone giant was estimated to be at 5th grade spirit disaster. If it was devoured by Wei Zhentian, it would be able to make a breakthrough and become a 4th grade 3rd grade supreme spiritual treasure, which was equivalent to 4th grade spirit disaster. If Wei Zhentian made a breakthrough, then Yixian would also gain strength. So why not? At this moment, Yixian quickly flew towards the blood rock giant. The poison powder he encountered along the way was directly ignored by him. When Yixian got closer, he realized that the one fighting the bloody stone giant was not a wandering cultivator, but someone from the Chang family fort. The team split up? Yixian was a little astonished. The teams from the 3 forts should have been traveling together. But now that they discovered the Chang family fort's team, they must have split up, or something must have happened that forced them to split up. However, there was actually a 5th grade spirit disaster expert in this team. As for the other 5, there were even 2 4th grade spirit disasters. Young master, are we going to take action or reap the benefits? Luo asked in Yixian's mind. Of course, we're going to be the Oriole. Yixian replied. This bloody stone giant was not weak. He wanted to let the Chang family fort exhaust it first. If he were to take action right now, he might have to exhaust his trump cards. Just like that, Yixian observed the battle from afar with his Eye of Revelation. The Chang family fort's members each controlled a spirit of the same level to attack the bloody stone giant. Very quickly, the first layer of the bloody stone giant's armor was destroyed. With a loud rumble, the bloody stone giant's armor fell and its body shrunk. In just a short while, the second layer of armor was destroyed as well. Then the bloody stone giant's body was next. The bloody stone giant's body was not much bigger than a human, but its speed was not to be trifled with. Back then the bloody stone giant even knew how to launch a sneak attack and nearly killed Yixian. Although the bloody stone giant was pretty strong, it was quickly covered in injuries under the attacks of the Chang family fort's experts. In the end, it was killed by the 5th grade spirit disaster expert. Gotcha! The bloody stone giant's body turned into a pile of bloody stone ores. The Chang family's 5th grade spirit disaster expert kept the pile of blood rocks. The value of the pile of blood rocks wasn't cheap, so their trip was not in vain. Wang! The moment the bloody stone giant was destroyed, the heaven-shocking sword in Yixian's hand trembled violently. Good. Yixian nodded his head and immediately charged over. Eye of control. In an instant, the 5 Chang family fort's experts were all controlled by Yixian, leaving only the 5th grade spirit disaster expert. Who's there? When the 5th grade spirit disaster expert heard the commotion, he immediately barked out. At this moment, Yixian just happened to walk out of the forest. When the 5th grade spirit disaster expert saw that Yixian was only at 2nd grade spirit disaster, he coldly snorted, "Scram, or I'll send you on your way." Is that so? The corner of Yixian's lips rose. In the next moment the sound of wind could be heard. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 sounds of air breaking rang out. The 5th grade spirit disaster expert was shocked. When he turned his head over, he saw that his teammates were attacking him. Chapter 1040. This scene happened so suddenly that the 5th grade spirit disaster expert didn't even have time to react before he was struck. There was even a sword that chopped off his head. With his head chopped off, he instantly died. Tisk tsk tsk. Who asked you to speak such arrogant words? Yixian coldly said. The Eye of Control could be considered a divine skill, as it could control the opponent without them noticing and launch a sneak attack. This 5th grade spirit disaster expert probably would never have imagined that he would die in the hands of his teammates. Call them all out, Yixian said to the remaining 5 as he walked over and kept the universe ring of the 5th grade spirit disaster expert. Following that, he poured out all the blood rock ores that he had just collected. When Wei Zhentian saw that, he immediately swallowed all the blood rock ores. Ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. The blood rock ores left behind by the blood rock giant allowed Wei Zhentian to break through from 3rd grade spirit disaster to 4th grade spirit disaster. His strength and power had also increased by a level. These people were all here to train, so there weren't many things in their universe rings. However, Yixian had unexpectedly gathered 100 drops of immortal spring water. You guys are pretty lucky to have gathered so much immortal spring water, Yixian praised. This time he directly used the immortal spring water to open the Eye of Eternity. Ding! The Eye of Eternity has been opened to 10%. 100 drops of immortal spring water was just enough to open 10% of the Eye of Eternity. If he had another 900 drops, he would be able to fully open the Eye of Eternity. However, the Eye of Eternity was different from the Eye of Glory. If it wasn't fully opened, it wouldn't have any effect. Shouldn't the 3 of you be moving together? Why did you guys split up? This moment Yixian asked. We encountered a group of demonic butterflies. If we were to move together, it would be easy for us to be poisoned. Therefore we split up. A 4th grade spirit disaster expert replied. Then, do you guys have any news about the immortal spring water? Yixian asked again. Yes. The fort master said that as long as we proceed in a straight line from the entrance, we might be able to find the immortal spring water. This is the route that my 18 houses of heavenly demons lost quite a few people to find. The 4th grade spirit disaster expert nodded his head. A straight line. Upon hearing this, Yixian raised his eyebrows. He had no clue about this glazed illusion. Although there was the fountain of youth above his head, if it didn't rain, he wouldn't be able to get it. After all, there was a flight restriction array in the glazed mirage. He could only jump a few dozen meters at most. Even Wei Zhentian could only fly a few dozen meters. Just now, Yixian had tried to control a devil butterfly, but it could not fly while carrying him. Therefore, outsiders would not be able to fly unless they were strong enough. Since the 18 demonic castles had a clue, it was easy to handle. Alright, lead the way. Yixian nodded. The 5 of them were already under his control, so if he were to meet someone from the Chong family fort, he could casually find an excuse and say that he was a friend of one of the 5. After all, he was only at 2nd grade spirit disaster, so he wouldn't attract the attention of others. Yixian was leading the 5 of them on their journey. He was immune to the deadly powder on the road, but the 5 of them were not, so they could only use their martial arts to open up a path. This way, they would inevitably attract the attention of the Supreme Saint Beasts. Fortunately, they were strong enough. In addition to Yixian's Eye of Revelation, as long as a living creature approached them, he would be able to detect it. About 10 minutes later, they met another group. However, it wasn't from the Chong family fort, but the Hu family fort. At this moment, the Hu family fort's group was still slowly advancing. Tsk tisk, it's time for a harvest. Yixian grinned. Because he was chasing after the other party, his Eye of Control was useless. Who's there? Just as Yixian was about to rush over, the Hu family fort's group suddenly shouted. Yixian's footsteps paused. He was so far away from the other party, but the other party was able to discover him? That was impossible. However, in the next moment, he knew that the shout wasn't directed at him. Under his Eye of Revelation, a figure rapidly approached the Hu family fort's group and exchanged blows with them. Such fast speed, such powerful strength. Yixian's heart trembled. In the next moment, he saw the Hu family forts group being completely annihilated. One must know that there was also a 5th-grade spirit disaster expert in the Hu family forts group. However, this battle didn't even last 2 seconds. A 5th-grade spirit disaster, 2 4th-grade spirit disasters, and 3 3rd-grade spirit disasters were all annihilated. Damn, they were all 5th-grade spirit disasters, but they were actually insta-killed. Yi Xian was shocked. As the distance was too far, he couldn't see who was fighting with the Hu family forts group. However, he was sure that the other party had killed the 5 of them in one strike. To be able to insta-kill the entire group in 2 seconds, including a martial artist of the same cultivation level, this murderer was quite powerful. Immediately, Yi Xian gave chase. However, this person's speed was too fast. After killing the Hu family forts group, he quickly left Yi Xian's field of vision. Just who is this person? Yi Xian couldn't figure it out. Among the groups that entered the glazed mirage, the 18 houses of heavenly demons were the strongest. The unaffiliated martial artists were at most 4th-grade spirit disasters. However, this 5th-grade spirit disaster expert was from the Hu family forts group. Could it be that he was from the Lian family fort or the Chong family fort? Strange, where did that person come from? Could it be that he entered before the 18 houses of heavenly demons? Yi Xian guessed in his heart. Immediately, he flew over and checked the injuries of the corpses. They were all insta-killed with a single strike. Their hearts were pierced through. Yi Xian swallowed his saliva. If it was him, he could insta-kill a 4th-grade spirit disaster expert. However, he couldn't do it for a 5th-grade spirit disaster expert. No matter what, he still had to be careful. He didn't want to be killed by a sneak attack. Before he opened the Eye of Eternity, his heart and brain were still his vital points. Following that, he continued on his journey. With such an incident, bringing a few people with him would make him a huge target. Therefore, he decided to travel alone. He guessed that he should have entered the center of the glazed mirage. Young master, I feel that it's a little dangerous this time. Why don't we turn back and obediently collect the immortal spring water? Luo reminded. You can't say that. How can there be no danger when you're outside? Just like the previous time, although we were in the city, a corpse still fell from the sky. Furthermore, the immortal spring water is extremely precious. Even manifestation realm experts would covet it. When the time comes, even if we don't take it out, it's not bad to increase the lifespan of our family. Yi Xian replied. Chapter 1041. Naturally, if he took out the immortal fountain spring and exchanged it for a large amount of cultivation resources, Yi Xian's family would be able to break through to spirit disaster, and their lifespan would reach 150 years. This was even more beneficial than directly consuming the immortal fountain spring. Oh, then be careful, young master. Luo reminded once again. Okay. Yi Xian nodded his head. He continued to advance in a straight line, and not long later, he made another discovery. These discoveries were all corpses. They were all killed in one strike again with the same method, but the murderer is the same person. Yi Xian looked at the corpses of the wandering cultivators, and his heart trembled once again. It looks like the murderer was also trying to steal the treasures of others. Yi Xian couldn't help licking his lips. Since the other party was trying to steal the treasures of others, then he could be the fisherman once again. It wasn't like he had never killed a 5th-grade spirit disaster expert before. Under the situation where he used his trump cards, he was still very strong. However, since the other party was able to instantly kill a 5th-grade spirit disaster expert, he definitely had some ability. Yi Xian guessed that the other party must have learned some powerful martial technique to be able to pierce through the enemy's heart in a sneak attack. Since the universe rings of the corpses were taken away, Yi Xian did not stay and continued to advance. Not long later, he saw a few more corpses. These corpses were all killed in one strike as well. As he continued to advance, Yi Xian's heart started to beat violently. Although he had the perceptive eye and insight eye, he still felt an intense sense of danger. Just when he encountered the 13th wave of corpses, he finally saw that figure again. That mysterious killer was just out of his field of vision and was moving quickly. Chase! Yi Xian did not say anything and directly charged over. Since the other party had killed so many people, there should be plenty of treasures in his universe ring. It was time for Yi Xian to be the fisherman. But not long later he lost track of the mysterious killer again. So fast. Yixian was speechless. Since he had lost his target again, he had no choice but to give up. The immortal fountain was still more important. However, after advancing for a while more, he encountered another group. This time Yixian encountered a total of 30 people. This was the largest group that Yixian had encountered so far. Boom! 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 At that moment that group of people were fighting. The target of their battle was that mysterious assassin. A single person fighting against 4 experts of 5th level spirit disaster? Yixian was shocked. If it was him, he might be able to deal with a single 5th grade spirit disaster expert. However, it was impossible for him to deal with 4 5th grade spirit disasters experts at the same time. No matter what, he decided to go and take a look. The battle ahead was extremely intense, and screams of agony could be heard constantly. Yixian used his eye of revelation to investigate as he hurried over. Before he could arrive, many people had already fallen, including an expert at 5th grade spirit disaster. There were so many of them besieging one person, yet they were killed instead. Did they know how to play? However, Yixian noticed that the mysterious assassin's speed had decreased. Evidently he was injured. It's good that he's injured. I'll let you guys fight to the death before I catch all of you in one fell swoop. Yixian stealthily approached. However, as he approached, he also felt that something was amiss. He could sense a familiar aura ahead. Could it be? Yixian's body trembled as he immediately rushed over. Initially, he wanted to observe from afar and kill his way over when the time was right. However, he suddenly thought of something. Could that mysterious assassin be someone that he knew? Who are you? A roar entered Yixian's ears. Another expert at 5th grade spirit disaster had fallen. At the same time, Yixian finally came out of the forest. At this moment, his face was dark because he saw a familiar person. Feng Wuchen? Yixian muttered as he looked at the white figure that was fighting with the experts of the 18 demonic castles. That's right, the mysterious assassin that could instantly kill a 5th grade spirit disaster was actually Feng Wuchen. However, Feng Wuchen wasn't wearing his iron mask at this moment. Instead, he was showing his true appearance. It was probably because the ghost corpses had been frequently attacked recently. Wearing an iron mask, didn't that mean that he was a ghost corpse of the corpse ghost Taoist? As long as he took off his iron mask and didn't speak, who would guess that he was a ghost corpse? Damn, why is Feng Wuchen here as well? Could it be that the corpse ghost Taoist also knows about the immortal spring? Yixian was shocked. When he first met Feng Wuchen was only at 4th grade spirit disaster. But today he was actually at 5th grade spirit disaster. However, that wasn't what shocked Yixian the most. Feng Wuchen shuttled through the crowd in his white robes. Any one of his attacks was extremely powerful. The sword aura that he released shocked even Yixian. That's not the perfect sword aura. That's the union of man and sword. Yixian swallowed his saliva. Feng Wuchen had comprehended the union of man and sword, which was why he was so powerful. But now wasn't the time to care about that. Feng Wuchen is under the orders of the corpse ghost Taoist. He doesn't recognize anyone. If he has the chance, he will definitely kill me. Yixian hesitated. He was hesitating. Should he make a move? If he did, which side should he help? If he were to fight Feng Wuchen alone, Feng Wuchen would definitely be stronger. If he helped the injured Feng Wuchen deal with the 18 demonic castles, what would he do if Feng Wuchen changed sides? However, he was friends with Feng Wuchen. He couldn't help the 18 demonic castles, right? With Feng Wuchen's strength, dealing with the 18 demonic castles shouldn't be a problem. Now that he's injured, I'll use the Eye of Control to control him after the battle ends. Yixian immediately came up with a plan. But it was only a matter of time before Feng Wuchen dealt with the remaining 2 5th grade spirit disaster experts. Thus Yixian had to do something. Burning Eye. Yixian used his Eye of Heaven on Feng Wuchen to weaken his willpower. He was only at 2nd grade spirit disaster, while Feng Wuchen was at 5th grade spirit disaster. Furthermore, Feng Wuchen had the corpse ghost Taoist behind him, so it wasn't easy to control him. Thus he had to wear him down. Feng Wuchen was struck by the burning eye and frowned his brows. He had also noticed Yixian, but Yixian was only at 2nd grade spirit disaster. The threat he posed to him was much smaller than the enemy before him. Let's go. This brat has comprehended the union of man and sword. His attacks are extremely powerful. He's not someone we can deal with, a fifth-grade spirit disaster expert yelled. In an instant, the remaining people scattered and disappeared into the forest. Feng Wuchen fought against dozens of people by himself and exchanged heavy injuries for the lives of 2 fifth-grade spirit disaster experts. Although he was at the end of his strength, he wasn't someone these people could deal with. Chapter 1042. Die! Feng Wuchen looked at the person in front of him and let out a hoarse roar as he slashed out with his sword. A ray of sword light pierced through the air and sent the expert who was at the 5th-grade spirit disaster flying. The other disciple of the sect of the God of Ghost immediately turned around and left. Feng Wuchen didn't chase after that person. Instead, he rushed over and killed the expert who was at the 5th-grade spirit disaster. At this moment, there wasn't a single person in the surroundings as they had all entered the forest. However, Yixian didn't make a move immediately. Feng Wuchen glanced at him and then chased after the fleeing sect of the God of Ghosts. He didn't kill me first? Yixian was a little surprised. He took this opportunity to collect the universe rings of the corpses. No, you can't kill me. I'm a disciple of the sect of the God of Ghost. A wretched cry rang out in the forest, and Feng Wuchen immediately turned back. It's you, Feng Wuchen said in a hoarse voice. At this moment, Yixian had already collected all the universe rings. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to break through. However, he knew that as long as he subdued Feng Wuchen, it would be enough. You still remember me? Yixian looked at Feng Wuchen in shock. Die! Unexpectedly, Feng Wuchen didn't say anything and charged at him. Yixian thought that Feng Wuchen recognized him, so he didn't make a move. It turned out that Feng Wuchen wanted to leave him for last. There's no other way. Come. With a roar, Yixian also transformed. I have glory. Feng Wuchen had comprehended the union of man and sword, so his attack power was explosive. He could probably instantly kill Yixian. Furthermore, Yixian was 3 realms lower than Feng Wuchen. It wouldn't be easy for him to control Feng Wuchen. Furthermore, he didn't want to harm Feng Wuchen's life, so this battle would probably be very simple. In an instant, the two of them exchanged blows. Yixian split into 2 and instantly used his true energy to condense hundreds of fierce ghosts. Feng Wuchen, who had comprehended the union of man and sword, was extremely powerful. He could wipe out all the ferocious ghosts with just a few strikes. 10,000 swords returned to origin. He could not afford to be careless in this battle, so Yixian immediately revealed his second trump card. In an instant, the heaven-shaking sword cluster enlarged and descended. Spiritual sword array. Feng Wuchen's speed was fast, but this time, the sky-shaking sword expanded its range and trapped Yixian and Feng Wuchen like before. Eyes of the Void. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yixian quickly broke through the void and left the spiritual sword array. A 4th-grade spirit disaster heaven-shocking sword wasn't something that an ordinary person could destroy. Even Feng Wuchen, who had comprehended the union of man and sword, wasn't able to destroy the heaven-shocking sword in a single strike. Luo, Yixian bellowed. Understood. Luo appeared out of nowhere and transformed into 100 clones, continuously throwing the flames in her hands at the spiritual sword formation. Feng Wuchen was heavily injured, and his abilities were greatly reduced. Hence Luo was very careful and purposely went easy on him. Bang! A loud explosion resounded in the spiritual sword array. The nearest heaven-shaking sword was directly shattered, and Feng Wuchen, who was in the spiritual sword array, was naturally unable to escape. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo and her clone quickly attacked. 100 layers of shackles. The whip in the clone's hand coiled and tied Feng Wuchen up. At the same time, the whip in Luo's hand also wrapped around Feng Wuchen's neck. Absorbing star. Feng Wuchen's true qi and stamina were quickly absorbed. Feng Wuchen couldn't break free from Luo's 100 layers of shackles, and could only scream towards the sky. His true qi and stamina were quickly absorbed. In addition to the injuries on his body, he didn't even have 60% of his strength left. Taking advantage of Feng Wuchen being trapped, Yixian's original body and clone hurriedly shot out 2 eyes of disintegration. Sizzle! Sizzle! 2 eyes of disintegration shot towards Feng Wuchen's legs from both sides. In an instant, Feng Wuchen's knees were completely disintegrated, and he fell to the ground with a plop. However, Feng Wuchen had perfectly merged with the ghost fetus and had extremely strong recovery abilities. His legs had just been broken, and the ghost fetus was continuously repairing his legs. Burning Eye. Eye of Control. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He and Luoluo both revealed their trump cards just for this little bit of time. Ding! Control failed. Ding! Control failed. Ding! Control failed. 3 notifications sounded in a row. In the blink of an eye, Feng Wuchen's legs were actually almost completely healed. Luoluo, yin and yang ring. Yi Xian hurriedly shouted in a low voice. At that moment, Luoluo gave up on absorbing star. With a whip, she pulled Feng Wuchen's yin and yang ring and threw it towards Yi Xian. This time Yi Xian was already prepared. If the yin and yang ring couldn't help him break through, then he would once again advance to the Heavenly Eye clan bloodline. However, the moment he obtained the yin and yang ring, a system notification sounded. Ding! Host has broken through. Current level is 3rd grade spirit disaster. Now Yi Xian and Feng Wuchen were only 2 levels apart. I don't believe that I can't control you. Yi Xian opened his eyes wide, and his gaze flickered. Ding! Control failed. Ding! Control succeeded. Finally, control was successful. Yi Xian's mental attack, Luoluo's charm and absorbing star. In addition, Feng Wuchen was originally injured, so his willpower was extremely low. Hence, he was controlled by Yi Xian. Huff huff. I finally succeeded. Yi Xian grinned. It seemed like he didn't need to use the last 2 devouring points to advance to the Heavenly Eye clan bloodline. However, at that moment, a ball of fog gushed out from Feng Wuchen's body and condensed into a pale white skull. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? The white skull began to speak. Corpse Taoist, I admit that you are very capable. You actually raised Feng Wuchen to such a level. However, you are just a rat crossing the street. A rat that doesn't even dare to show its face. Yi Xian coldly snorted. Who would have thought that even Feng Wuchen, who I carefully nurtured, wouldn't be your opponent? The only thing I regret is that I couldn't catch you. The white skull continued. A rat crossing the street like you wants to catch me? Yi Xian said with disdain. Don't worry. I will definitely find you. Then, I will cut off your limbs and throw you to a female sacred beast in heat. If you have the ability, you can try. Next, I will send out my elite ghost corpse. Brat, just you wait. After the corpse Taoist finished speaking, he disappeared again. So what if it's an elite ghost corpse? Can you find me? Yi Xian sneered. However, in the next moment his smile froze. This was because the white skull suddenly turned into a ray of light and rushed into his body. Ghost Corpse Imprint. F***CK again? Chapter 1043. No, after I leave the Glaze Mirage, I'll find someone to help me get rid of it. I can't be a target every time. Yi Xian thought to himself. Now that he controlled Feng Wuchen and slapped the corpse man's face, it seemed that the day of his battle with the corpse man would soon arrive. At this time, Feng Wuchen used the ghost fetus to heal his broken leg. However, the wounds on his body healed slowly. After all, they were injuries caused by true qi, and there was still true qi left in the wounds. It was because of these wounds that Yi Xian was able to suppress and control him successfully. Yi Xian walked over and asked, Wuchen, you must have seen the corpse man. Do you know where he is? He was just asking casually. The corpse man was so secretive. Even if Feng Wuchen had seen him, he might not know where he was. However, what surprised him was that Feng Wuchen actually nodded. Feng Wuchen was now controlled by Yi Xian. He pointed in the air and wrote 3 words on the ground. Blood Cloud Sect. Blood Cloud Sect? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Was this where the corpse man was hiding? He quickly took out the map and found that the Blood Cloud Sect was quite powerful. It was directly under the Ghost God Sect. He didn't expect that the corpse man, who was wanted by the 2 camps in the land of the dead, was hiding in the Blood Cloud Sect. Very good. Once I get the Immortal Spring, I'll immediately investigate. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. This trip to the Glaze Mirage was indeed the right place. Not only did he subdue Feng Wuchen, but he also found out where the corpse man was hiding. Now it was time to kill him. As long as he killed the corpse man, Yixian could complete the chain random mission and Wei Xinqian would advance again. However, he had to get the immortal spring first. At this time Yixian threw a blood potion to Feng Wuqian. After the latter drank it and with the help of the ghost fetus, he recovered to his peak state in the blink of an eye. Follow me first, Yixian said to Feng Wuqian. Yixian now had all the universe rings of those people. In addition to the previous ones, Yixian had gathered 400 drops of immortal spring water. If nothing went wrong, he would be able to open the Eye of Eternity today. However, Yixian's current goal was not to open the Eye of Eternity, but to obtain a large amount of immortal spring water. He continued to lead Feng Wuqian and Luo Luo forward. With Feng Wuqian around, even if a 6th-grade spirit disaster expert descended, Yixian wouldn't be afraid. Yixian continued to rush forward for a while. Young master, I've discovered that the heaven-earth yuan qi here is becoming more and more abundant. Luo Luo asked curiously. With her reminder, Yixian also carefully sensed the surroundings. Indeed, the further in they went, the more abundant the yuan qi of heaven and earth became. Yixian's eyes lit up. It seemed that he was very close to the immortal spring. He quickened his pace and with the help of the Eye of Revelation, he discovered a strange place in front of him. We're finally here. Yixian hurriedly led the two of them forward and finally rushed out of the forest. At this moment there was a lake in front of them. A lake that emitted a powerful aura of life. Heavens, the immortal spring water. It's all immortal spring water, Luo Luo exclaimed. The water in this lake was all the extremely precious immortal spring water. Yixian was shocked. If he took away all the immortal spring water, even the combined wealth of 10,000 manifestation realm experts would only be a drop in the ocean in front of this immortal spring water, right? This was really too shocking. There weren't many things that could increase one's lifespan. Previously, Yixian had swallowed the longevity pill, and each person could only take one. The second time it was taken, the effect would be greatly reduced. However, the immortal spring water could be taken 3 times, increasing one's lifespan by 30 years. If those experts who were nearing the end of their lifespan obtained the immortal spring water, they might be able to break through again. Yixian didn't care so much. He hurriedly rushed to the side of the lake and prepared to fill a bottle before opening the Eye of Eternity. However, at this moment, he was stopped by a formation beside the lake. A formation? Yixian was shocked. Even his Eye of Revelation couldn't discover the formation. The immortal spring water was right in front of him, but his hand couldn't reach it. It was needless to say how angry he was. Young man. At this moment, a clear and elegant voice suddenly fell into Yixian's ears. Yixian focused his eyes and discovered that a beautiful figure had already appeared in front of him. This was a woman with a stunning appearance. She looked to be in her early 20s, and she even wore a pair of rainbow-colored bracelets. She appeared like a fairy, and the aura exuded from her every move made Yixian's heart beat faster uncontrollably. This woman appeared like a ghost and stood in front of Yixian in the air. Yixian's heart trembled because he didn't discover how this woman appeared. Moreover, even the Eye of Perception couldn't detect her. Not human. With the Eye of Revelation, Yixian immediately saw that this woman was just a projection. Wow, what a beautiful sister. Behind Yixian, Luo couldn't help but sigh. Not only that, but even Feng Wuqian, who was controlled by Yixian, couldn't take his eyes off this woman. Who are you? Yixian asked with a frown. I am Fairy Luli. You've trespassed into my territory, the woman said slowly. Fairy Luli. Hearing this, Yixian raised his eyebrows. This name must be related to the Glazed Mirage. My apologies, Senior. We entered the Glazed Mirage by chance and saw the immortal spring water here. Yixian hurriedly cupped his fists. He felt that this Fairy Luli wasn't an ordinary person. Even if she was just a projection, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to deal with her. This was because even he couldn't see through the energy that condensed this projection. It's fine. I built this Glazed Mirage because I need something. If you have something I need, then I can exchange it with the immortal spring water. If not, then go back to the forest and collect it yourself, Fairy Luli continued. Exchange? Hearing this, Yixian's eyes couldn't help but light up. Senior, what do you need? As his voice fell, Fairy Luli raised her slender hand. The next moment, Yixian saw a few lines of words. This? Yixian was shocked. It wasn't that he didn't recognize the things Fairy Luli needed, but he had seen them before. Even the cheapest one was F*King more expensive than the Battle Bloodline expansion slot. If he used Devour points to exchange for it, it would cost more than 100 points. F*CK. Yixian's guess was right. This woman was so strong that she had definitely surpassed the manifestation realm. I don't think you have these things. However, young man, you have something that can be exchanged for the immortal spring water, Fairy Luli suddenly said. What? Yixian asked subconsciously. Chapter 1044. The bloodlines in your body are a little complicated, but one of them has a strong life aura, so I need your blood. As Fairy Luli spoke, she waved her right hand again. In the next moment, a stream of water suddenly rose from the lake and rushed to her side, finally converging into a ball of water the size of a basketball. The immortal spring water here can be divided into 10 bottles of immortal spring water, which is equivalent to 100 years of lifespan. You can use the same amount of blood to exchange with me. Fairy Luli spoke again. Hearing this, Yixian was shocked. Using his blood to exchange for the immortal spring water? One bottle for another, this was a great deal. The bloodline that Fairy Luli spoke of was probably the bloodline of the divine tree of life, and this amount of blood was simply a drop in the bucket for Yixian. Thinking of the preciousness of the immortal spring water, Yixian subconsciously asked, Senior, can I exchange for more? When he said this, Luo couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hearing this, Fairy Luli covered her mouth and laughed. All right, 200 years it is. In the next moment, another ball of water formed from the immortal spring water. One shouldn't be too greedy. Yixian was already shameless enough to raise the price. If he did it again, he might provoke Fairy Luli's disgust, and it would be a tragedy if she directly snatched it. All right. Yixian didn't say anything else and directly took out a crystal bottle from the super devouring space. This crystal bottle wasn't ordinary, it was enough to fill a lake. He began to bleed, and in order to express his gratitude, he even put in a lot of blood. It was quite strange, a spirit disaster expert actually relied on blood to live. Very good. This 200 years of immortal spring water is yours. Fairy Luli waved her hand, and 2 balls passed through the array and landed in front of Yixian. Yixian took out another crystal bottle, and put all the immortal spring water inside. 200 years of immortal spring water was only around 20 bottles, and Yixian only needed 1 bottle to open the Eye of Eternity. Your vitality has exceeded my imagination. Let's have a pleasant cooperation. Fairy Luli sighed, then took the crystal bottle thrown by Yixian and said, If you still want the Fountain of Youth, then go to the forest to collect it. The Fountain of Youth in the colored glass dreamland will go through the cycle of heaven and earth and turn into rain. However, you only have 1 day. After 1 day, the glazed mirage will close. Once it closes, you won't be able to leave. Thank you, Senior. Yixian hurriedly cupped his fists and thanked her. He knew that Fairy Luli had gotten what she wanted, which was his blood, so she had to close the illusion. Then, Fairy Luli floated into the distance. Yixian watched as she slowly flew towards the small island in the center of the lake. There's an egg there? At this time, Yixian found an oval egg in the middle of the island in the middle of the lake. The egg was about 1 meter tall, but he could not see through the eggshell, so he did not know what was inside. Immediately, Fairy Luli poured his blood on the big egg. Is she going to use my blood, which contains the breath of life, to nurture this egg? Yixian suddenly remembered the things listed by Fairy Luli, all of which had the effect of prolonging one's life. He felt that he had suffered a loss. Although his blood was endless, his blood was very important to Fairy Luli. If he asked for too much, Fairy Luli should agree. After all, there was a whole lake of Fountain of Youth here. However, experts were temperamental. If he did that, maybe the grass on his grave would be more than 1 meter tall next year. Ding, the host has opened the eternal eye. The moment the system beep sounded, Yixian felt a chill in his eyes. Now the heavenly eye was finally fully opened. Haha, now even if my heart and eyes are pierced, as long as my eyes are still there, I won't die. Yixian was overjoyed. At that time in the life and death battle, he could deliberately reveal his weakness and exchange lives with his opponent. Who would have thought that his weakness was his eyes? Moreover, both eyes had to be destroyed at the same time. After opening the eternal eye, Yixian directly swallowed 3 bottles of Fountain of Youth. In an instant he saw his lifespan increase by 30 years. Previously, when he was in true energy disaster, he forcefully used the Dragon Catcher hand twice, which left him with only a few years of lifespan. However, at that time his realm was too low. If he used the Dragon Catcher hand again, although he would still overdraw his life force, it would definitely not be so much. Simply put, Yixian could now use the Dragon Catcher hand again, which was a killing move. Good, this is really good. Yixian's confidence was off the charts. After all, this was a divine ability. If he could use the Dragon Catcher hand previously, even if Feng Wuchen was not seriously injured, he would not be afraid. The Fountain of Youth can only be used 3 times. Let me try again. Yixian tried to swallow a little more of the Fountain of Youth, but found that it was still effective. What? It's still effective? Didn't you say that it can only increase my lifespan by 30 years? He was shocked because his lifespan increased by 31 years. At that moment, he swallowed a little more and found that his lifespan had increased by 40 years. Only then did he realize that Fairy Luli was talking about the supreme grade Fountain of Youth. Ordinary Fountain of Youth could increase one's lifespan by 10 years, at most 30 years. However, this supreme grade Fountain of Youth had no limit. In other words, the Fountain of Youth in Yixian's hands could increase a person's lifespan by 150 years. The supreme grade Fountain of Youth has no limit. What a great deal! Yixian's eyes lit up, but he found that Fairy Luli had disappeared. Not only that, but even the array was starting to become blurry. He could not see through it anymore. Whatever, Luo, let's continue to collect the Fountain of Youth. After saying that, Yixian led the way and rushed back into the forest. What a joke, this was the supreme grade Fountain of Youth, and the glazed mirage would close in a day. He had to collect more. In the following days, Yixian shuttled through the forest and collected the Fountain of Youth. In just one day he had managed to collect a bottle of it. He had used 1 bottle of the 200-year-old Fountain of Youth to activate the Eternal Eye and 4 bottles to use the special Devouring skill. Therefore, he still had 150 years left. This time Yixian gave the Fountain of Youth to Luo, increasing her lifespan by 10 years. At the same time, Yixian also met other people, but they were all robbed by him. One day later, Yixian also left the glazed mirage. Chapter 1045. Is this glazed illusory realm a secret realm? Yixian couldn't understand. A secret realm was actually a part of the world. The entrance was a teleportation array, but Yixian wasn't sure if he would still be in the glazed illusory realm when the door closed. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Yixian didn't care about it anymore and left. The others didn't know that the glazed illusory realm would close in a day. Perhaps they were still exploring the glazed illusory realm. This time, Yixian could be considered as the biggest beneficiary. Not only did he obtain the immortal spring water, he even controlled Feng Wuchen and found out where the corpse man was hiding. Next, he would have to do the chain random mission. However, when he returned to the valley, he realized that there was a large number of experts gathered outside. People from the 18 demonic castles? Yixian's brows twitched. No wonder he felt that it was strange that the 18 demonic castles would allow unaffiliated cultivators to enter. It turned out that there was a backer outside. The first batch entered the glazed illusory realm to explore, while the second batch guarded outside the glazed illusory realm, waiting for the unaffiliated cultivators to come out. Brat, hand over the universe ring and we'll spare your life. A 4th grade spirit disaster expert from the Chong family walked up and said in a stern voice. Yixian sized up the surroundings. The strongest expert was at 5th grade spirit disaster, and there were 3 of them. I, Yixian, have never been robbed before. Since you're courting death, then I'll accept it. Yixian's killing intent was revealed. In the next moment, a bloody storm swept through the area. His current strength wasn't below Feng Wuchen. If the 2 of them worked together, these people were nothing. Soon the experts from the 18 demonic castles were all killed by him. With Yixian's current strength, it was useless for a 5th grade spirit disaster expert to control him. Therefore, there wasn't a single one left. Young master, where are we going now? Luo glanced at the corpses on the ground and asked. To the 18 demonic castles and make a fortune. Yixian replied. Although he already knew where the corpse man was hiding, his strength was still not enough. Therefore, he needed to increase his strength. And the 18 demonic castles just so happened to be a pretty good place. Previously, he had already set up a location at the Chang fortress. Hence, he had directly broken through the void and stepped over there. The Chang fort, the Hu fort, and the Lian fort were the three biggest families in the 18 demonic castles. Each family controlled 6 castles. At this moment, Yi Xian had landed outside the Chang fort. The Chang family has a 6th grade spirit disaster expert, but I've already made a breakthrough. With Feng Wuchen and the dragon capturing hand, it shouldn't be a problem. With that, Yi Xian entered the Chang fort. The Chang fort was actually a city. The Chang clan was the city lord, so Yi Xian could enter the city. However, in order to deceive others, Yi Xian and Feng Wuchen put on iron masks after entering the city. Let's go. Kill our way into the Chang clan. Yi Xian brought Feng Wuchen and charged towards the Chang family. Their speed was so fast that the passersby couldn't see them. Soon, the two of them arrived at the Chang family. Iron masks? When the Chang family's guards saw Yi Xian and Feng Wuchen, their faces changed as they hurriedly shouted, "There's an enemy attack. It's the corpseman's ghost corpses." This shout was like the sound of a bell that fell into everyone's ears. In an instant, countless experts charged out of the Chang family, but the 6th grade spirit disaster ancestor of the Chang family was nowhere to be seen. The 18 demonic castles were under the sect of the god of ghosts, so almost everyone knew how to control ghosts. The Chang family was no exception. In an instant, countless auras pressed down on Yi Xian, making it hard for him to breathe. After all, he was only a 3rd grade spirit disaster ancestor. However, since the Chang family's ancestor didn't appear, even 100 of them wouldn't be a threat to him. It's really ghost corpses. Capture them and send them to the sect of the god of ghost. A 5th grade spirit disaster expert of the Chang family barked. Including him, there were a total of 2 5th grade spirit disasters experts and 10 4th grade spirit disasters experts. In their view, it was more than enough to deal with Yi Xian and Feng Wuchen. Attack! Yi Xian did not waste any more words as he ordered Feng Wuchen to attack. When they saw Yi Xian and Feng Wuchen attacking, the Chang family did not waste any more words as they launched their attacks. A storm of blood immediately swept out. Burning Eye. Forbidden Eye of Illusion. Yi Xian turned into a killing god as he showed no mercy. At the same time, he also used his heavenly eye on the 2 5th grade spirit disasters experts of the Chang family. With his 3rd grade spirit disaster cultivation, controlling a 5th grade spirit disaster wasn't a problem. At that time, if the Chang family's ancestor appeared, the two of them might be able to launch a sneak attack. Spiritual attack? The 2 5th grade spirit disaster experts were stunned, but they were still able to endure the pain. Feng Wuchen was also a 5th grade spirit disaster, but his current mission was to delay the 2 Chang family experts. As for Yi Xian, he was in charge of reaping the lives of the others. After destroying the Chang family, they still had to rush to the Lian family and Hu family fort. Thus, Yi Xian was not stingy and summoned a golden armored war god. Tyrannical Emperor's boundless sword. The moment the golden armored war god appeared, he immediately used his trump card. A massive golden sword descended like lightning. Kacha! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out as one figure after another fell from the sky. The bones of these Chang clan experts had all been shattered by the impact. A single strike had instantly killed over 10 experts of 4th grade spirit disaster, as well as the spirits that they had summoned. What? Seeing so many of their men fall, the 2 5th grade spirit disaster experts started to panic. Good chance. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Taking advantage of the moment when the other party was distracted, Yi Xian used his eye of control. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. 2 notifications rang out in Yi Xian's mind. The 2 5th grade spirit disasters experts of the Chang family had become Yi Xian's servants. The trap had been set. Old family head, save us. One of the 5th grade spirit disasters experts that was controlled by Yi Xian roared. Old family head, if you don't come out, the Chang family will be destroyed. The other person also roared. The 2 roars were like a bolt from the blue as they landed in the ears of an old man in a corner of the Chang family. The old man suddenly opened his eyes and charged out. The Chang family's ancestor had finally made his move. When Yixian approached the Chang family, he actually felt a powerful aura that was even stronger than Feng Wuchen's. It was obvious that it was the Chang family's ancestor Chang Wei, who was at the 6th level of spirit disaster. Yixian's target this time was him. However, Yixian's target this time wasn't to kill the Chang family's ancestor, but to control him. Chapter 1046. The corpse ghost mark was left behind by Feng Wuchen, but ordinary 5th grade spirit disaster experts couldn't erase it. Hence, they could only ask for help from 6th grade spirit disaster experts. However, it wasn't easy to surpass 3 realms to control Chang Wei, who was at 6th grade spirit disaster. Who dares to be so presumptuous in my Chang family? The Chang family's ancestor Chang Wei spoke before he even arrived. Yixian looked in the direction of the aura and saw an old man rapidly approaching. His expression immediately became serious. The Chang family's ancestor swiftly charged over and instantly protected the 2 5th grade spirit disaster experts behind him. He looked at the lifeless corpses below and said, "Corpse Ghost Taoist, you're wanted by the God of Ghosts sect. How dare you be so arrogant?" At this moment, Yixian was wearing a metal mask like Feng Wuchen. Hence, the Chang family's ancestor thought that he was a ghost corpse. Since he couldn't reveal his identity, why was Yixian still speaking nonsense? Attack! Yixian directly ordered the 2 5th grade spirit disaster experts behind the Chang family's ancestor. In the next moment, the sound of wind could be heard. Whoosh! 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 2 sword gleams pierced through the air and instantly struck the Chang family's ancestor's back. His injuries were so deep that his bones could be seen. As Yixian wasn't trying to kill the Chang family's ancestor, he asked the 2 to hold back. Otherwise, the Chang family's ancestor's head would have been blown apart. What? You guys? The Chang family's ancestor Chang Wei widened his eyes in disbelief. The 2 were from the Chang family and were his nephews. They weren't consecrators recruited by the Chang family. He never expected that the 2 of them would launch a sneak attack on him. Evidently, the 2 of them had already submitted to the corpse ghost Taoist. Wuchen go. Yixian gave another order and cast his heavenly eye at the Chang family's ancestor. Burning eye. Eye of illusion. The intense pain from his injuries and the burning of his spirit made the Chang family's ancestor cry out in pain despite having lived for nearly 100 years. "I'm going to kill you guys." The Chang family's ancestor endured the pain and took out a myriad ghost banner from his yin and yang ring. "You want to summon ghosts? Impossible." Yixian's eyes flickered as he grabbed at the air. When the Chang family's patriarch took out the myriad ghost banner, a huge golden hand appeared out of nowhere and pinched him. His genuine chi was instantly sealed by the huge golden hand, and he could not move at all. Divine ability? Patriarch Chang reacted. He never expected that someone would know such a divine power. The dragon capturing hand was a technique of the manifestation realm. Yixian was only at the 3rd grade spirit disaster, so he was still drained of all his vitality after using the dragon capturing hand. However, the amount of vitality he had drained this time was nothing compared to the previous time. The last time Yixian used the dragon capturing hand, he was at the 6th grade true energy disaster. But this time he was at the 3rd grade spirit disaster. His true chi was more than 10 times stronger than before, so the life force he overdrew this time wasn't even 2 years. Only 2 years? That's acceptable. Yixian glanced at his attribute panel and heaved a sigh of relief. 2 years of lifespan was equivalent to 200 drops of Fountain of Youth. He still had 150 years of supreme grade Fountain of Youth in his devouring space. Willful. He estimated that if he made another 2 or 3 breakthroughs, he would no longer need to overdraw his vitality to use the dragon capturing hand. If he made another 4 or 5 breakthroughs, using the dragon capturing hand would be as easy as eating a meal. While the Chang family's patriarch was unable to summon ghosts, Wei Zhentian had already slashed out with his sword. One with the sword. Rip! A crisp sound was heard. The arm of the Chang family's patriarch that was holding the myriad ghost banner was severed, and blood spurted out. One with the sword. It's actually one with the sword. The Chang family's patriarch was shocked. One had to know that even he had yet to comprehend one with the sword. But now wasn't the time to be calculative. However, he was now caught by the golden dragon capturing hand. His old bones were about to fall apart, and he had no strength to retaliate. Burning Eye. Eye of Illusion. Yi Xian continued to weaken the Chang family's patriarch's mental strength. What are you trying to do? The Chang family's patriarch felt that something was amiss. Yi Xian could have killed him with a sneak attack, so why had he kept him alive until now? At that moment, Yi Xian slowly opened his mouth. He said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "Submit to me and the Chang family will not be destroyed. Otherwise, today will be the day the Chang family fort will be destroyed." Submit. When the Chang family's patriarch heard those two words, his heart wavered. He was the most powerful person in the Chang family, but even he couldn't defeat Yi Xian. If he died, the Chang family would definitely be destroyed. Just as he was thinking, Yi Xian continued, "I'll only give you 2 chances." As soon as he finished speaking, he used the Eye of Control on the Chang family's patriarch. The Chang family's patriarch's expression changed. He finally understood what Yi Xian meant by submitting. When he heard that, he subconsciously resisted once. Ding! Control failed. The system notified. You've wasted 1 chance. If you dare resist again, you'll have to bear the consequences. Yi Xian said coldly, giving the Chang family's patriarch some time to recover. Then he used the Eye of Control again. The Chang family's patriarch knew that he couldn't avoid it, but he had no way out now. If he resisted, he would be instantly crushed by the golden dragon capturing hands. At the same time, the Chang family would be destroyed. If he submitted, the Chang family could continue to survive. "I submit." The Chang family's patriarch squeezed out those few words with difficulty. In the next moment, Yi Xian heard the notification that the control was successful. Very good. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. The golden dragon capturing hands disappeared instantly. At the same time, Yi Xian threw a blood bottle over. The Chang family's patriarch took the blood bottle and immediately consumed it to recover from his injuries. Now Yi Xian was the master of the Chang family fort. He quickly collected the spoils of war, including the Chang family's patriarch's Ring of Cosmos. However, the entire Chang family's wealth couldn't help Yi Xian break through from the 3rd grade of true energy disaster to the 4th grade of true energy disaster. It was like seeing a ghost. "Where did your things go?" Yi Xian asked. "Master, it's like this. The 3 major families of the celestial demon 18 castles have to hand over large amounts of treasures to the sect of the God of Ghost every year to allow their disciples to enter the sect." Soon Takashi hurriedly explained. "I see." Yi Xian was slightly helpless. It seemed that he could only break through to the 4th grade of true energy disaster by robbing the Lian and Hu castles. "Seal off the Chang family fort immediately. Don't let anyone out," Yi Xian said to Tsun Takashi. The incident of him using his divine ability had been seen by passers-by, so he had to seal off the news. The reason why he wore an iron mask was that he was afraid of accidents. That way, he could push the blame to the corpse man. "Yes, master." Soon Takashi nodded and immediately went to seal off the city gates personally. Chapter 1047. "Yes, be careful, young master." Luo Luo nodded obediently. She was already on the verge of breaking through, and with the help of those treasures, she would be able to break through in less than a day. Although Yi Xian was already very powerful, he only sent his original body to travel while his clone remained in the Chang family fort. If there were any accidents, he could break through the void, and Luo Luo, Feng Wuchen, and the Chang family's ancestor would be able to enter the void and assist him. Immediately, he headed towards the Lian family fort, which was the closest to him. There were only 20 days left before the chain mission, so Yi Xian had to be faster. However, the Blood Cloud cult was much stronger than the 18 demonic castles, and without powerful strength it was impossible to kill the corpse ghost man. In order to rush, Yi Xian spent more than a day to reach the Lian family fort. During this time, Luo Luo successfully broke through to 3rd grade spirit disaster, and continued to refine the treasures, preparing to break through to 4th grade spirit disaster in one go. As for Feng Wuchen, he was also refining the ghost fetus to raise the ghost fetus in his body. He would probably be able to break through soon. A day later, Yi Xian arrived at the Lian family fort. The 18 demonic castles were controlled by 3 great families, and these 3 families had previously offended Yi Xian. Furthermore, in the land of the dead, every force would hunt ordinary people, and refine them into ghost spirits. Therefore, Yixian would not be merciful. Just like before, he first infiltrated the Lian family fort, then brought Feng Wuchen and Chang Wei over. The corpse ghost mark in my body has been removed, so I don't need a 6th grade spirit disaster fighter. Let's just kill our way in. After Yixian finished speaking, he put on his iron mask. Feng Wuchen and Chang Wei nodded as they disguised themselves as the corpse ghost man. In an instant, the three of them killed their way in. They first caught the Lian family off guard. Then Yixian took control of 2 5th grade spirit disaster experts. Finally, the scene of that day repeated itself. The Lian family's 6th grade spirit disaster expert was ambushed by one of their own. His head instantly exploded and the Lian family fell under the control of Yixian. It was a pity that Yixian had come at the wrong time. The 3 families of the 18 celestial demon castles had already sent their annual supply of treasures and elites to the sect of the God of Ghosts. Just a little more and I'll be able to achieve a breakthrough. I just need to rob the Hu clan fort once more. After Yixian was done with his business, he hurried on his way to Hu Fort. Fort Hu was a little far away, so Yixian had to travel for 2 days before they arrived. It's the last one. I'll be able to break through to 4th grade spirit disaster soon. After I break through, I'll be able to exchange for a high-grade sword comprehension pellet. After I comprehend one with the sword, I'll head to the Blood Cloud sect. Yixian thought to himself as he entered the Hu fort. In fact, the purple-haired youth had already sent his portrait to the 18 celestial demon castles. However, Yixian had the ability to change his appearance, which was why he was able to enter the Hu fort. As long as he could rob the Hu fort, Yixian would be able to break through to 4th grade spirit disaster. When he arrived near the Hu clan, he used his eye of perception to sense the surroundings. He discovered that there were 2 auras of 6th grade spirit disaster in the Hu clan. That's not right. One of them is even stronger than Tsun Takashi. He might have even reached 7th grade spirit disaster. Yixian's heart trembled. 7th grade spirit disaster was out of his expectations. He guessed that this person should be from the sect of the God of Ghosts. He should be from the sect of the God of Ghosts. I wonder if he's here to investigate the corpse Taoist or me, the wanted criminal who destroyed the 100 Ghost sect and Nether Ghost sect. Yixian couldn't figure it out, but he wouldn't back down just like that. Immediately, he found a secluded place and broke through the void. When the void opened, his clone, Feng Wuchen, and Tsun Takashi instantly arrived at the Hu fort. Tsun Takashi, there's a 7th grade spirit disaster expert in the Hu clan. Pretend to visit him and see who he is. Yixian said to Tsun Takashi. Yes. After receiving the order, Tsun Takashi walked towards the Hu clan. The 3 great clans of the demonic 18 houses had a good relationship with each other. They had secretly arranged marriages and developed together. After Tsun Takashi revealed his identity, he successfully entered the Hu clan. Yixian and Feng Wuchen waited outside. However, Tsun Takashi didn't come out even after a long time. With the eye of control, Yixian could control Tsun Takashi and give him orders. However, Tsun Takashi couldn't communicate with Yixian through the void like Luo Luo. Therefore, Yixian didn't know what was going on inside. He only guessed that Tsun Takashi was being held back by something and couldn't leave. However, not long after, a notification sounded in Yixian's mind. Ding! Tsun Takashi is out of control. This notification had never appeared before. When Yixian heard the notification, he couldn't help but tremble. What? Out of control? How is that possible? Yixian was shocked. Without external help, it was impossible for Tsun Takashi to escape from control. After all, the eye of control wasn't a charm. This was the first time Yixian had encountered such a situation. That 7th grade spirit disaster expert is controlling Tsun Takashi. Yixian immediately reacted. Not only that, the first person he thought of was the corpse man. The corpse man was able to plant a ghost fetus in people. That was how Feng Wuchen became a ghost corpse. Just when he was surprised. Tisk tsk tsk. Kid, I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to me. Do you think that I won't be able to find you after erasing the corpse man mark? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded in Yixian's ears. Yixian's body trembled. It was indeed the corpse man. At the same time, he also felt 3 powerful auras approaching. a 7th grade spirit disaster ghost corpse, and 2 6th grade spirit disaster experts. One of them was Tsun Takashi, and the other was the Hu family's ancestor. The 3 experts were rapidly approaching Yixian. Not good. Yixian's face changed. He never expected that the corpse man would send a ghost corpse to the Hu family fort. He even controlled the Hu family fort beforehand. This was troublesome. Those below 5th grade spirit disaster weren't a threat to him. However, there were 2 6th grade spirit disaster experts and a 7th grade spirit disaster ghost corpse in front of him. He immediately felt immense pressure. However, he did not immediately break through the void and leave. Bastard! How dare you destroy my Chong family and make me your servant? Today, I will avenge my humiliation. Tsun Takashi had regained his freedom. Since he had just been planted with a ghost fetus, it wasn't a problem for him to speak. Back then, he was easily subdued by Yixian because he was ambushed by his own people. Now that there were stronger experts, Yixian wouldn't be able to escape. Chapter 1048. Above the head of the iron-faced ghost corpse was a white skull. The corpse ghost Taoist was using this skull to talk to Yixian. Haha, your servant betrayed you and told me everything about you. I never expected that you would possess a divine ability. To me, divine abilities are more powerful than yours. The white skull opened its mouth and said, Haha, even if you kill me, you won't be able to obtain this divine ability. The corner of Yixian's mouth rose. No matter. As long as I refine you into a ghost corpse, you will obediently spit it out. The white skeleton continued to speak, its tone filled with unprecedented confidence. In this situation, Yixian wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings, unless he used the Eye of the Void to leave. However, Yixian wasn't prepared to leave. If he wanted to leave, he would have left before the other party arrived. Right now, he wanted to fight with the other party. Brat, I know that you have a technique to escape, but you haven't left yet. Do you think that you can deal with the 3 of them? The corpse ghost Taoist continued. That's right. Yixian nodded his head. Since that's the case, then there's no need to speak anymore. Capture him. Under the corpse ghost Taoist's roar, the ghost corpse and the ancestors of the 2 great families charged out. At the same time, there were also 2 6th grade spirit disaster ghosts. Come! Yixian's eyes flickered. In the next moment, Luoluo appeared beside him. Feng Wuchen had comprehended the union of man and sword, so his strength was above Chang Wei. Luoluo had also broken through to 3rd grade spirit disaster, so it wouldn't be a problem for her to deal with the Hu family's ancestor. As for the ghost corpse of 7th grade spirit disaster, it would be left to Yixian. Eye of Glory! Summon the golden armored war god. Yixian no longer held back and revealed his trump cards. During this period of time, Wei Zhentian's cultivation had already risen to 5th grade spirit disaster, which was why he had the guts to challenge the corpse ghost Taoist, a 7th grade spirit disaster ghost corpse. Yixian's eyes flickered as he faced the 3 experts rushing towards him. In the next moment, the golden armored war god condensed a giant golden sword. Huff huff! The golden greatsword fell like a thunderbolt. Although the golden greatsword did not hurt anyone, the powerful impact made Tsun Takashi's bones creak. Kacha! Both Tsun Takashi and the elder ancestor of the Hu clan had a crisp sound coming from their shoulders. Both of them had lost an arm each. However, the Hu clan's elder ancestor had long since turned into a ghost corpse. The ghost fetus in his body was quickly healed. An imperfect fusion ghost fetus. His healing speed is too slow compared to Feng Wuchen. Luoluo, quickly finish him off. Yixian hurriedly said to Luoluo. Understood. Luoluo had already created over 100 clones. She swung her whip in an attempt to restrain the Hu clan's patriarch. However, at this moment, ferocious ghost twisting tears. The iron-faced ghost corpse slashed with his long sword. Instantly, over 100 ferocious ghosts rushed out. The ferocious ghost twisting tears was obtained from Yuan Wuxin. This was originally the ghost corpse artist's martial art. It was very normal for the iron-faced ghost corpse to know it. However, the ferocious ghost twisting tears he used was several times stronger than Yixian. These ferocious ghosts did not rush towards Yixian. Instead, they rushed towards Luoluo. You dare to touch Luoluo? Yixian's eyes flashed. He quickly reached out and grabbed the air. A giant golden hand suddenly appeared. Then it swept fiercely. In an instant, those ferocious ghosts that had yet to disperse were all grabbed and scattered. When these ferocious ghosts dissipated, another giant golden hand appeared. This time it was not targeting the iron-faced ghost corpse. It was targeting the Hu clan's elder ancestor. Gotcha! The Hu clan's elder ancestor was caught by the giant golden hand. He cried out in pain. Good opportunity. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luoluo and her clones quickly swung their whips. 100 layers of shackles. Countless whips rushed towards the Hu clan's elder ancestor like lightning. Immediately after, countless red flames attacked him. 7-colored demonic flames. Not only that, but Luoluo also used the tuft of golden hair, which increased its power by a lot. 7-colored flames entered the Hu clan's elder ancestor's body. After a ray of 7-colored light, the Hu clan's elder ancestor's body suddenly exploded. Boom! Countless pieces of flesh and blood flew out. The Hu clan's elder ancestor was blown to pieces. The ghost fetus was also blown to pieces. The original 3-on-3 suddenly became 3-on-2. Yixian took the initiative to reduce the opponent's member, and took the advantage in one fell swoop. Oh, is this the power of a divine ability? The White Skull was very satisfied. It was obvious that it deliberately let the Hu clan's elder ancestor test the waters to see the power of the dragon-catching hand. Yixian was also able to see this point, because the ghost corpse of the 7th level spirit disaster didn't make any movements after it slashed out with the fierce ghost twist. Luoluo, go help Feng Wuchen and kill Tsun Takashi. Yixian couldn't be bothered to care so much as he quickly shouted. Feng Wuchen was at 5th grade spirit disaster, and was about to break through to 6th grade spirit disaster. He had also comprehended the union of man and sword. In a one-on-one situation, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with Tsun Takashi. Now with Luoluo and the golden armored battle god, Tsun Takashi would definitely be killed. However, what made Yixian surprised was what the corpse man was planning. If the corpse man had attacked with his full strength from the start, he wouldn't have been able to kill the Hu clan's elder ancestor so easily. Seeing that the ghost corpse stopped attacking, Tsun Takashi anxiously shouted, "Corpse man, what is the meaning of this?" "Nothing, I just feel that you are a little hindrance." As the corpse man finished speaking, the 7th grade spirit disaster ghost corpse suddenly attacked and killed the ghost spirit that went out of control after the death of the Hu clan's elder ancestor. Tsun Takashi was shocked when he heard this. Just now the ghost corpse had planted a ghost fetus in his body, helping him escape from Yixian's control, and helping him take revenge. But now the corpse man actually wanted him dead. Fortunately, the ghost fetus in his body hadn't merged yet, just like Feng Wuchen back then. Therefore he could still retaliate. "Corpse man, I'll fight it out with you." Tsun Takashi roared and suddenly pounced on the ghost corpse. "You overestimate yourself." The corpse man snorted coldly. Then the ghost corpse slashed out with its sword again. Ferocious Ghost Twist Break. This time the Ferocious Ghost Twist Break's power was several times stronger than before. Tsun Takashi couldn't block it, and was instantly surrounded by the ferocious ghost. His flesh was crazily torn apart by the ferocious ghost, and in less than half a second, he was reduced to a pile of bones. Not only that, but Tsun Takashi's ghost spirit also suffered. So strong, this ghost corpse has also comprehended the union of man and sword. Yixian raised his eyebrows. He finally understood why the corpse man was so confident. It was because the ghost corpse had comprehended the union of man and sword. Chapter 1049. Brat, you won't be able to escape this time. When Changwei's corpse fell to the ground, the ghost Taoist said coldly, "Is that so?" Yixian stood on the ground and looked at Luoluo, Feng Wuchen, and the golden armored battle god approaching him. His heart was filled with confidence. Right now it was 4 against 1. Furthermore, Yixian still had a divine ability. It was still uncertain who would have the last laugh. However, Yixian felt that something was amiss. The ghost Taoist was determined to capture him today, but why wasn't he doing anything? He. Then have a taste of this move. Evil spirit possession. Whoosh! When the ghost Taoist finished speaking, a violent gust of wind suddenly blew. Yixian's body trembled as he turned his head. He saw a black shadow darting out from Feng Wuchen's body and flying towards him. Not good. Yi Xian's face changed. This scene was too sudden and caught him off guard. By the time he reacted, the black shadow was already in front of him and drilled into his body. In the next moment he felt that his body couldn't move. He couldn't even circulate his true qi. It was as if he had a stroke. Not good, Luo Luo. Yi Xian hurriedly asked Luo Luo for help. At the same time, his eyes flashed as he broke open a void door. TSK, TSK, TSK. I finally found this opportunity. How can I let you escape? The ghost Taoist sneered. Following that, the iron-faced ghost corpse's aura suddenly increased as it charged towards Luo Luo. 8th grade spirit disaster? Yi Xian was shocked. He never thought that the ghost corpse was hiding its strength. No wonder the ghost Taoist was so confident. 3rd grade spirit disaster and 8th grade spirit disaster. There was a difference of 5 realms between them. Even if Yi Xian grew wings, he wouldn't be able to escape. The ghost corpse revealed its true strength and charged towards Luo Luo. Just as Luo Luo was about to swing her whip, she was sucked into Yi Xian's storage space. Young master, let me out. Luo Luo hurriedly said. No, you'll be killed instantly. Yi Xian replied. If he didn't hide Luo Luo might have thrown him into the void door, but he would have died. By the time Luo Luo finished speaking, the ghost corpse had already arrived beside Yi Xian. Even if Luo Luo was released now, it would be of no use. It's over. Yi Xian's face turned pale. He didn't expect the corpse man to do something to Feng Wuchen. Even his eye of revelation didn't notice. Obviously, the corpse ghost man had purposely let him control Feng Wuchen. Even Feng Wuchen himself didn't know this. Because of this, the corpse ghost man had successfully captured him. Right now, Yi Xian was like a caged beast. Even if he used 10,000 ancestral swords, it would be useless. TSK, TSK, TSK. Kid, you've finally fallen into my hands. The white skull in the distance gloated. After working so hard for so long, the Yi Xian had finally fallen into his hands. Now, he would be able to obtain a divine ability. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Although Feng Wuchen had been tampered with by the corpse ghost man, he was still under the control of Yi Xian. A sword ray flew towards Yi Xian, preparing to throw Yi Xian into the void door. Humph! The corpse ghost man coldly snorted. The ghost corpse of 8th grade spirit disaster had directly destroyed the sword ray. Feng Wuchen was at 5th grade spirit disaster, but this ghost corpse was at 8th grade spirit disaster. Furthermore, it had also comprehended the union of man and sword. The two couldn't be compared at all. You've done a great service to be able to capture this kid. But I don't need you anymore. Die. Under the corpse ghost man's command, the ghost corpse of 8th grade spirit disaster attacked once again. Wait. I'll give you a divine ability. Yi Xian hastily shouted. However, the corpse ghost man didn't buy it. TSK Tisk, there's no need. Once I refine you into a ghost corpse, I will naturally obtain this divine ability. The corpse ghost man coldly sneered. With his cultivation, refining a 3rd grade spirit disaster kid like Yi Xian into a ghost corpse was simply a piece of cake. Corpse ghost man, F***ck your grandmother. Yi Xian couldn't help but roar. Since the corpse ghost man had already captured him, he could clearly control Feng Wuchen again. There was no need for him to eliminate Feng Wuchen. Although Feng Wuchen's aptitude wasn't bad and could perfectly fuse with a ghost fetus, making him stronger than ordinary ghost corpses, the corpse ghost man was currently venting his anger on Feng Wuchen. Or rather, he was using Feng Wuchen to celebrate. Just as the ghost corpse was about to attack, Yi Xian roared, Wei Zhentian, kill me. What? This sentence frightened the corpse ghost man. When the ghost corpse turned its head, it discovered that the Wei Zhentian sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly flew up by itself and pierced into Yi Xian's heart. Rip! With a crisp sound, Yi Xian's heart was directly pierced through by the Wei Zhentian sword. Blood flowed out along the sword. No! The corpse ghost man roared. He didn't expect that Yi Xian would choose to commit suicide. Moreover, it was right under his nose. Yi Xian's corpse fell from the sky. The corpse ghost man stared at the corpse in shock. If Yi Xian was still alive, the corpse ghost man could refine him into a ghost corpse. At that time, Yi Xian would copy down the dragon capturing hand. However, once Yi Xian died, even if he was refined into a battle corpse, he wouldn't have the memories of his life. Battle corpses were dead objects, but ghost corpses were still alive. Once Yixian died, the dragon capturing hand would be useless. However, just as the corpse ghost man was heartbroken, Feng Wuchen suddenly burst out with full speed and rushed towards Yixian. Immediately after, Luoluo appeared again. Before the corpse ghost man could react, she quickly bound Feng Wuchen with a long whip and viciously whipped him. At this time, something that shocked the corpse ghost man happened. Yixian, whose heart had already been pierced, suddenly opened his eyes wide. A void door appeared out of nowhere. Then Luoluo slapped out with her palm and sent Yixian into the void door. At the same time, she pulled Feng Wuchen into the void door. Corpse ghost man, F***ck your grandmother. This sentence came from the other side of the void door. This voice was clearly Yixian's. What? This is impossible. This is impossible. The corpse ghost man finally reacted. Just now Yixian had pierced his heart right under his nose. How could he still be alive when his heart was pierced? However, if he was dead, then what was with that shout just now? That was clearly Yixian's voice. This is impossible. He's not a battle corpse. How can he not die? The corpse ghost man muttered. At this time the void door had already closed. Chapter 1050. Although he didn't know what was going on, the corpse Taoist had miscalculated this time. He watched as Yixian entered the void door and went somewhere unknown. Interesting. I'm even more interested in you now. Wait until I refine you into a ghost corpse, then your secrets will be mine. The corpse Taoist wasn't dejected. Instead, he laughed heartily. At the same time, in the snow wind manner. Huff huff, luckily I was quick-witted. Yixian was scared half to death. However, he couldn't move as he was being haunted by the evil spirit. He couldn't even circulate his true qi. This evil spirit was previously hiding in Feng Wuchen's ghost corpse, so Yixian didn't notice it. That was close. I thought young master was done for this time. Luoluo patted her chest. Thinking back to the previous scene, it was still extremely thrilling. The cooperation between them was simply perfect. Could only be described as flawless. At this moment, Wei Zhentian was still stuck in Yixian's chest. He couldn't bear to pull it out. This was the first time he had done something like killing his master. Wei Zhentian and Luoluo were Yixian's subordinates. Yixian didn't need to speak to them. However, Yixian had shouted just now so that the corpse Taoist could hear him. Otherwise, Feng Wuchen would have been killed by the ghost corpse of the 8th grade spirit disaster. No matter what, this time it could be considered a close call. Apart from using some of his trump cards, Yixian didn't suffer any losses. The corpse Taoist's evil spirit made Yixian a cripple for 5 minutes. Only after 5 minutes did he regain his ability to move and use his true qi. Corpse Taoist, damn you. Your trick didn't work this time. Let's see how you'll catch me next time. Yixian muttered as if he had just survived a calamity. This corpse Taoist is really annoying. Young master, when you kill him, remember to leave his corpse for me to whip. Luoluo couldn't help but say. No problem. Yixian agreed immediately. Not only did Luoluo want to whip the corpse, even he wanted to do it. If he could capture the corpse ghost man, he would definitely capture a group of super supreme saint beasts, then torture the corpse ghost man 10 to 8 times. Only then would he be able to resolve the hatred in his heart. The situation just now was critical. Although Yixian still had a clone in the eastern continent, and he wouldn't die, Yixian would probably cry himself to death if he was left with only one clone. Hey Yixian, you're back? At that moment, a figure suddenly rushed in. It was Feng Wuchen. Yixian nodded silently and glanced at Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen followed his gaze and realized that Feng Wuchen had also returned. However, there was no expression on Feng Wuchen's face. He was even colder than before. Big brother, you're back as well, Feng Wuchen said hurriedly. This? Yixian didn't want to hide anything, so he said directly, Wuchen, something happened to Wuchen. He lost all his memories. What? Memory loss? Hearing this, Feng Wuchen's body trembled. Didn't losing his memories mean that he didn't even recognize his younger brother? But at that moment, Yixian continued. However, Wuchen is now at the 5th grade spirit disaster, and is about to break through to the 6th grade spirit disaster. Furthermore, he has comprehended the union of man and sword. Boom! This sentence left Feng Wuchen completely dumbfounded. The last time Yixian returned, He was already at the 5th grade true energy disaster. That was enough to shock him. This time Yixian brought Feng Wuchen back. First, he said that Feng Wuchen had lost his memories. Now he said that Feng Wuchen had broken through to the 5th grade spirit disaster and comprehended the union of man and sword. For a moment, Feng Wuchen didn't know if he should be happy or worried. Wuchen had a fortuitous encounter and broke through to the 5th grade spirit disaster. However, he lost his memories. At the same time, he still has the ability to speak. Yixian came up with a reason on the spot. Feng Wuchen paused for a moment and said, "I'll go call father and grandmother." The overlord of this region, the 10,000 Flower Valley, only had a 1st grade spirit disaster ancestor. But now, Feng Wuchen was actually at the 5th grade spirit disaster, which was more than enough for the Wind Snow Villa to dominate this region. Soon Xuehong, Feng Wenyao, and the rest all gathered in Yixian's courtyard. Although Feng Wuchen was controlled by Yixian, Yixian didn't ask anything of Feng Wuchen. Feng Wuchen was captured by the corpse ghost man because of him. Therefore, Yixian also had some responsibility. Yixian had already sworn to kill the corpse ghost man and restore Feng Wuchen to his original state. As for Yuan Wuxin, Yixian had already been charmed by Luoluo and stayed in the Snow Wind Manor. This brat's future achievements wouldn't be low. Today, Yixian had used up all his trump cards. Therefore, he stayed in the Snow Wind Manor to rest. "Young master, what should we do next?" In the courtyard, Luoluo sat beside Yixian and asked. Since Feng Wuchen was deliberately controlled by the corpse ghost man, then the blood cloud cult that Feng Wuchen left behind could also be deliberately left behind by the corpse ghost man. Therefore, it could be a trap. After Yixian finished speaking, he paused and said, "Therefore, I want to pass this information to the sect of the God of Ghost and let them investigate." "That's a good idea." The blood cloud cult is a direct subordinate of the sect of the God of Ghost. They are also vigorously investigating the corpse ghost man's whereabouts. The sect of the God of Ghost might have overlooked him. However, how do we make the sect of the God of Ghost believe us? Luoluo blinked and asked. "That's simple. Just let me control a disciple of the sect of the God of Ghost. If I expose the blood cloud cult as a disciple of the sect of the God of Ghost, it will definitely attract attention. Then they will send people to investigate." Yixian answered without thinking. "Then it's best to control a disciple with a higher realm and status. Only then will it attract attention," Luoluo reminded. Yixian nodded his head. With his current realm, it wasn't a problem for him to control a 6th grade spirit disaster. However, a 6th grade spirit disaster disciple was only an outer disciple in the sect of the God of Ghost. Therefore, his plan was to first break through to 4th grade spirit disaster, then control a 7th grade spirit disaster disciple of the God of Ghost and make him report back to the sect of the God of Ghost. However, it would take a lot of time to carry out such a plan. If the corpse ghost man wasn't in the blood cloud cult, then there wouldn't be much time to complete the mission. For safety's sake, Yixian stayed in the Snow Wind Manor until dawn. He waited for the cooldown of his trump card to pass before breaking through the void again. This time, he directly returned to the Hu clan's fort. In his previous plan, as long as he pillaged the Hu clan's fort, he would be able to break through to 4th grade spirit disaster. However, he suddenly encountered the corpse ghost man's 8th grade spirit disaster ghost corpse, and could only helplessly escape. He guessed that the corpse ghost man had already left, so he wanted to return to get some interest. However, when he returned to the Hu clan's fort, his heart violently trembled. Within the range of his senses, there wasn't a single living person. The entire Hu clan's fort had become a ghost town. Chapter 1051. How savage. He actually killed everyone in the Hu clan fort and refined them into ghost fetuses? Yixian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. There were hundreds of thousands of people in the Hu clan fort, and it had only been half a day since Yixian escaped from the Hu clan fort. Yet all of them were killed. The corpse ghost Taoist was probably venting his anger on them. The corpse ghost Taoist only had one method to increase the strength of ghost fetuses, which was to kill, subdue the ghost spirits, and refine them into ghost fetuses. This time, he had massacred the entire Hu clan fort. Even if he was strong, there would definitely be some that escaped. At that time, there would be experts coming to investigate. Thus, he had to leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would be wrongly accused like he was in the 100 Ghost sect. Just as Yixian was about to leave, a roar suddenly resounded from the horizon. How dare you massacre a city in the territory of the sect of the God of Ghost? Die! Hearing this, Yixian turned his head and saw 3 people in the range of his senses. All of them were 6th grade spirit disaster experts. Coincidentally, I'm lacking a few informants. You guys will be the ones. Yixian's eyes flickered. Although the disciples of the sect of the God of Ghosts were powerful, they were still lacking compared to the ghost corpse that Yixian had encountered previously. 3 6th grade spirit disaster experts were something that Yixian could deal with. Eye of Glory. Summon Golden War God. Tyrannical Emperor's Boundless Sword. Myriad Sword Return. In an instant, Yixian threw out his trump card. The 3 of them thought that they had dodged the golden sword, but they were unexpectedly shaken to the point of vomiting blood. Soon the 3 of them were crippled by Yixian and trapped in the spiritual sword array. In the end, they couldn't escape from Yixian's evil clutches. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. 3 system notifications rang as Yixian successfully controlled the 3 of them. The 3 of them had just returned from training nearby, and were preparing to rest in the Hu clan fort before returning to the sect of the God of Ghost. However, they didn't expect to meet Yixian. After controlling the 3 of them, Yixian didn't hesitate and directly took off their yin and yang rings. In the next moment, he heard another system notification. Ding! Host has broken through and is currently at 4th grade spirit disaster. These 3 people were simply here to deliver benefits. Otherwise, Yixian would have to find a place to break through. Now, everything was ready except for the east wind. Luo Luo, you continue cultivating. I'm going to the sect of the God of Ghosts. Yixian left his doppelganger behind while his true body headed to the sect of the God of Ghosts. The sect of the God of Ghosts was one of the 2 overlords of the land of the dead. There was a manifestation realm expert in the sect, who was the founder of the sect of the God of Ghost. However, this patriarch was a little different. He was not a human, but an enlightened ghost spirit. Similarly, the first hall master of the Corpse King Palace also refined himself into a corpse and retained his memories. That was why he was able to contend against the Ghost God sect. These 2 sects both coveted the corpse man's method of refining ghost corpses. Therefore, the corpse man was wanted in the land of the dead. Yixian reckoned that the corpse Taoist was only at the 9th level of spirit disaster, and was still within the 3 minor disasters of the supreme realm. He wasn't at the Wanxiang realm. Otherwise, how could he hide so well? As for why the corpse man did not send his spirit disaster ghost corpses to the Snow Wind Manor to find someone who could perfectly fuse with the ghost fetus, it was probably because of some restrictions in the land of the dead. After all, it was not easy for demonic forces like the sect of the God of Ghosts and the Corpse King Palace to survive until now. There were many forces stronger than the sect of the God of Ghosts and the Corpse King Palace in the Penglai sacred land. If they knew that the land of the dead was suspected of expanding, then there would be no need for the land of the dead to exist in the future. This time Yixian spent a total of 5 days on the journey. In these 5 days, Luo Luo broke through to 4th grade spirit disaster, and Feng Wuchen broke through to 6th grade spirit disaster. Right now, if they were to encounter the ghost corpse of the 8th grade spirit disaster again, they would no longer be helpless as they already possessed the strength to fight. At this time, Yixian's chain of random quests had already passed for more than half a month. If he still hadn't killed the corpse ghost Taoist in more than 10 days, then the chain of random quests would fail and Wei Zhenqian's plan to advance would be ruined. 5 days later, Yixian arrived near the sect of the God of Ghosts. The sect of the God of Ghosts was one of the 2 overlords in the land of the dead. Only those who had reached 7th grade spirit disaster were qualified to enter the inner sect. Among them, there were even ghosts at the manifestation realm. Therefore, their position in the land of the dead was unshakable. After arriving, Yixian casually found a place and used the Eye of the Void to pull over the 3 disciples of the sect of the God of Ghosts that were under his control. The 3 of you go and find an inner sect senior brother at 7th grade spirit disaster and lure him out. Yixian ordered the 3 of them. Yes. The 3 of them replied in unison and immediately flew towards the sect of the God of Ghosts. The three of them were all at 6th grade spirit disaster and were only outer sect disciples, so they didn't have enough weight. If they could control an inner sect disciple at 7th grade spirit disaster, they could get him to report the Blood Cloud sect, and the God of Ghosts sect would definitely send experts to investigate the Blood Cloud sect. Very quickly, the three outer sect disciples found inner sect disciples that they were more familiar with. Junior brothers, you said that there's an expert that wants to meet me. Who is it? A long-haired youth asked curiously. This person was the inner sect disciple of the sect of the God of Ghosts that was lured over by the three disciples controlled by Yixian. He followed the three of them for half an hour before he was brought to Yixian. What is this? Junior brothers, are you talking about him? The long-haired youth looked at Yixian, who was sitting on a rock, and asked in shock. Yixian was only at 4th grade spirit disaster. How could he be considered an expert? But in the next moment, Yixian suddenly revealed an evil smile. Whoosh! 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 3 sonic booms resounded as the long-haired youth was ambushed by his 3 junior brothers and was heavily injured. At the same time, Yixian also used the burning eye on the long-haired youth. Junior brothers, you guys? The long-haired youth was shocked, but at this moment, the Sky Quake sword had already split into 100. Spiritual sword array. The 100 Sky Quake swords fell and trapped the long-haired youth. Next, it was Yixian's spiritual baptism. In less than 3 seconds, Yixian heard a notification sound. Ding! Control successful. The long-haired youth was instantly reduced to Yixian's servant. Following that, Yixian asked the 4 of them to return to the sect of the God of Ghosts and bring back their wealth. But it was a pity that the long-haired youth was at 7th grade spirit disaster. But he was unable to help Yixian break through. Young master, control more people. Luoluo reminded. That's exactly what I was thinking. The corner of Yixian's mouth rose as he asked the 4 of them to return and lure more people over. After that, he would continue to plunder their wealth. 1, 2, 3 Xian spent half a day and controlled 10 inner sect disciples of the sect of the God of Ghosts that were at 7th grade spirit disaster. After that, he finally heard the sound of a system notification again. Ding! Host has broken through. Current cultivation is at 5th grade spirit disaster.